It is 9:33 a.m. on June 11th. It is Wednesday, and we are reconvening our council meeting to discuss the budget. Colleagues, when we left yesterday, we were talking about amendments within the parks policy area and giving folks an opportunity to bring forward a top priority. We heard from Councilors Zimmerman and Green, and we'll pick back up there. But before we start, I just want to remind us all that we have about 9 hours today. We are scheduled to end this afternoon at, I believe, 6 o'clock, maybe 6:30, I should look it up. 6 o'clock, so a little less than that actually. And there is a lot that folks still want to do. So I would just encourage us all to say what we need to say to get our points across and then stop. We don't have rules that suggest that we respond to everything. Some comments can be left alone. We don't need to speak to every vote if we've already spoken about why we're going to vote a certain way first, and we don't need to bloviate. Councillor Green, I see you first in the queue, but you have already brought forward an amendment. Are you, oh, I'm sorry, Keelan, do you need to call the roll?
We do, and actually we have public communications this morning as our first item before we jump into the...
I am so sorry. Okay, well, let's do that. Instead of just picking up where we left off, let's call the roll and then do general communications. But we don't have public testimony today, right?
No public testimony, just public communications. And then City Attorney will also read the rules. Canal?
Here.
Ryan? Here. Koyama Lane?
Here.
Leo?
Here.
Novick?
Here.
Clark?
Here.
Payne?
Here.
Zimmerman?
Here.
Avalos? Dunphy?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
O'Guinee?
Here. And Mr. Taylor, could you please read us our rules of decorum?
Welcome everyone to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless the presiding officer states otherwise. Your microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony should please address the matter being considered. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, please identify the organization you represent. Virtual testifiers should please unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you. And Keelan, could you please call up our first folks for public communication?
First up, we have Addie Smith.
I'm going to need a few minutes to set my laptop up just to record.
Being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. I signed up in April, so this is a lot's happened since then.
I know there's often a backlog to get these slots.
Yeah, that needs to change, and we, the voters, can change it. Good morning. My name is Addie Smith. Today is June 11th. I am speaking before the Portland City Council. Democrat-led states like Oregon, Washington State, California, Democrats have controlled the state legislatures since 2012, 1992, and the 1970s, respectively. Yet police still create fake police reports and create fake charges. They still lie in police reports, so on and so forth. DAs and attorneys still create fake charges, commit perjury with impunity, lie to judges and juries, and judges still hand down rulings on these fake charges and years-long sentences on these fake charges. Democrats have controlled these respective state legislatures and have created no laws to hold judges, DAs, or attorneys accountable when they commit perjury, violate the laws and rights of the constituents, specifically those who are predominantly Black and brown. These states have bar associations that do not hold attorneys accountable for committing perjury, creating fake charges, and prosecuting innocent people. These states have commissions on judicial conduct that are funded by us taxpayers to the state legislatures that do not hold these judges accountable when they commit perjury. Tina Kotek and the Oregon legislature are silent about violations of the laws and rights of young Black men that have been harmed by Oregon's justice system. Nearly 90 million people stayed home in last year's presidential election. That's 36.33% of the population, of the voters. That's more than the percentage who voted for Trump or Harris. The people pleaded with Harris to change her stance on Israel and continuing to send them weapons and money to commit the ethnic cleansing of its rightful brown people of Palestine. This same month last year, Biden deported over 12,000 people. We don't know what those people's statuses were, whether they were legal, illegal, immigrants, or US citizens, because the media didn't blast it all over the news. There were no protests, no social media was commenting about it. And Gavin Newsom is saying that law enforcement is only doing their jobs, quote unquote. Meanwhile, law enforcement in California has racially profiled, assaulted, and arrested Black people with impunity. Newsom is posting every 7 minutes on his Twitter page about Trump when he is no different than Trump. His ex-wife is in a relationship with Eric Trump. They didn't divorce because of political beliefs. They divorced because he cheated. Gavin Newsom is doing everything he can to keep the lid on his real political beliefs until he can get in the White House, and hell will freeze over and I'll skate on the ice before I'll ever help get him there. In Oregon, Black people make up 1.7% of the population, but we make up over 9% of Oregon's jail population. Democrats aren't the lesser evil. Democrats scoff and speak out against SCOTUS, but are dead silent when municipal, circuit, court of appeals, and their own state right here in Oregon violate the laws and rights of Black people. That's another reason why Trump or his surrogate is going to be in office in 2028, because you guys are silent on what's happening to Black people right here. The fire is inside the house. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate hearing your concerns.
Next up, we have Cammie Price. Cammie Price. Terrence Hayes.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Is it on me? Is it my turn?
Go right ahead.
How y'all doing? I just want to start by saying that the continued narrative that you guys, a lot of you are creating that pits community against policing is nonsense. And furthermore, most of y'all have never had the lived experience to actually talk about what happens between police officers and especially the Black community. And from where I'm standing, outside of Loretta Smith, the rest of y'all just be talking. You actually don't know what you're talking about. Angelita, Candace, y'all know who y'all are. You guys really don't know what y'all talking about. You've continued to double down on narratives that actually don't bring police and community closer. It doesn't make Black men in our community more safer from police officers. You guys have done nothing to actually make young Black men safer. You talk about the same things that the city councils before y'all talked about. Police budgets, policing, and it actually does not make communities safer. It's a bit ridiculous that many of y'all have built political careers on the back of dead Black men, yet y'all silence the voices of Black men that actually know what they're talking about in the Black and brown communities. It is a bit ridiculous that we're talking about police budgets as if Black people are owning more businesses, as if Black men are dying less by numbers in this city, and as if any of those things, taking $2 million from the police for parks, does not make communities safer. I don't have an issue with the $2 million. That's between y'all and the police. I sincerely don't care. It is y'all responsibility to do what y'all want with money. I really don't care. What I care about is the narrative of Black folks have continued to be leveraged when no results have thus far came out of this city council to make young Black man, brown man, and immigrants and refugee communities safer. Loretta did a town hall. Young people stood up and said that they hear gunshots and are scared and police don't respond. I've seen no real answer out of this council about how to get police officers there faster and how to make sure when they show up that they are engaging community safely. It is not a lot to ask to create policy and do the things necessary to make sure officers are not bringing harm when they come. It is also not a lot to ask to make sure we are properly staffed. You guys' job is to not bring your narratives and your politics to the table. It is your job now to represent community. And y'all have continued to do that. You've brought your activist dispositions when you need to represent this community holistically. It is a bit ridiculous. Jamie, I expected from you to stand. You have lived experience in these spaces, and you've continued to seem to get bullied by your activist counterparts. It is a bit ridiculous that you guys are afraid. Don't let your whiteness be a reason that you can't stand up and do what's right. Olivia, stand up. Be proud that you're willing to say something the rest of them is not saying. Our community is tired of being leveraged. There's no investment. There's no double down to make sure Black and brown people are better off when this is over, and y'all voices cannot continue to dominate ours in this conversation. Thank you.
Here. Thank you. Please keep your support or disappointment to silent means.
Next up, we have Noah Palakan joining online.
Hello, good morning, Portland City Council. Come today to testify regarding the Portland-Ashkelon Sister City Agreement. My name is Noah Pelikan. I'm a lifelong Portlander. I've been involved before as a precinct committee person for the Multnomah County Democrats, as a shop steward for UFCW 555, but I'm here today to testify on my own behalf. The City of Portland holds a sister city agreement with the City of Ashkelon, Israel. Ashkelon was allocated to Palestine in the 1947 United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine, conquered by Israel in 1948. It has since been almost entirely ethnically cleansed through a series of mass deportations. Given the ongoing case at the International Court of Justice regarding a genocide in Palestine, the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, alleging responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts during the Gaza War, and the decisions of the United Nations Special Committee on Israeli Practices and Amnesty International, which claim an ongoing genocide in Gaza, claims reinforced by the likes of United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, and Human Rights Watch. I would request, as a citizen of Portland, that the Portland City Council critically review our sister city agreement with the City of Ashkelon. I find it imperative that the content and extent of this agreement is made publicly available. I believe that we should have the knowledge, specifically if this includes financial ties, or holds any relation, even tangential, to war crimes or violations of international law as perpetrated by the Israeli state. Finally, I would request that, given what we know of the ongoing actions of the Israeli state and military in Gaza, as well as in the occupied Palestinian territories and the West Bank, a critical discussion is facilitated by the City Council with public input as to whether we wish to continue this sister city partnership. I sincerely hope that this request is taken to heart and acted upon, as all of us, especially those in positions of power such as yourselves, hold a moral imperative to act in times of grave injustice, which is what I believe we are witnessing at the moment. So thank you for your time and for hearing my testimony, and I wish you all the best with the forthcoming budget discussion.
Thank you, Noah, for being here today.
Our last person is Jordan Lewis.
Welcome.
Hello, Portland City Council. I'm Jordan Lewis with Portland DSA. This spring, Portland DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, boarded TriMet and Portland Streetcar to survey transit riders on their experiences and priorities for improvement. I scheduled this communication spot months ago before the state transportation package was revealed with a solid 2.2% increase to the state stiff tax for transit, However, we still want to showcase our effort because we are proud of it and we think it adds some much needed context on the needs of our transit system at this moment. 340 riders from 65 counties answered our survey, and these were totally random strangers, samplings of people who happened to be riding transit during rush hour or on weekends. Our zip code analysis confirmed that the riders were geographically well distributed and tended to ride more regularly than those in TriMet's own Attitude and Awareness survey, as 11% of our respondents rode less than once per week, while 40% of A&A respondents rode once per month or less. This implies that our results better reflected workers and those dependent on TriMet than the A&A survey, which overrepresented former office commuters who remained on TriMet's internal mailing list after the pandemic. 66% of A&A respondents had a bachelor's degree or higher. The results of our survey did not entirely contradict theirs, however. The number one concern with transit was still rider behavior, though by a much lower margin than A&A reported. The next highest concerns were service frequency and shelter quality at a similar rate to poor passenger behavior. I want to highlight how, though most riders complain about safety, those same riders would prefer increased frequencies over increased outreach worker presence. As City Council, you do not control the rates at which buses run, but PBOT has some control over bus shelter quality and the streets on which transit runs. I hope that you read the entire survey report in detail, but I'd suggest that rather than bashing transit for political points, councilors trade out the law and order mentality for better shelter maintenance and busway improvements. I personally have seen PBOT remove entire shelters at West Burnside and St. Clair, and seen benches removed from shelters around the city like at Belmont and Southeast 30th. You may not like transit, but someone in your community relies on it, and they deserve dignified, frequent service with functional shelters. I want to close with quotes from some riders we surveyed. Most buses downtown have incredibly difficult disabled access. TriMet security and police intimidate and harass people and delay trips, making riders feel unsafe. Security should be Narcon. Security should be public safety such as Narcon, not policing fares. On the 39, there is a stop with a lot of trash and brush around it. There's a fallen tree across the sidewalk that makes it impossible for wheelchairs and other mobility devices to get to the stop. And for those who can walk around it, you have to get very close to cars that are coming from behind you. It's been there for several weeks. Cars speeding on North Vancouver Avenue make it difficult to cross the street, and many near-miss accidents. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
That completes communications.
Okay. Counselors, we're now going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We are in the parks policy area. We'll then move to public safety and then community engagement, housing and homelessness, and then there were a few things in an other category. We'll then move to budget notes and then open it up for other priorities that have either been brought since we talked about a policy area or that you did not get to raise the initial time through. Councillor Green, you brought something yesterday on parks. Are you in the queue for some other point?
Madam President, there was an accompanying budget note, Green 10, that was paired with Green 9 that we took up last night. I would just like to hear that because it provides the guidance for the targeted EMS cuts, if you think that's appropriate at this time.
Given that we took things as packages previously, yeah, let's go ahead and start there then. Councillor Green.
Seconded.
Thank you. Colleagues, I apologize for having my foot up. I have an injury. It's not out of disrespect. I'm introducing a budget note to direct oversight of external materials and services reduction. The budget note reads, to guide the implementation of the 2% reduction to external materials and services, Council directs the City Administrator to prioritize eliminating expenditures that reflect contract bloat, excessive consulting, and over-reliance on external vendors for functions that could be fulfilled by city staff. Reductions should target high-cost, low-justification projects, for example, luxury materials transport or redundant advisory services. Cuts should not come at the expense of union represented positions or collectively bargained contracts. Further, Council directs that the 2% EMS cut to, quote, other revenue in Portland Parks and Recreation, an estimated savings of $377,000 shall be allocated to increase Parks and Recreation program expenses by the same amount to restore funding for community centers, aquatics, the Portland Tennis Center, evening hours, and alternative community service. That's what was in Green 9. To ensure transparency and alignment with council values, the city administrator shall provide written updates every 6 weeks to the end of FY 25-26. Each update must identify affected contracts, quantify projected savings, assess impacts on service delivery and internal staffing capacity, and describe efforts to safeguard union work. The city administrator may apply flexibility in meeting the 2% reduction target and is not required to implement cuts evenly by bureau or line item. Concentrated reductions such as canceling or scaling back large external contracts are permitted where they most effectively advance fiscal responsibility, minimize service disruption, and advance the spirit of this note. The oversight framework ensures that cuts reinforce long-term fiscal responsibility while preserving workforce integrity and public service continuity. Update attachment to A&H as needed to reflect this change. So that's the language of the note, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a second? Councillor Canal is seconding. Councillor Green, Councillor Dunphy, are you in the queue for discussion of this amendment? Councillor Canal, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion?
No.
Okay. Colleagues, seeing no one in the queue for discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal,
Yes.
Ryan,
No.
Cleomeline,
Yes.
Murillo,
Aye.
Novick,
No.
Clark,
Aye.
Green. Aye. Zimmerman,
Aye.
Avalos. Dunphy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Kirtle-Guinea.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you, colleagues.
Councillor Dunphy, are you in the queue to put forward an amendment in the parks area?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to Dunphy 5. This is a revised version that was pre-filed pertaining to Leech Botanical Garden. Before I start, I just want to again disclose my wife works at Leech Botanical Garden. I'd be introducing this regardless. It's our only botanical garden, our garden partner in East Portland. My previous amendment had attempted to, it was based off some bad information. They recently had a changeover of executive directors, and they were the information was passed to the new executive director that there was another year of funding. That is not accurate. However, they have asked for some assistance in this coming year to transition to full financial independence with the new executive director in place. My amendment directs $100,000 out of the Parks Levy Contingency Fund to Leech Botanical Garden for 1 year in order to help with the final transition to financial independence. This will also help prevent any cuts to programming or staffs. And I'd ask for a second.
Colleagues, is there? Okay. I believe Councillor Murillo seconded that. Councillor Canal, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion?
Oh, I need to add also, I'm sorry, there is $1.4 million in the Parks Levy Contingency Fund. This would direct roughly 7% of that towards parks.
Councillor Smith, are you in the queue for discussion?
Yes. Do we currently give money to botanical gardens? Are we just expanding?
Most of our garden partners receive different, let me start over. Yes, there are different agreements in place. The Parks Bureau has been moving towards a licensing agreement rather than a management agreement with a lot of our community partners, and they are moving towards some consistency, and this is to help with that new contract regime.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, is there any other discussion on this amendment?
Yeah.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Councillor Dunphy, I just want to have a little more context. So they do have an executive director, you said?
Yeah, they have a new executive director who started in February. The previous one left in January, and there was some miscommunication in the budget writing between there. The previous outgoing executive director had put into the budget that he submitted to Parks that they were anticipating $360,000 coming in a 4th year of the contract, which actually is expired. And so the new executive director found a budget that had a $360,000 line item in it that was in fact incorrect and is not coming. This is not to keep them as whole as their budget previously anticipated, but is to help with smooth out the transition there.
Is there anyone from Parks here that could answer the question on why that happened and then what are the consequences of this 100K going in?
Yeah, Claudio, sir. Great.
If you could
And
introduce
I think it's an
yourself
opportunity to educate us all on the
that would be
memorandum
great.
of understandings between parks and the Friends groups.
Yeah, Claudio Campuzano, Finance Property Technology Manager for Vibrant Community Support Services. Councilor Dunphy has it exactly right. We have a 3-year agreement with the Leech Botanical Garden that included a grant that was being made to them over the course of 3 years, specifically to help bridge them as they achieve financial independence. That goal was established because the $12 million upgrade to the facility that was performed by Parks that allowed for a pretty substantial improvement to the wedding venue, et cetera, and that they keep the revenues for, as well as several years ago we allowed them to start charging admission. Prior it was free, and so that was sort of the deal was to allow them to charge admission and keep the revenues at the site, and in exchange for not receiving any further subsidy from the city. So we've been moving to that license agreement, and that's similar to what we've been doing with all of our partners. Management agreements are really not the most appropriate way. They need to be solicited and gone through a procurement process. And in a lot of in these instances, we're not really paying them for service. We're allowing them to. It's a partnership allowing them to maintain the site, run it for public purpose, but also for some private purposes. So.
Thank you. And I was trying to figure out why the 300 and some thousand was not put forth this year.
I'm sorry. I think that Councilor Dunphy had that right as well. It was a transition. It was a transition on the executive side of the garden. The outgoing executive director maybe didn't transfer that knowledge around the ending of the agreement, and so the agreement ends at the end of this fiscal year. And I think that they were anticipating that subsidy would continue.
And so this is like a bridge, a transition slope, and this is fine with parks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Claudio, before you leave, I'm sorry. Could you give us a sense of what the parks levy contingency is generally used for? What are the other types of uses? I understand that this is 7%, which isn't a large portion, but it isn't nothing either. And I'd just like to understand what we are putting at risk if we do this.
Yeah, that's a good question. So as with most funds in the city, and you probably have heard this from other folks, contingency is effectively ending balance. So it is what we have at the end of the year. We do have it as contingency so that we can budget in the event of necessary expenditures. But really, and in the case of the parks levy, because this is the end of the 5th year, that really is what we anticipate to be what remains of total levy dollars collected over the 5-year period. And so we would be sort of landing relatively close, over the course of the 5 years. It's over $250 million. So that $1 million is what's left at the end.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing no other discussion, thank you both. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
I think it's really important that we demonstrate not only that we're willing to invest generally in the things that are important, but specifically in District 1, and I'm grateful to Councilor Dunphy for bringing this forward. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyamaline.
Aye.
Mario.
This is such a special resource for our city. I'm very grateful to Councilor Dunphy for fighting for his district. I vote aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Thanks. I appreciate this, and I'm sure it will pass, and I'm grateful for that. But I've been in government a long time, and I think we're bumping up against an interesting ethical dilemma here. Usually we would declare a potential conflict of interest, or we would not vote on it when our family is involved. So I wish this had come a different route. I don't know that, I don't want to contribute to this because I think we're touching up on something So I'm going to vote no, and I'm sorry for that. No.
Aye.
Dunphy,
Aye.
Smith,
I understand what you're talking about, Councilor Zimmerman. We didn't get any direction from the city attorney's office that it would be a problem. And I know we're not in discussion right now, but I didn't hear, I think that he would have jumped in if there was a problem. So I'm going to vote yes.
Bertolini.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Councillor Canal, are you in the queue for an amendment in the parks area?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Colleagues, I sent in this email just a little while ago with a revised version. I was waiting for a revised scoring. A portion of my previously pre-filed amendments, Canal 15 and Canal 4, were included in the Green 10, I want to say, 9? The one that passed yesterday, the last one. And so I have taken the portion of Canal 4 that's relevant to parks, put it in to replace the part of Canal 15 that is done, and repropose it as Canal 15, and I'll revise it. I'm going to read it out loud here. It's in your email. So this is Canal 15 as revised. Allocate previously banked funding currently in contingency from revenue increases or expense reductions on May 21st to restore funding for 2 service dispatchers under parks, and to transfer those positions to the 311 program, restoring 2.0 FTE, and the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management, increasing FTE by 4.0. It has 6 specific items under it: reduce contingency funding by $999,000, increase Bureau program expenses in the general fund discretionary ongoing revenue in the city operations 311 program by $252,000, and increase the city operations 311 program by 2 FTE. Increase Bureau program expense by $747,000 at the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management General Fund, and increase position authority at PBEM by 4 FTE, and of course, update attachments A through H to reflect these changes. I'm proposing it here because it relates to park ranger service dispatchers, and the core function of that role is in support of the parks. If there's a second.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, go right ahead.
So yesterday, there are 3 park ranger service dispatchers in parks. All 3 of them were slated in the mayor's proposed budget to be laid off. Historically, and the rationale for that is that this work should be done by 311. I find that rationale very compelling, that 311 should actually be the place that dispatches it. We brought up the manager of 311, and asked, in the previous times where different types of dispatch have been moved to 311, have you ever received the work but not the staff? And specifically, PBOT came up in this regard last time. And she said no. In fact, we have multiple examples of types of dispatch being moved over with the staff. That wouldn't have happened this time. We've restored 1 of the 3 dispatchers, but we've not restored the other 2. Having a park ranger program is incredibly important. We will need to do more investment into park rangers in general, but having an infinite number of park rangers is not helpful if the dispatcher cannot get them to the park at the request of people who have a need. These are also represented positions, I should note. Separately, we have the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management, which has issued I want to say $3.5 million request for specific needs to resolve some critical deficiencies in our emergency management structure. This would begin the process of making that a portion of that ask possible. And it uses money that we have already banked in contingency, which was the money we ended up on the day in the approved budget and then put into contingency so that our budget would be balanced and we could approve it and send it off to the TSCC. So this is money that would ultimately need to come and be used somewhere, or just be $1 million added to contingency if we didn't do anything with it. And I think I have I have a few people here who can speak to any particular questions on both of the two sides of it. The Deputy Director of PBEM is present, as well as one of the 3 Park Service dispatchers. I want to note the particular person who's here is not one of the people whose jobs would be affected. We already saved this person's job. So this is a person who can speak neutrally about the impacts to the program, and we can all be confident that it's not because it's about their personal position being restored or not. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Novick, are you in the queue to speak to this amendment?
Yes.
Right ahead.
I'm concerned about whether the numbers add up because seek Director Levine's response to this. It's my understanding that I want at least $625,000 for PBEM for 3 positions, 2 planners and 1 training and response person. But it's my understanding that even for shifting money to PBEM, which is a quote overhead bureau, 43% of the money we give them has to be discretionary. And I thought that what we had left over on May 21st, only $309,000 was discretionary. So you can't squeeze your parks dispatchers plus 250 some thousand for PBEM out of that money. So I don't think, so I just want to check with Director Levine to see if this works.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to work on it right now. I think you're correct, Councillor Novick. We'd have to, but we need to just take a minute to do the math on the balancing.
Director Levine, the reason I put this up this way and got Owen to respond on it for the record, the budget work session we had last week, we asked about this exact question, whether or not we'd be able to allocate the contingency to something. And the response that you gave was that we would be able to if it was towards overhead, but that if it was going to a non-overhead need, that would be where the problem might arise. And my understanding is the 747 is an overhead usage. So I just want to note where I got these numbers from, and 747 and 252 does add up to the aggregate of 999 that's in contingency.
Sorry, yeah. I think, hang on. Can I just check with, can we just chat offline? Could we maybe come back to it in a couple minutes?
That's okay.
Councillor, are you okay to chat offline and we'll move on to the next amendment in the meantime?
As long as it's not using the same funding for something else, I'm happy to wait.
I think I may be the only person proposing using the funding for something else, and that is not until public safety. So
this is also, it could have gone in either category, as you can see, but yeah, I'm happy to wait until a couple other amendments have gone by.
Okay.
Point of order.
Councillor?
Can the money that's the $1 million that's set aside, is that discretionary ongoing general fund? I don't know what that is.
Councillor, there was we reduced more than we spent because of an amendment that I brought forward that was ongoing funds, and it was a mix of general fund and overhead funds. And I would look to Director Levine to tell us what the split in those funds was.
Was 309,000 roughly of general fund discretionary and 689,000 of general fund overhead. And the so it's just a matter of
One
doing
time only, when you say overhead?
No, ongoing.
Going.
So it's all, the million, the entire million is ongoing?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's what I need to find out.
Okay. Councillor, we will get back to you in the queue.
Great.
Councillors, I'm giving folks a minute to get out of the queue if they were only in on this. Councillor Novick, are you in the queue on an additional parks amendment?
Yes.
Right ahead.
Thank you. I'm in the queue for Novick Green 17, which would eliminate the golf fee surcharge of $5 and replace the projected revenue with a one-time transfer of $1.25 million from the golf fund. Novick Green Budget Note 18 sort of elaborates on that. The basic issue is that we talked to the golf program, and they said, we had said, approved a $5 per round increase, and the golf program said, first of all, they weren't sure whether a round meant 9 holes or 18 holes. But more importantly, they have separate fees for youth, for seniors. They charge different amounts of different courses. And simply adding $5 per round for everybody would have upset what they try to make a more equitable fee structure. So what they said was they'd feel much better off if we just told them to give us $1.25 million, and they will figure out how to equitably adjust their fees to account for that. And Novick Green, I realize we're not supposed to get to budget notes until later, but Novick Green 18 is the budget note which sort of elaborates on that and explains that we're asking them to develop and implement a new equitable pricing structure to generate the amount.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second, and Counselor, we have had people bring things as packages if they go together, so if you'd like to have us discuss 17 and 18 together, I'm happy to have us do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselors, we have a motion and a second on the table. Keelan, that second was from Counselor Green. Is there any discussion? Counselor Zimmerman, are you in the queue for discussion? Counselor Green, are you in the queue for discussion?
Thank you, Madam President. And I just wanted to motivate why I decided to join this amendment. My intention was to provide one-time resources so we could stop the bleeding in our parks. I was compelled by the argument that you do need a reasonable pricing structure, and it was a bit of a blunt force, and that we're still holding harmless the resources that we created earlier. And I'll note that I am paying a karmic price right now because I have injured my knee playing golf, and I feel like that is because I tried to raise golf fees in a blunt way. So I'm supporting this.
Counselors, I put myself in the queue. We have been moving quickly, and I understand that we haven't had a lot of time to do the background work as we don't have people with long institutional knowledge. But I would just encourage us as we go through the day-to-day to be very careful with our decision-making, because this is the type of thing that we should have caught through work with the Bureau before it was brought forward. I supported the original. I will support this fix as long as a question I have about the funding we've spent being whole is answered in the way that I need. I suspect we passed an amendment yesterday that is going to need similar fixing in the future, and after today, we will not have time to do that in this budget. So I just want to take this opportunity to encourage us to be deliberate and know that there are some things we might not be able to do quite yet. I know that we have lost Director Levine to trying to figure out the amendment that Councillor Canal brought forward. Is DCA Berry in the room? Yes, you are, Jonas. I just want to make sure that Novick Green 17 keeps us balanced. We appropriated the first year of money that was raised from that $5 surcharge. Would the one-time transfer of $1.25 million fully cover what we appropriated, or are we leaving loose ends in our budget that we will need to fix if we pass Novick Green 17 and 18?
Yeah, good question. I would interpret this as leaving a slight gap because those amounts are not the same. And I, as you flip.
What was the amount that we appropriated from the Gulf Fund?
I take that back. I believe it was 1.25 was the $5 impact of the additional charge. So this would be consistent with that amount.
So this would not leave any loose ends. We would have the same amount of money coming out to the same purposes, and we would just be asking the golf program to find a new, more equitable way to raise the dollars rather than $5 across the board.
Would be my understanding.
No loose ends.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Councillor Smith, are you in the queue to discuss these amendments or this amendment and budget note?
Yes. As we learned earlier in the process, there was $4 million in the golf fund. And it is my understanding when we were in COVID that people were doing a lot of golf. And so we created this contingency. And I don't think that it is fair to continue to raid the golf fund just because it had $4 million in it and people didn't know other places to get funding from. And in that particular fund, it allows parks to have programs for kids who want to learn how to play golf. And if there is, I mean, we have so many needs in terms of parks, and to take their contingency for something that doesn't mix. I mean, I'd rather spend that money to upgrade a golf course or something like that. We're not going to have any of those funds if we take all of their $4 million out. And this is actually this is not a one-time need. This is an ongoing need. And I think we need to take ongoing money from ongoing money, not just using a one-time fix, because we're going to have to figure out how do we pay for it next year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Novick?
Yes, Councillor Smith, I just wanted to note that we already voted to take money from the golf fund by adding a $5 surcharge. The point of this amendment is actually to try to protect programs like the youth program by allowing the golf program to figure that out.
Thank you, because I have another amendment coming up that is going to affect that golf money that we actually pull for the elections department. It's a one-time fee. I think we need to have the money that we have in contingency actually replace that so that we're not here every year asking for those funds. I think that was Murillo, the elections, what was it, Murillo 10?
Councillor, can you help us with which number amendment that was of yours?
Yep.
Six.
Great.
Okay, what are your 6?
Yeah, I think we took $1 million out to pay for the elections, and that's one time only. And that fund actually needs to be paid with one time only money. And I think we talked about it, and I said last week that I would be bringing something forward to replace that $1 million. I don't know exactly, was it $1.2 million?
It's been a long time. Let me pull it up.
I know.
Sorry, nothing feels real anymore if it happened last week.
Councillor, I believe it was $825,525.
Right. And so I wanted to take it out of a fund that had ongoing money so that you wouldn't have to keep bringing this amendment forward every year. And that's, I mean, it is already it's in code, and so we need to fund it like it is in code. And I don't know how you feel about that, but that's where I was going to put another amendment in to put that $800,000 back into the golf and replace it with contingency fund money.
Councillor Smith, point of information, which amendment is it? Of yours? What number is it?
It is not there. I was telling them that I'm bringing one forward. I talked about it last week that I was going to bring it forward, but I just wanted them to know that this is, it probably should come out of a one-time, it should come out of ongoing money. And I know that my colleague here is, he's trying to use it for parks as well, but I just think that we need to figure out how to do that.
Can you clarify what the source is for your change, the ongoing dollars?
The contingency, the $1 million that we have in contingency ongoing.
Councilors, I think this is important for us to note because that would affect the 1.25 here. I would suggest that we move forward with our discussion and vote on these 2 amendments, but know that we may need to make some changes if we move forward with Councillor Smith's amendment later in the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Novick?
I don't have nothing further to say, other than we've already moved the amendment. It's been seconded, right?
We have. And Councillor Zimmerman, just reconfirming you're not in the queue for this. Okay. Councillors, seeing no one else in the queue for discussion, Councillor Ryan is getting in the queue. Go right ahead, Councillor Ryan.
I was listening to both of you, and I got more confused as I listened. And so we're voting on what right now? And is this a restoration of funding?
We are voting on Novick Green 17, which would be followed by Novick Green 18, which is a budget note that goes into more details. Novick Green 17 would undo the $5 surcharge to the golf fee that we passed on the 21st.
That's good.
It would retain the $1.25 million transfer out of the golf fund, which went in part to parks programming and in part through the Murillo amendment to the elections office. I'm shorthanding names of offices here. And it would then direct the golf program to figure out a more equitable pricing strategy to raise the funds to cover that $1.25 million gap from the transfer, rather than having a $5 across the board fee. Novick Green 10 goes into some detail about how the golf program might more equitably distribute price increases to fill that gap. So this does not change the money that has been appropriated, but it changes the method of raising the funds to fill the gap that is created when we appropriate those dollars that were sent through 2 amendments on the 21st out of the golf fund. Does that help?
For those of us who voted no on the originals, you're trying to grasp your head around this if it's actually a solution to the problem that I experienced last week.
Councilor, this is at the request of the golf program. They said, rather than tell us you have to raise a $5 fee on every round, could you please let us figure out how to raise it by a more equitable structure where we'll continue to preserve lower prices for seniors, youth, et cetera.
All right. I think I'm done. I just think for those of us that were already against the original, you're trying to figure out if this is good or not. And I'm taking it in on the dais because I just found out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, seeing no one else in the queue for discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll on Novick Green 17, which is the undoing of the $5 surcharge, but the retention of the $1.25 million in transfers?
Canal.
17, yeah. Aye.
Ryan.
Better than it used to be, but no.
Oyamaling.
Thank you, Councilors Novick and Green. I appreciate the work that you've put in and that you've been collaborative with this. I vote aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Thanks to my Chief of Staff, Spencer Manoles, who reached out to the golf program on this issue. Aye.
Clark.
I believe I voted no on the original, but I think this is damage control, and it's a lesson to all of us about the fast votes that we take up here, and I'm voting yes on damage control.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
I did not appreciate the surcharge. I didn't appreciate rating the golf fund for uses not related to golf. I think this is another version of that. While I do appreciate that you're taking a more deliberate look, I still don't support rating the golf fund. I think they are self-sustained funds, so no.
Avalos.
Oops. Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Guinea.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Thank you. Councilors, is there any other discussion on Novick Green 18? Seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can you please call the roll on Novick Green 18? This is the budget note that goes with 17 to provide some guidance to the golf program on how to prioritize the raising of these fees.
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan.
Sure, that's a practice that should be a given. Aye.
Oyamaling.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark. Aye. Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Guinea. Aye. The amendment is approved with 12 yes votes.
Thank you. Councilor Zimmerman, are you in the queue to bring forward, you know what, you brought forward an amendment in the parks area already.
And then you requested that I bring forward a technical amendment.
I did. That is a good point. Do you have a technical amendment prepared to help flesh that out?
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. So yesterday we took action and I appreciated that. Given that action, there's a technical adjustment that the council president and budget office has written and asked me to deliver. So technical amendment to true up the FTE allocation across bureaus based on the passage of Zimmerman 1314 amendments from yesterday. 1, increase the bureau operating expenses by $2.1 million in the Parks Maintenance Program. Increase the authority of Parks and Recreation Maintenance Program by 10 FTE. Decrease the same amount in the Tree Regulation Program of $2.1 million. Decrease the position authority in Urban Forestry by 10 FTE. Those amendments, Secondly, decrease position authority in Portland Parks and Recreation Urban Forestry by 27 FTE, increase position authority in the Portland Permitting and Development Organizational Unit by 27 permanent ongoing FTE, reduce the Bureau operating expenses in PSEF and in Portland Parks and Bureau by $3.6 million in urban forestry, and increase the operating expenses in the Portland Clean Energy Fund in the Portland Permitting and Development Fund by 3.6. All of these are updates, attachments A through H as needed.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
And Counselor, thank you for bringing this forward. Colleagues, this doesn't make any changes functionally to what we voted on yesterday. It just adds in the technical pieces that weren't in that amendment. Counselor Ryan, are you in the queue for discussion?
No, I guess.
Counselor Avalos, are you in the queue for discussion?
I guess I was trying to understand what we were fixing.
Most of the amendments that we have brought forward have had specific information about the dollar amounts that we're transferring and the FTE authority, the position authority that was changing. And as Councillor Zimmerman had moved from his higher numbers to his lower numbers, not all of those technical pieces were transferred over in the new amendment. So I just asked him to add those in rather than try to do it on the dais yesterday. He had asked me if he could bring that today as a technical fix. Counselor, is that a fair description here?
Yeah, we have a strange practice here, but it's the one we're using, which is we talk about the FTE allocations in the amendments as separate line items. And so this meets that desire by the budget office. I think that there are a number of ways we can do this, but the intent from yesterday is just being trued up even further here.
Counselor, okay. Counselor Kamalain, any questions?
I want to point out that when I asked Councillor Zimmerman questions yesterday, he really couldn't answer them about who he's collaborated with on the administrative side. And want to remind folks that I don't believe due diligence has been done, and there are many organizations that you have letters from, including Willamette River Keeper, Trees for Life Oregon, Bird Alliance, Columbia Slough Watershed Council, that are really concerned about this. So I encourage you to think about your values and your right, what you believe is right, and put aside considering what you're going to get from someone else or any trading that might happen, and make sure that you're voting with your values. And if you're doing that, then you can sleep well at night. So just last reminder.
Counselor Smith?
So didn't we already vote on it? We can't take it back. This is just to true up what we did yesterday, right?
It wasn't specific enough.
Okay.
We did move the money yesterday.
Yes.
This just provides the additional direction on what that means.
Okay.
Without this, that amendment will still stand. There just will be some messiness in our budget.
They will come to us at a later date and ask for the FTE allocations because they have the money in their budget already.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Canal?
Yeah, I agree with that argument that this is in fact technical. I think there may be a disagreement on whether or not it was a good idea to move it, and I think that's always a worthwhile conversation to have. I don't think that's necessarily what this vote is about. I think it's important that we're honest. Yesterday we said we were picking winners and losers. This is formalizing that. I'm glad it's 10 and 10. I'm really glad it's not a net reduction. So that's my rationale on it, is we've already moved the money. This is going to result in 10 people or 10 positions being reduced in one place, and also result in 10 positions being saved that would otherwise have been laid off. And I know for the people that are in one of those two categories of 10, this is not academic, and I fully understand that, but this is, to me, the obvious eventual consequence, and better to get it done now, of yesterday's vote.
Councillor Green.
Thank you. I voted for the first part of this yesterday. I voted no on the second part. Both passed. I voted for this because we had lost a considerable amount of jobs in parks maintenance. And this doesn't gut the urban forestry program. Of course that there is a trade-off on the margin here. But I think it's very, very important that we are providing resources to parks maintenance so that way we don't lose the capacity of our parks as the crown jewel of our city. I made that choice on the merits, and I'll reaffirm that decision today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, is there any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Aye.
Ryan? Aye. Koyamaline?
No.
Mario?
I voted no on the full amendment yesterday, but this technical adjustment is needed, so aye.
Novick?
Ditto, aye.
I think this is another example of a cautionary tale. We're making structural changes, and I agreed to those yesterday. This is sort of a learn-as-you-go experiment, this budget session. We're working fast and furious, and I will vote yes.
Green?
Yes.
Zimmerman?
Yes.
Avalos?
No.
Dunphy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Bertolini?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor, thank you. Colleagues, I want to take a quick moment before we move on to just recognize one of our staff who's here helping us today. We often have Haley Blonsey sitting at the side of the table at the front, and she is actually out today, so Lillian Wynn is helping us out instead. And Lillian, I know that it's fast moving and long hours doing these council meetings, so thank you for being here with us today working on this. We really appreciate you, and I'm sure as we move forward, we will start peppering things at you. Feel free to interrupt at any time if you need us to move a little slower so you can capture all the details.
Appreciate it.
Okay, councilors, does anybody else have an amendment you'd like to move forward in the parks policy area?
Point of order, Madam President.
Are you ready?
In the event that we move on to another category and then I get the information, will I be able to do it even though we won't technically be in parks at that point?
You
Okay.
will.
I guess also if the next category we're going to is public safety and I have the PBEM part of that, it's still part of that
Bring
category
it
too.
up then as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I might be
colleagues.
very soon.
Can I just ask a point of information? Just as I'm like following and we're going by category. So right now you put a call out for remaining parks ones. I see other ones here. Am I assuming then if nobody's raising their hand that those are all being withdrawn or?
We asked everybody to bring forward their top priority by policy area at the meeting on the 21st. I've been maintaining that so that we have some consistency. And after we get through everybody's most important package or amendment by policy area, we will then go through budget notes, and then we will go back to amendments, and everybody will have a chance. We may just do a round robin if a lot of people have things they want to bring forward additional things in policy areas. Yeah, and budget notes that are attached to packages with amendments, feel free to continue bringing forward as we go. But folks agreed on the 21st to hold on standalone budget notes until we got through the money movement. Okay, Councillor Clark, are you in the queue in parks, or are you anticipating a move to public safety?
No, I just wanted to ask you a clarifying question. So my understanding is we're doing amendments now that involve money, and later we're doing budget notes.
If your budget note is part of a package with an amendment, bring them together. If your budget note is standalone, let's wait until we get through this first round on amendments. Thanks. As much as I would love to have my budget notes, and I'm sure you all would, in the budget, they are things we can do by resolution later if we need to. Okay, Councillor Canal, are you in the queue for a question, or are you anticipating the move to public safety?
Neither. I think I'm ready to make the amendment at this point.
The amendment that you brought forward in Parks?
Yeah, there is a revision to the dollar amount in one place.
Okay.
And I appreciate Councillor Novick bringing that up because there was a miscommunication earlier.
Okay.
Should I read it back? What's most convenient for you?
If you can maybe point out to us first in the new Canal 15 that we have in our inboxes, colleagues, this is in your inbox from 10 a.m. today. Show us in that where the revision is, and I think that might help Lillian as well, and then read the whole thing for folks who aren't looking at it on their screens.
It is in the second to final and third to final bullet points, the two related to PBEM. So, and it reduces the dollar amount from 747 to 483, and it reduces the 4 FTE to 2 FTE for PBEM.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, is there any discussion on the new Canal 15? Councillor Novick.
Yes, I'm just going to oppose this because I'm going to fight for PBEM to get 3 positions, 2 letters, and one training and exercise person. And I don't want to use up the money that we have banked from May 21st on anything else.
Can I clarify a question there?
I don't think that there was a question, Councillor. Let's let your colleagues discuss. Councillor Clark, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment? Okay. I hate when I come up in the queue this early. Colleagues, I am leaning toward opposing this amendment. I know that there are many other proposals for how to make PBEM a little more whole. And I believe that in some of those, we might even be able to find some funds for the new positions from or moving the positions, I guess, from the Ranger Dispatchers 2311. Selfishly, I also had a proposal that I'll be bringing forward in the public safety service area using some of these funds, which came from one of the amendments that I brought forward on the 21st. We have contracts within some of our community violence prevention programs, which were held flat. They were not increased because they were not given the same COLA increase that positions were, but we know that those contracts go to organizations that have increasing costs, and I'd like to make sure that the buying power is not reduced. For those reasons, I'll be opposed. Colleagues, is there any other discussion on this amendment?
I'm in the queue.
Council President?
Councillor Avalos?
So just to summarize, you're opposing it because you want to use the dollars for something else?
I do, and I also believe that we have more proposals coming forward, which would allow us to cover some of these other positions that Councillor Canal has named here. Councillor Canal?
Yeah, 2 questions and then a comment. My question for you, Madam President, is if you can give me the number of that amendment, because I'm looking at the public safety list and not seeing one with your name.
Yeah, unfortunately, in working on technical things, some of my amendments came in late. So this is Pirtle Guinea 16. I have a paper copy that I was going to hand to everybody when I got in the queue for this. I'm happy to hand you a copy now if you'd like to see it.
Would love to. And then to Councillor Novick's point, and to clarify, I wanted to ask him a question. If you could speak to, so just to clarify, you're saying the portion of this that is that meets with your objection is the portion related to Park Service dispatchers, and you'd prefer to use all of this money on PBEM?
My position is that I'm not voting for any money for public safety or anything until we get $625,000 for PBEM for 3 positions.
So there are other amendments.
I don't care. I'm not voting for anything that I think might undermine that until we get the 625 for PBEM, period.
Okay. Well, I guess then the only comment I would say is we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I would think that if we could have two amendments that added up to the right dollar amount, because there's two different funding sources, then that is a good use of money. Because as opposed to trying to combine two pre-filed amendments from three different people or something like that, that are completely disparate in their funding source type. I should also note that this would also reduce the contingency draw from $999,000 and leave $290,000 in the contingency for potential other uses. And I believe that's overhead money. I'm seeing a nod. So this would leave $290,000 that could be, I think to use your term, Councilor Novick, unlocked with additional discretionary should we find that somewhere else in the budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Zimmerman, did you have a comment to the amendment?
Thanks. I'm leaning towards supporting this. And I would do that in noting that I probably won't be supportive of larger grabs in those same areas. And to the point that I think Councilor Knoll is making of a couple of spots or a couple of folks, those are probably going to meet my needs. But my request to folks is if they have competing amendments that you think that would be better uses, that we articulate those so that we can look directly and make some evaluations. It is hard to read minds. Just saying I have one coming is hard for me to understand which one I would prefer over. So right now I appreciate the PBEM work that Councilor Knoll is citing here, and I'm generally leaning in support.
Councilor Murillo?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Zimmerman's assessment here. I would like to see, Council President, if you have written language for the things you're planning to bring forward, because I haven't been able to see those or read through them yet, and so it's hard for me to tell which one I would support. And I would also just say that we had 2 weeks to put this entire thing together. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of hasty amendment making, and we should probably all stop chastising each other for that.
Councilor Knoll, at the request of our colleagues, I'm passing this around not to take away from your discussion, but because folks have asked to look at it, I hope that that is all right with you.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask if Dave Crapeau, if you could come up.
Councilor, I believe Councilor Novick was next in the queue, though it looks like he's removed himself from the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Dave. Could you speak to just maybe briefly what a day in the life looks like for your role?
Great. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak. For the record, I'm Dave Crapeau. I'm the City of Portland's first park ranger dispatcher, and I'm here under the Ask Me 189 banner. There's a lot of stuff that we do that you could probably guess. We take online reports, we take email reports, and we take phone reports from staff around the city and from park neighbors and park guests. Generally, people don't call us because they're having a good time. They're calling us because they're seeing something that is frustrating or upsetting or concerning or traumatic around the city. We take those calls and we share them with rangers in the field. And then we track rangers' movements in the field. So they call out to us on the radio and we keep a spreadsheet. We know where everybody's been. We know when they're talking to people. We know when they're leaving challenging conversations. And if they're in trouble, we're the ear on the radio that sends the help. So that's a thing that differentiates us from a 311 call taker. 311 call takers are our partners. And like when we're on lunch or when we're on a break, they will take those calls as backup, but then we triage them as soon as we get back to the desk and we make sure that things keep moving. We also take after hours emergency maintenance reports and send them off to PRMS so that if there is some kind of an emergency in a park that could damage infrastructure, that we get a quick response to that. And then we have some really long-term ongoing relationships with our callers. I've met with 11 out of 12 of you and your staff in the last couple of weeks. And the thing that I've heard from almost everybody is, you guys do a lot of casework, don't you? Which is not really part of what you think the dispatcher does, but we do a lot of follow-up with people who have seen or experienced upsetting and traumatic things in our parks or as park neighbors, and we make sure they got the help that they needed. And if they didn't get that help, we keep on pushing.
Thank you. And I think you've already answered my other two questions for now. Thanks for clarifying that AFSCME 189 is the labor unit for this. Thanks.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, thank you for including me.
Councilor Novick?
Yeah, I just want some clarification about what this actually does in terms of resources for PBEM. But how many, given the discretionary overhead split that we need, how many PBEMs and dispatcher positions does this actually pay for?
Yeah, and I think we could invite up the deputy director of PBEM fees still. Yeah, okay, it's in the back.
But I'm asking this of Director Levine because, again, it's an issue of the discretionary overhead split.
So as amended, as Councilor Canal just read out earlier, we just corrected the discretionary overhead split. So you can think of it as just a normal general fund overhead function. And so the question is just how much does that buy? So the split is copacetic.
And how much does it buy? How much does using all of the 300,000 in discretionary that we have left over from May 21st plus a commensurate amount of overhead, how much does that actually buy? Does it really buy two positions in one and two positions in the other?
Sorry, I'm just pulling up the amounts. So I believe, and Councilor Canal can probably speak to this too, it's 483,000 to PBEM. So, I guess the question for PBEM is how much does that buy them in two positions? And having not done them, depends on the classifications and the like, which I don't have in front of me.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor, I would like to make sure that we get the question answered. Director Levine just gave an answer. Councilor Novick, does that does that answer your question, or
yes.
Should we look to DCA Causey? Your question is answered?
That specific question is answered. I wouldn't mind hearing DCA Causey and Jordan Wiley talk about what they, elaborate on what they could do with that money.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, I'm Bob Causey, DCA interim. Monday is when I actually take the role officially. So I'm still double duty and I'm getting up to speed on a lot of things. And I did invite Deputy Director Jordan here, Jordan Wiley, to answer specific questions about PBEM.
Yeah, thanks. Jordan Wiley, Deputy Director for PBEM. So the question was, what does 480 and change get us? Approximately two positions. I think our position wouldn't change in terms of our priorities. We still need planners. That's the first and foremost critical function that we're about to lose in a couple of days. Planning is one of those critical components of emergency management that is core, I would argue. I think most folks that know anything about EM on this council understand that. And so we're about to lose that literally the last planner we have. So our first priority would be get additional planning support. So if it's two positions, two planners. I know Councilor Canal, we talked before about having training and exercise be part of that. That's the sort of yin to the yang, so to speak, is you need both. And so if there were additional positions by, for example, Novick, Councilman Novick, for a couple of your amendments, I think we'd be looking to fill those training and exercise positions if we could go above and beyond 2 FTE with this 400,000. I would just add to the nuance of planning and the CEI Hub Nexus. I know that's something that Councilor Clark has mentioned, several of you have mentioned, that's absolutely on our minds, and focusing these planners on CEI Hub. I also want to adjust expectations again, just to make sure it takes a long time to build those plans and then exercise them. We're talking about 6 to 9 months, maybe even to hire the right person, plus them to be oriented and develop the plan. We're looking at a year-ish. The reason I bring that up is because where the funds come from, if they are one-time only, right, so that's the nuances I want to make sure. If they were, we would still take it, because then we'd make the argument next year we need to transfer it into ongoing funding. If it's ongoing, even better. But regardless, no matter what you can help with, it's going to be a huge help for our tiny little department.
Thank you. Counselor Novick, any additional questions?
No, thank you.
Counselor Smith?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I thought you had a need for additional resources, whether it be FTE or external services, to help out with homeless when you go on calls. I think we talked about that.
We don't have that need now at PBM for homeless support. There's some of the work that can branch into that, for example, in an emergency situation.
I just wanted to make sure, because I know we talked about
Correct, yes.
and so I'm hearing something different. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we were getting your particular priority.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've shared with council before, if we had everything we would love to have, it's 55 FTE and another $10 million. That would go to support a lot of programs. We're talking about what would be our first and foremost priorities today.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Counselor Novick, are you in the queue again?
Oh, no, sorry. I have to take myself out. Okay.
Counselor Canal, are you in the queue again?
Yes, and I'll keep it very brief. 483,000 divided by 2 FTE is $241,000. If you look at the memo that PBM sent to you, Counselor Novick, that you send out to council, not a single position in that costs more than $241,000 a year, including all benefits, and midpoint plus 50. So it absolutely covers the cost. Thank you.
Counselor Smith, are you back in the queue?
No,
Colleagues, is there any other discussion to the newly amended new version of Canal 15? Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Public safety is a very broad area of work. It includes park rangers and it includes the dispatchers that get them to the parks. PBM has taken cuts for 3 years and is a completely underutilized, under-resourced part of our public safety system. We have done a lot to shore up the parts that everybody thinks of first when you think of public safety in other parts of the budget, and it's time for us to shore these parts up too. And I'm very grateful for not only the time that you gave us both in our offices and up here, but also in the case of PBM, coming to the Community and Public Safety Committee and speaking to your needs there. I vote aye.
Ryan?
I look forward to a budget note eventually this year, resolution that really connects the dots between the dispatch work with the rangers and our public safety system. We have to improve in that collaboration. So in the faith that you'll be there and the hope that the counselor that's bringing this amendment will connect those dots with me and others, I will go ahead and vote aye. Aye.
Maline?
Aye.
Mario?
Covers 2 areas I really care about, PBM and parks, and I know how much our parks rangers do to take care of public safety issues, so I vote aye.
Novick?
I'm actually going to contradict myself because the issue I have with this is merely one of sort of prioritization and timing. I wanted to get all 625 from PBM and then try to get the money for the parks rangers in a separate amendment. So I'm going to take a bird in the hand and vote yes on this and then try to get more money for PBM in a subsequent amendment. So aye.
Clark?
I like that bird in the hand. I vote aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman? Aye. Avalos?
Aye.
Dunphy? Aye. Smith?
Aye.
Bertolini?
No.
The amendment is approved with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Colleagues, we are in the public safety service area. Would anybody like to bring forward a priority? Counselor Avalos.
Hello, I would like to move Avalos 3, and I can talk about it, but maybe do I need a second first?
Why don't you give us a brief overview so that folks know what they are deciding to second or not?
Okay, so, and this changed a little bit in that it was another number that I'm not remembering, but now is going to be $15 million worth. So this amendment would move 75% of the overtime budget at $15 million to council oversight. It doesn't eliminate funding, just requires approval. My intentions behind this are, one, I just in general believe that taxpayers deserve transparency on how these overtime dollars are spent. I also have great confidence in DCA Bob Kazi's experiences in helping BOEC reduce overtime, and I believe that this is an opportunity for the new DCA to help prove that they're making progress by having this regular check-in. And this creates some more checks and balances while ensuring that funds are available when they're truly needed. And the current system has led to millions in overruns in the overtime with very little oversight. So boiling it down to, this is not about, this is not cutting police funding. We're just adding accountability to spending that's consistently over budget. So that is the rationale.
Thank you, Counselor. Is there a second for Avalos 3?
Second.
Okay, Counselor Green seconds. Counselor Novick, are you in the queue for debate on Avalos 3?
No.
Colleagues, is there any discussion on Avalos 3? Counselor Zimmerman?
Thank you. I would like to know where in the budget I can find the overtime line item that this would be taken from, because we're citing $15 million of overtime, which is 75% of some overtime budget, but I'm not sure where that's at. Can somebody point me to the line item of overtime?
Director Levine, I see Counselor Avalos looking your way. Is that something that you could help her with?
Maybe Owen, because he was helping with this. I don't know if he's here or available.
Yeah, sure. He's upstairs. I think the numbers are based on what PPB has currently budgeted in their overtime commitment item, which is about $20 million. And so I think we just calculated 75% of whatever they have actually budgeted in there.
Is that separate from so does that $20 million, is that separate from the overtime that is used from vacancy savings?
No, it's all one pot. So they pull their vacancy savings out of personnel and they move it into overtime. So it becomes part of their overtime budget. So it's just one line item that says overtime.
But those $15 million are tied to an FTE position within operations somewhere in the police bureau. There's vacant right now, and the police bureau in their budget has to indicate they are expecting to use about $20 million of vacancy in overtime use. Is that a fair and accurate description?
Yes, except for the fact that not all of it is backed by that personnel savings. Some of it is just straight budgeted from other resources, if that makes sense. And I would defer to the PSSA budget folks if they're here on kind of explaining that further. But the mechanism you described is correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing from somebody within either the Bureau or the Public Safety Service area. I guess my point here is that I've lived under a situation for a public safety area where they came back and reported on overtime, and that was one thing, but that was because that department had an overtime line item for authorizations. But I think we're bumping up against the FTE hires here again, as we did with another topic a couple weeks ago. And so this would certainly give me great pause if this is being pulled from that area, since that's where overtime money is generally drawn from.
Director Kazi, would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, thank you. For the record, I'm Bob Kazi, DCA Public Safety. I have a few thoughts on this, and I really appreciate the importance of accountability. I can really resonate with that, and have had success at BOEC specifically along these same lines. Specific to the actual budget impact, Nathan Leamy is here. Hopefully, Councilor Zimmerman to be able to answer your question.
Yeah. So in terms of structurally, for the record, I'm Nathan Leamy. I manage the budget strategy and performance team for the Public Safety Service area. In terms of the way that the budget is structured, the Portland Police Bureau receives its Cal target at the beginning of the year. We then forecast the number of filled positions that we expect to see within the Bureau, and then have generally reduced the salary line items as well as benefits, taxes, other costs that would be associated with filled positions for any positions that we expect to be vacant in the upcoming year. We have then taken about half of the dollars that are required for overtime to maintain the current service levels, and we pull those dollars out of salary, we put those into the overtime line item. So in terms of the question of whether we would bump up against that, it's going to be highly dependent on what the overtime needs are. If there were increased protest response or other responses that the Bureau needs, that could push beyond the 20 million we currently have budgeted. If the Bureau were to be able to hire at a faster rate than we had forecast, or if separations happen at a slower rate, we would potentially bump up on that. So there is a fair amount of uncertainty here in terms of the question of whether or not putting this into a set aside would actually get us a hard stop in our budget system. This would be unusual. In my experience in the city, we have not had this sort of framework where we're asking for dollars retroactively to budget things in, but we would potentially hit that depending on sort of when the expenses come throughout the year.
To be clear, when you say this would be unusual, policy set-asides, I understood, were pretty common. So I was going under the framework that we tend to use for policy set-asides. So can you explain why you say this is unusual?
Yeah, generally, I mean, in the time that I've been with the city for 7 years, generally when I've done budgeting, policy set-aside has been when there's been a sort of unknown cost that we might need to ask for dollars for sort of future things. Some of this seems like it might be retroactively. So I don't have the budget note open in front of me right now, but if we were asking for transfers to take place on a regular basis from that policy set aside for spending that has already taken place, if the Bureau were to not get that approval afterwards, then it would need to scramble to be able to balance things out in the remaining time in the fiscal year. If it was asking to anticipate what that spending is and sort of build out that plan, that would put it more into the sort of usual framework.
Thanks. So I appreciate that. I would encourage colleagues to understand that there's no such thing as putting money in the contingency and not having removed it from the Bureau. You're either in the Bureau's account or you're not. And so by setting this money into contingency, we are directly defunding by another 15 million the Portland Police Bureau. I very much recognize the desire to monitor overtime usage. I think that mechanism can exist, whether it be in the Community and Public Safety Committee, Finance Committee, or this entire council. But just because the city of Portland has a term we call policy set aside, which is just an asterisk on a line item budget, it is ultimately increasing the contingency by $15 million, and it can be used for anything that this council deems necessary in the upcoming year. And I think that's very, very risky. I think that governing bodies will look at contingency funds in moments of emergency, moments of need, and it sends a message that those funds were not needed in our operational bureaus. And this is a $15 million pull from the Bureau into contingency, even with the best intentions to give it back each quarter or whatever. I would really encourage folks to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. I think there is a way for us to separate funds within a bureau, within a bureau's fund. And I think we did a little bit of that at Multnomah County because we were constantly putting money in contingency for the sheriff's office. So that being said, but I think we have a bigger issue here. Local news station did a kind of expose on the city of Portland and found that we spent this last fiscal year $50 million in overtime. And as the chair of the Workforce and Development Committee, I want to look at how we can reduce overtime costs across the board, because that is unconscionable that we have $50 million in overtime costs. Now, while your your costs are 20 million. You almost make half of our overtime costs. And I understand and I get it. I don't necessarily support this particular amendment, but I understand sitting in this seat and I'm looking at a 50 million overtime. See, you all are the kind of, you know, people like you. It's a sexy thing to talk about the police and their overtime, but we're not talking about these other folks who have a huge overtime that we don't talk about at all. But I think we need to have a 30,000 foot question about overtime in general so that we can keep those gaps that we have in the budget to make sure that we're paying for those necessary services that the city provides, which is infrastructure. And so that is the conversation that I will be trying to get to. I get it, but it's going to put you all at a deficit trying to get us. And personally, I don't want to keep your overtime. I don't want to tell you what you need to do and how to do it. I got enough to do in my own little 4-person office. So no, I don't need that responsibility, but I do think we need to have a bigger conversation with you all included in it and to see how we're going to reduce those costs overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Smith. I think the issue of overtime and transparency and accountability can really be handled in our substantive policy committees, that we can ask for regular reports on overtime. We can ask for regular reports on recruitment. I have found the Bureau to be very transparent, to be very accountable, and I don't want to tie their hands in any way, because overtime, in my understanding, is just related to the fact that we have a recruitment problem, that we don't have enough people to fill the hours, and that's why we have overtime. It's pretty simple. So I'm inclined to vote no against this. I appreciate what Councilor Avalos is trying to do, but I think we can accomplish this in another way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, real quick, I'm just definitely voting no on this. It's really clear to me that this is a cut, and also I continue to be concerned that this council is diving into a very micro level and telling executives how they should manage their resources and how they should manage their operations. We all know there's chronic understaffing, therefore there's going to be overtime. So it'll be an easy no for me. Thanks.
Councillor Murillo.
I have a few things to say about this. One, just because we throw the word defunding around because it is politically charged now does not mean that everything is a defunding, as much as we would like it to be for political gain. You can separate things out in bureaus so that the money is retained in separate accounts within that bureau. That's not a defunding. And secondly, again, I don't know why I have to keep emphasizing this. We are literally the city council. We have the power of the purse, and we can direct agencies and bureaus to act in accordance to our budget notes and our amendments, which are, again, as legally binding as a resolution is. So it seems very convenient when we say that we have direct oversight power and when we don't. And for some reason, that always happens when we talk about holding the police accountable. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Avalos, you were back in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Murillo. I am definitely not interested in slogans that just are trying to make a political tension out of what is a fiscal responsibility. And I think Councillor Smith is speaking to that. I think all of us agree that it is unsustainable for our city to continue spending so much on overtime. That's any budget, that's going to be a problem. And, you know, what I maintain and what I continue to say is that there is an entire public safety spectrum that we need to get serious about filling. You know, I mentioned this in passing to a colleague, but I'll just daylight here that, like, we've talked a lot about Portland Street Response, which obviously I support. We need to talk more about chat. We need to talk more about PS3s. We need to talk more about what are the things that we are doing in the meantime. Because at the end of the day, recruiting a police officer, if it takes 18 months, that is beyond one fiscal year. And everyone keeps trying to district explain to me what they think my district needs. Again, I live in my district. I am a person of color who lives in my district. So I don't appreciate being told that I don't understand the lived experiences of the people that I have those same lived experiences. And so this is an opportunity for us to talk about how we as City Council can direct have some direct oversight. And I agree that there are lots of ways, that many other budget amendments and notes that have passed that are essentially doing the same thing. It's just politically charged because anytime we bring up police, we tend to turn into politics instead of what I'm trying to do, which is policy. To me, this is simple policy. I'll also note that I specifically chose 75% and not 100% so that they can anticipate what comes down the pipe. They've got 25% to work with. That gives them a whole quarter's worth of time to see where the trends are. I'm going to be holding the Bureau very accountable through, DCA Kazi's leadership that I am very confident in, that we can start to chip away at that. But we need to start talking about how we're reducing those overtime costs and how in the interim, while we are increasing our police force, because again, I will remind people, I do the work to understand. I was on Governor Brown's DPSST task force a couple of years ago, specifically trying to workshop and figure out how do we increase this pipeline of getting police on the streets. Absolutely, my district needs, they need support, but they also need lots of different things of support. They need somebody to answer the phone call, and that's not always going to be police. So if everybody's definition of public safety is just police, then we're just going to have to agree to disagree. And I think my district has been clear that what they consider safe is somebody answering the call. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that we're answering the call with multiple options. So back to this, I feel that I'm doing my due diligence. I believe it is completely in line with the way that other people are trying to govern through their amendments. I believe I've given enough leeway so that we can be flexible and that the police have an opportunity to adjust. And I think, sure, there's many other ways that we could do it. Yeah, we could do it through having a conversation or millions of other ways, but I am choosing to use my powers as a city councilor, as somebody that is using this process to direct the bureaus about what I believe need to be the outcomes, and that is what has resulted in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ryan, have you spoken to this?
I have. I just had a follow-up question.
Let me check it. Councillor Smith, have you spoken? You have not spoken. You have as well. Okay, I apologize. Okay, let's get Councillor Ryan's additional question and your additional question, and then I think the mayor had a comment as well.
Councillor Avalos, I'm curious, is there another amendment coming up with fire for fiscal accountability around overtime? Because theirs is actually more. So is this just focused on police, or are you looking at other bureaus as well within public safety? Curious.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up, because I don't think I mentioned that at the beginning, because that was the other change that I made, not just the 15 million, but I took fire out. Partially, I did that because fire has a particular difference in the way that they staff because they have minimum staffing requirements. So for example, the fire truck has to have 4 staff. That's bargained in their contract. And so they're a little more rigid in how they manage that. And fire has been consistently showing their attempts and are being successful in actually reducing their overtime costs. So this is me putting another layer on police and saying, hey, we need to see results. And I'm using my authority as a city councilor to force that through this amendment.
Okay, that's clear. So it's targeted just at police. Okay.
Councillor Smith, you had an additional question.
Yes, I'll defer to the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate it. And councilors, I wanted to just point of clarification. We did increase chat. We did increase Portland Street response. I've spoke to all of you at length about overtime. I share your concern. From an operational standpoint, it's a workplace safety issue, and I'm absolutely committed to address that, and I know I've talked to you about that. What I wanted to just also mention is that I respect the role of this council as the budget writing committee. I in turn ask this council to respect the job of the mayor and our ability to implement the budget as you see fit. If we have to come back to council for requests, it doesn't allow us the dynamic necessary for a fast changing environment. And today's newspaper clearly outlines that concern. We're concerned about going back to the past. It didn't work then, it won't work now. And I would just say, if something goes awry, who do we hold accountable at that point? We want, and the charter clearly explains, the executive is in charge of the day-to-day operations, and I hope and expect to be held accountable as our bureaus perform if council creates oversight, set-asides for us to have to come back and ask for requests in a fast-changing environment. We lose that ability, and at the end of the day, what do our citizens and who should they hold accountable? I just ask that we're willing, we're ready as the executive to be held accountable for the operational results of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, the queue's getting a little crowded here. Councillor Canal, I don't believe you've spoken to this amendment.
Yeah, this is about some of the arguments that have come up here. I don't think that there's any question that the mayor shares the concern around overtime. I think he's been very clear on that. I personally do not view this as a separation of powers issue, any of these policy set-asides. I think that the framing of it as either we have to give the money in the budget as a one-time conversation that occurs once a year and then never revisit it, or not give the money and not have that third option of setting money aside with particular criteria on it, that's a seductive way of putting it, of framing it, but it is it creates a brinksmanship aspect of it too, which is saying either give the money or it is an actual cut. And I don't think that I reject the binary of options there, that we have to do it one way or the other. I also don't think this would be micromanaging in the sense that it is applying specific criteria. That's not really about, frankly, I share the problem statement here. I will speak to my thoughts on the solution statement when we get to a vote, and I'll just leave it at that. But I don't want this conversation to be framed around philosophy of governance that I think doesn't align with our role as legislators, which I think Councilor Murillo has stated a couple times here in a way that makes a lot of sense to me personally. Thank you.
Councilor Murillo.
Our role as the city council is both legislative and quasi-judicial, and according to our own city published presentation on what the city council is allowed to do is power to make appropriations, raise revenue, and make laws, power to apply laws and policies set of circumstances. The mayor does have executive and administrative things to do, but the entire point of budget notes and amendments is that we are directing bureaus to do certain things. We were elected to represent certain districts. So this is asking for, I think, very basic, it is an extremely basic request to ask any bureau to be responsible with their overtime. I don't know why police are treated like a very precious bureau in a way that no other bureau is. When they're using their overtime too, the overtime goes towards over-policing protests that don't exist. We spent millions of dollars on protests that did not come up last year, and now we're in a big budget deficit. So I think this is a very basic request, and it's well within our power to request it.
Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I agree that it's within our power. I actually don't have those concerns. I would ask, what do we think what will be the parameter to award the additional 75% of the overtime in Q2 or Q3 when the police bureau comes to give it? I have seen no indication from anybody on this dais about what is a qualifying event. I worry about that because I think that makes operational decisions then directly tied to the politics of whether or not there's the votes to get overtime money for an event. That worries me a lot. I think that we've hired these sworn chiefs and commanders based on both their legal and constitutional duties to make the best decisions that they can. And when you set aside money in a contingency fund, we will either end the year with that fully intact, or we are going to spend it on a variety of things. And at this point, the council doesn't seem to be indicating that they would award any additional funding to the police bureau. And I do want to say one last thing, which is there was a statement made by the sponsor of this that we're spending all this money on overtime as if it's some new pot. But we've already heard time and time again that we've allocated this amount of money to the police bureau for their authorized FTE. So if you take that money and then because it's not going to be spent, some of it gets used in overtime. It's not like overtime is new money that's being pulled out of the general fund to be spent. That's not occurring here. But we keep using it as if some way that is what's happening. But if the Bureau has been funded for X number of officers and staff, and they have to use overtime because they don't have enough of those officers and staff, they're pulling it from the money that they already have. And so to call this new money or that we've got to get overtime spending in check, sure, to some extent, but it's not a new draw on the city. It's not a new draw. The city, Portland Police Bureau, will use overtime funds from what they're being allocated, even if they were fully staffed up. So please ask yourself, what in the future would allow you to vote in favor of authorizing additional overtime funds when they come to us in quarter 2 or 3 and they request that they need those? I think that's an important test here.
Colleagues, I also don't believe that this is an overreach of our powers. I do think we have this, this power and this ability, and I don't believe that our police are, to use my colleagues' words, precious in a way that our other bureaus are not. I think we have a lot of really important people who work for us at the city. I, in fact, don't always agree with their decisions, but I do know that sometimes the decision on whether to assign overtime or step up the number of officers in an area is based on sensitive information. And I am concerned that if we do this, it will put us in the position of asking the chief's team to bring forward sensitive information in a public meeting in order to ask us for more overtime. And having worked in roles where I deal with sensitive information before, that's not something that I'm willing to put us in a position of having to do. Deciding whether to allocate more overtime isn't something that we can do in executive committee, and I certainly don't want to set something up where we're receiving information behind the scenes and making decisions that we can't justify to Portlanders because we've received that information behind the scenes. I would highly encourage our chairs of the Community and Public Safety Committee, if this fails, to have regular check-ins about overtime with our police. I hope that DCA Kazi and the chief would be open to those conversations. I think there are other ways to get at this accountability that many of us would hope to see that doesn't put us in an awkward position of needing to make decisions with information that we maybe can't discuss on the dais at the time.
Madam President, if I can chime in very quickly, I also want to mention that we have regular meetings with all of the public safety directors and chiefs and share budget information specific to overtime on a recurring basis. So I have had my eyes through that forum on PPB's overtime as well as fire's overtime and of course BOEC. One thing I want to mention is also that it is absolutely my intention of communicating that same information regardless of the outcome of this vote. I take the importance of accountability to heart, and I really do want to help PPB. I want to help the entire service area to really get a handle on what overtime spending is and name the dollars rather than have a pile of money that we just take from and we really don't know what it's intended for. I want to name exactly where that money goes, and over the course of this next many months, that's exactly what I plan to do.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Novick, are you back in the queue to this amendment?
No.
Okay, colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue for discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Yeah, just to reiterate, I believe that there is, I see much of the same problems that Councilor Avalos and Councilor Smith raised. I do think this is within our power to do. I do think that we do need to focus where there's been issues. I don't believe that this is the right way to go about it. And I'm looking forward to having the conversations about later narrower focused approaches to the overtime question in multiple bureaus within public safety. And so I'm going to vote no on this while reserving my right to reconsider it if needed.
Ryan?
I had a little bit of a shock. No.
Thank you for your work on this, Councilor Avalos. I vote aye.
Mario?
Aye.
Novick?
No.
Clark?
Public safety is one of the most critical functions of government. And I think the mayor raises a very important point that we're living in very uncertain times and we need maximum flexibility. I'm voting no.
Green?
Thank you for your leadership, Councilor Avalos. I vote yes.
Zimmerman?
No.
Avalos?
Thanks all for the discussion. I mean, obviously, I truly do understand where everyone's coming from. I think reasonable people can come to different places on this. I think what I'm encouraged, though, to hear from my colleagues is that we all understand the problem. And I will certainly be pushing this issue over the next year. Yeah, there are many ways to address this. This was my attempt to do it in this process. So regardless of the outcome of this vote, I will continue to push this. And I'm glad to hear a signal from my colleagues that you're also interested, and I'm going to hold you to that. So I vote aye.
Dunphy?
No.
Smith?
No.
Purtle-Guinea?
No.
The amendment fails with 4 yes votes and 8 no votes.
Thank you. Councilor Novick, are you in the queue with a priority public safety amendment?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
So I'm proposing an amendment which I anticipate will subsequently be gutted and stuffed by an amendment to the amendment that Councilor Green is going to propose. Novick 12 is a motion to amend the budget to transfer Police Bureau General Fund from one-time revenue from the 24-25 budget to FY 25-26 to fund efforts to bolster recruitment, to increase staffing, and also efforts to maximize the value of public safety support specialists. This would restore money to police for recruitment efforts and for its steps to enhance the value of public safety support specialists, which would include having leadership for public safety support specialists from within that category rather than police sergeants. And what this would do is increase Bureau personnel expenses within the Portland Police Bureau General Fund by $1.991 million and increase beginning general fund balance, the general fund by $1.991 million. This money is available because of police underspending. I actually would ask Director Levine to identify the current amount of police underspending, and I'll explain how this fits into that.
Thank you, Director Levine. Before we get a second, could you just let folks know what that looks like?
Sure. So they're projecting about $3 million in underspending in the current fiscal year in 2024-25.
And am I correct that you have begged us not to try to take all of the $3 million for new expenditures because you want to save $500,000, just to be safe?
Yeah, I think it would be good practice to save $500,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there a second? Councilor? Okay. Councilor Clark seconded. Is there a discussion to Councilor Novick's amendment? Councilor Smith, are you in the queue for discussion?
Yes, I'm trying to figure this out. Didn't we vote to take 1.9 million and Councilor Novick voted to do that? So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between what you took out earlier to give to parks and now you want to put 1.9 back into.
It is the same amount. I stand by my vote to give money to parks. Since then, two things have happened. A different funding source has been identified, which doesn't mean reversing the money to parks. And also, I've had conversations with Chief Day where I feel much more comfortable with where they're going in terms of a recruitment strategy. I feel more certain about what the strategy is. I like what he's doing in terms of planning to do in terms of enhancing the value of the public safety support specialists, what they think about underutilized. One thing I'm counting on them to do, and we'll have conversations about that in terms of recruitment, is to do advertising and marketing to try to appeal to people who don't want to be cops just because they like carrying a gun, to sort of expand the pool of people who are interested in policing. And I'm going to harass all of you with a New Zealand police recruitment video from 2017, which exemplifies such a strategy.
Thank you so much. And I wonder how is this going to impact the mayor's budget? Because wasn't his budget contingent on taking the underspending from bureaus to be able to pay for his?
I'll defer to the mayor, but the mayor's office, as my understanding, is okay with this proposal.
Director Levine, could you explain the underspend question there?
Sure, yeah. So this is underspending that sort of became known in the last couple of weeks. And the reason for that is that, so you'll recall that in the spring technical adjustment ordinance, council allocated $3.5 million to the police bureau. And part of the reason for that was potential needs for overtime surrounding May Day and the Rose Festival, which have now passed and didn't require significant amounts of overtime. So essentially this wasn't forecasted at the time of the mayor's proposed budget. It's sort of new year-end underspending. It's also worth just noting that $3 million is about 1% of the police bureau's budget. So that's kind of definitely in the range of what we would expect of year-end underspending of this type.
Thank you, Director Levine, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilor Green.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Novick, I can't support the amendment as it's introduced, but I'm prepared to offer a counter amendment at this time.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to distribute a floor amendment language down the dais here. Can you send this to the clerk, please? This is Green 13. This, what I'm calling a public safety policy set aside. The language would be read as follows. Motion to set aside $2.2 million from the Portland Police Bureau's FY 2024-2025 budget in support of recruitment and capacity building requested by Bureau and program directors within the public safety service area, including PBEM, CHAT, Portland Street Response, BOIC, Portland Fire and Rescue, and the Portland Police Bureau. Increase general fund contingency and fund and debt management by $2.2 million to establish a public safety recruiting and capacity building set aside. Increase beginning fund balance in the general fund by $2.2 million. Update attachments A through H as needed to reflect this change. And colleagues, the reason why I'm posing this alternative approach is that I actually think we need to move past this practice of rolling forward vacancy savings in a bureau. I think as we've moved to this new enterprise organization, I think we need to think about vacancies as pools that exist at a service area level. I think this will help us address, and this isn't just for public safety, but maybe this is the first attempt at doing this kind of model. I think that'll help us address the issues I think are associated with this struggle between vacancy savings on the one hand, but if you lose them, then you need to contract out. Right? That's a problem I see for labor. That's a problem I see for good budgeting. I would also note that public safety is more than just police. It's this whole service area. And I think that there are other elements within the public safety service area that also need capacity building resources. And so the way this is written is the Bureau and program directors would go to DCA, CASI, and they say, I have a targeted need. I've got an opportunity to hire this FTE. I want to do some recruitment spend to try to accelerate our pipeline. And then the director CASI would request from council to draw upon that set aside and have the resources to do that in the fiscal year and that those are set aside. This amendment does not divert funds away from public safety, but it does move us closer to that more efficient enterprise. So for those reasons, I'm offering this alternative, and I would request your support for that.
Councilor Novick, this feels a little too different to be a friendly amendment, but you could choose to pull your proposal off the table, or you could choose to not do so, and we would continue with debate on your amendment.
Well, I was going to describe it as a friendly complete replacement, but if technically that's not appropriate, that I could withdraw mine. I want to say that I encourage people to support the green complete replacement. And I want to emphasize what Councilor Green said. My understanding is that technically the way this will work out is that at some point Director Kazi will develop some recommendations as how to spend this money, and we'll bring those recommendations to council for our approval. Is that correct, Director Levine? That's how it would play out?
Yes, yeah, he'd have to come back to city council with some recommendations. Yeah.
I also just want to note that I had Novick 13, a budget note directing the Portland Police Bureau to develop a staffing strategy and analysis of current practices that I meant to be a companion to my amendment, which I think is still relevant. But anyway, Novick 12 was withdrawn.
Okay, and Councillor, we would need a second to Green 13.
I'll second Green 13.
I was going to give Councillor Novick first right of refusal. I apologize, Councillor.
Allow Councillor Novick to do that.
Given that he withdrew. Okay, so councillors, we now have a new amendment on the table, Green 13. Councillor Smith, you already spoke on a general topic here. Councillor Novick, as did you, so I'm going to go to Councillor Murillo.
Yeah, I will be supportive of Councillor Green's amendment of Councillor Novick's proposal. I think it's a really smart move. I think it's a fair compromise around the public safety bureaus, but I do have to air out some grievances as far as what happened with this discussion this budget cycle, because I think it was completely unacceptable. I am extremely beyond frustrated that PPB and some members of this council spent extraordinary amounts of energy fighting to keep $2 million of new unrequested funding increases that were proposed by the mayor and not yet enacted when our Parks Bureau is in dire straits and absolutely needed that funding. I also think it is completely absurd and insulting that the Police Bureau randomly pulled out $3 million of funds that were sitting unspent a week ago, and that we just found out about that as the budget body. That is completely unacceptable, and I think that if any other bureau did that, my colleagues would be completely aghast and would throw an absolute fit about it, so I'm throwing a fit about this one. And when we talk about the existing resources that police have, we are still, for some reason, not having a conversation in any real way about the police's special revenue fund, which has over $6 million in assets from the Department of Justice that are required to be spent down. And that includes things for hiring on missions or things that PPB claims that they don't have enough money to support. So when the Bureau is talking about being in dire consequences year after year while having a budget bigger than any other bureau and having more money than they ever had before, I wonder why it is that we're not looking at the special revenue fund, or why it is that we were not told about this additional $3 million that were just randomly found last week. Would have loved to know about that as we were making our decisions as the budget body of this city. And this is all coming out at the heels also of our conversations around ICE and policing and how our police are going to be protecting our city against a federal administration that is harming people that look like me and many other folks on this dais. And so I'm really asking this Bureau to be responsible and transparent. And I will be supporting Councillor Green's amendment, and I'm not even sure I fully like it, because I actually don't think that Portland Police Bureau should get any additional money until they can be more transparent about those dollars. I think that if you are a bureau that can randomly pull out $3 million from under the couch cushions, then maybe we should say no again and see if you can pull out another $3 million. I would love to see what would happen if we did that, but in the spirit of good compromise, I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zimmerman.
We noted that 3 million is what's coming back, and I'm just curious why this was written for 2.2, and then I have a future after if there's a response.
Yeah, great question. In kind of this last minute communication with Ruth Levine and others to try to figure out kind of what's the balance of monies at play, I think the understanding was would really not be comfortable with much more than $2.5 million of this money that would be sort of rolling forward in this fashion being allocated. So 2.2 felt like the right number there.
Okay, thanks. So the reason that it's not comfortable with it being allocated gets to all bureaus are shaking the cushions. And while that was a spirited speech, I will just say, yesterday we heard from the fire chief that they have a $10 million underspend, which is 5% of their budget. Police, this represents about 1% of their budget. Parks yesterday told us that they have over $1 million just in materials and services that's not going to be spent as an underspend on 15 million. And I don't know the percentages of 1 million to 15 million, but it's a percentage. The point is that every bureau in my career at this government and others turns money in at the end of the year, given a variety of reasons. To think that this is some sort of grand conspiracy, I think is disheartening. This city deals with underspends generally in the fall bump, in the technical adjustment. And so let's not whatever I was gonna say, let's not take it out against one bureau who is saying we have a fix to a thing that you all did last week, when all bureaus are going to come forward and say, here's the savings we had from the last FY, which I think should be a good practice. I hope our bureaus all don't get into the practice of, it's May, we better run the credit card and get to zero. This is not the federal government in a, we only fund you for what you previously spent. So I appreciate that all the bureaus generally turn things in. That's a normal practice in city government. I appreciate this, this use of it. I'm actually not sure where I am on support for this, because I think repackaging it in a service area and keeping it in contingency is not a refunding of what happened 3 weeks ago. And I don't think that this council is going to authorize our DCA to spend money to recruit police officers unless he puts up an equal recruitment budget for the other areas, which have, in terms of scale, significantly different scales of what we're talking about. We've got 14 new PSR employees to hire up because we funded those, and I'm looking forward to that. We have fire and rescue to hire up. Frankly, BOEC's history of hiring up has been great, and I really appreciate that. But I don't have faith that if we put this in contingency, just like the last time, that this council will actually do any action in the future to support our DCA CASI and the police chief of executing those funds in support of a police bureau hiring. And this gives me great pause here. I want to be supportive, but this gives me pause as we defunded 2 million 3 weeks ago, and now we're gonna put this little bit of out there to kind of make folks feel comfortable, but this still feels like we have taken away, I think, what was a good effort that the mayor put forward in his proposed budget to keep us on the path of continuing to hire more officers, fill vacancies, and be on the upside of what has been a down 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Canal.
Just a couple questions here. So to clarify, there was $3.5 million originally. There is a request here to allocate 2.2 of what appears to be 2.5 million that could theoretically be allocated, because I think I understood this as saying $500,000 would be preferred to leave in this fiscal year's budget for PPB. Can you explain where the other $500,000 went? Was that spent?
Yeah, I think maybe Nathan could come up better to answer that.
Before we bring people up, because we are taking a lot of time on things right now. I believe what we heard was that we needed to leave at least $500,000. There was 3.5, and our colleague decided that 2.2 was the best number. At one point, I had heard we should leave up to maybe $1 million. So I believe this wasn't a where did it go. I think it was just a choice by our colleague who brought this forward. Is that correct, Councillor Green?
Okay, so then there's 800,000 still not described. And I just want to remind everyone that when this came up in the technical adjustment ordinance, we were told that part of the reason why we had to do this is that some of that money had already been spent. And that's an important note here. And this has nothing to do with whether we vote yes or no on this question, but I am a little surprised to hear that none of it was spent when that was not what we were told back during the spring technical adjustment ordinance. I'm going to support this. I want to answer Councillor Zimmerman's question from just now and also in the last item. For 3+ years, I've worked in the public safety service area, and repeatedly asked the question about what is the barrier to filling vacancies, and I learned that information. I've supported filling the vacancies in the Police Bureau this entire time, and I still do. I think that it is a very valid use of overtime to fill the precinct patrol backfill category when there is money that is being spent, or it depends on where you put it, but the paying for the services that a vacant position would be performing while those positions are being filled and those officers are going through roughly 2 years to get to the point where they're out, done training. So for me personally, and if that helps with the sort of theoretical speculative vote counting on this question, I would be very supportive of the idea that use of overtime for recruitment, training, hiring, all of that should be released when that comes back. I have, as it relates to everything else, the particulars I would bring up are in the proposed budget note I'll be raising in a moment on Canal 10 as to the use of it, but I can just pledge here in public that in the event that it is to release these funds for use for hiring, for recruiting, for training, as well as a lot of the other things that I wrote a note to prioritize, the things that are listed in the first paragraph of Canal 10, I will personally vote to release this money there if that comes up. I also think it's really important that we have some available as needed elsewhere. I know that I'm going to use the old title, Director Kazi, in this context of him being BOEC director, has talked about some needs over there. I know that there's been some needs raised at PBEM, and so we might need to talk about position authority in those contexts too, because they don't have the FTE to fill, but I'm grateful that there is an option there as well. So I'll be voting yes on it, and I said that in public. Call me out if I don't do it when it comes back up.
Counselor.
Counselor Avalos is next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out actually that I agree with you, Counselor Zimmerman. It would really personally be my preference that any dollars that are left over go through a regular process of the TAO, right? And some of that, like we can't know what all the leftover is going to be until technically after the fiscal year ends. I think the reason this is coming up this way is because there was movement around trying to restore that 1.9 million. So this is a choice that's being made because of people trying to restore that 1.9 million. I actually agree that I don't think we should be doing anything with taking any money that is left over and doing anything with it now. That's why we have the TAO or the bump process. But this, again, this feels like it was a result of clearly counselors being pressured to put police money back. So that feels frustrating for me because my choice would be that we just wait and that they can make their case in the fall. And they tend to, right? History has shown that the police tend to come back for the bump processes and ask for their money, and they tend to get it all. So this to me is, a negotiation around like people wanting to put the money back into police, other people not wanting to. How do you get to those 7 votes? How do you get to larger consensus? And people have come to this conclusion of, well, why don't we just take the money and have it ready for all of the public safety bureaus? So, I'm leaning towards supporting it because of that larger philosophy, but I do, in principle, don't like that we're doing this because I agree. I think every bureau should put their money back into the general fund and then we get to decide what to do with it through those bump processes. So this is going around that process to do this, by this pressure, in my opinion. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I do agree with Counselor Zimmerman as well. And this does not put it back, and it doesn't, it kind of, I'm getting some defunding vibes because the people who had the underspending will not get a chance to spend it. This will just be a one-time spend because there is a budget that's approved with the entire amount that the mayor put in. So this wouldn't, putting FTEs in, it would not transfer over. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. I just want to be clear to both Counselor Smith and Counselor Zimmerman that you're right, this is not a restore of what happened on May 21st, and that's actually not my intention. I'm not intending to restore and undo what the council took as action on May 21st. I would note that this is a philosophical change in direction. I would note that the monies that were approved in the fall TAO and the spring TAO were one-time resources for overtime, for additional overtime. And so this just says, let's take the underspend of that, let's put it again in a one-time set aside, so that way DCA Kazi can support the surge operations that are identified as necessary to bring our overtime dollars down over time, but with the opportunity for more than just the police to come to the table. So that's the intention behind my thing, and I just wanted to make sure it was clear that this was not intended to be a reversal of the previous council action.
Okay, and just to be clear, that this was money, and the reason why we got the money, we didn't use it during the Rose Festival. That's what Director Levine said. So it's not like they were trying to be disingenuous about the money. And I think that I agree that we may want to keep this for the bump, because everybody keeps talking about waiting for the bump to pay for things that we're not paying for right now. So I wouldn't be supporting this.
Councilor Zimmerman?
I'm just curious if the authors would be open to just allocating this money directly to the DCA for Public Safety Service Area instead of placing it in contingency, so that we can keep that funding in the Public Safety Service Area that serves all those units that have been identified in it.
My understanding, from Director Levine, is that it can't really work that way. We actually asked about the option, can we just give it to the service area as a whole? And I think we can't do that.
Well, all service areas have a service area director's budget. I'd like to know about this then.
Yeah, I mean, you could put it in the office of the DCA. It's just in order to pay for police overtime or police personnel, it would have to go into police's budget, because the office of the DCA has other programs in it, and like their business management, business services division, and their.
So I think, okay, I appreciate that. So I think the mechanism that I'm trying to understand here is that if we can use the money from the DCA's office to execute the recruiting, retention, hiring type events, I'm hoping that the other side's listening to this.
Same here.
All right. The concern that we heard with the reduction of $2 million a couple of weeks ago was that we want to keep on doing the recruiting events. We want to make sure we're doing everything we can to fill vacancies. And we're going to stay on that. And that means we may not execute some overtime missions because we want to preserve the money for recruiting. If we place this money instead of in contingency, but just into the director's budget, and the Public Safety Service Area executes recruiting and retention events on behalf of all the departments that exist underneath that service area, so that's PBEM, CHAT, et cetera, Portland Police, Fire and Rescue, then that, I'm trying to understand if that would allow the chief and the command staff at Portland Police Bureau and at Fire and others to not have to use their operational overtime for those efforts, because we have put recruitment funds in the DCA's category, and they can do that from a service area instead of this idea that we're going to use we wouldn't be using the DCA's funds for operational overtime, certainly, but we also would eliminate the need for the bureaus to use those operational funds for recruitment efforts. And I feel like that would achieve the concerns we heard about the reduction, while also allowing the DCA to use this money actually instead of just coming back to us, which I think is going to be a very long drawn out process. I'm curious what thoughts are.
Council President, direct response.
Go right ahead.
As the author of this amendment, I'm not comfortable with that change, but if you wanted to amend something else, we can consider that.
Can I direct respond as well?
We cannot direct respond to everything and get through everything. We are at almost noon. I allowed Councilor Green to do that since he is the carrier. I'm sorry. Councilor Zimmerman, are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a conversation I'd love to have about the question over recruitment and perhaps giving some back and forth in the Community and Public Safety Committee with the service area about whether or not, to some degree, centralizing or not centralizing hiring makes or recruitment efforts make sense. I think that's an ongoing conversation that I think is of interest to me, and I think there's reasons it's been done the way it's been done that are not just siloing reasons. There are unique needs, I think, that the Police Bureau has versus other bureaus as well. So I'd love to hear that. I think that's a good question to ask to Councilor Zimmerman, and your point. I also wanted to clarify that it was not the police that said the thing I called out earlier about that some of the money had already been spent. I don't want to imply that they were misleading us. That's not where we got that information during the spring technical adjustment ordinance conversation, and so I don't want that to be misconstrued. But as it relates to this, I think the only other thing that's worth talking about, and I'll be talking about this when we get into the later conversation, is that there's a national monuments conversation going on as it relates to overtime and where within the categories things would be reduced or not increased. And so the conversation, and that's why I'm bringing up my note, Canal 10, to ensure that those missions that keep getting brought up, that we're gonna cut human trafficking if there's not whatever the particular dollar amount that's being brought up in the moment is not, it doesn't have to be that way. And so I think the guidance we can give, and I'll have some more information when I propose that amendment and the paired note, to say, no, we don't need these missions to be cut. And I wanna say one other thing that is related to this, and I apologize to the administrator for using you as a reference point here, but the budget right now is the same dollar amount that it was in the city administrator's budget recommendations. And so supporting 316 versus 318 has been characterized as defunding, or in a very ludicrous way as abolishing. And I think nobody's ever accused City Administrator Michael Jordan of being a police abolitionist for supporting $316 million for police. Nobody's ever accused Mayor Wilson of that for trying to swap $9.5 million out and $12.5 million in the decision packages. You can see that. It's absurd to say that about people supporting the exact same dollar amounts and for the same exact reasons. So I just want to get that out of the way. This conversation has gotten a little unnecessarily heated. I do think this will be a really good support for recruitment and hiring and training, and I'm going to support it as a result.
Thank you. Councilor Novick.
Yeah, I just wanted to get Director Causey's response, DCA Causey's response to Councilor Zimmerman's comments, and just to ask you, can you work with this amendment as written? Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Bob Causey, for the record. And Director, DCA, I go by both right now. Yes, I definitely can work with this. Having only had my eyes on it this morning, and consulting with my team, and as well as the Police Bureau, recognizing this helps build a training pipeline for all public safety bureaus that need a training pipeline. It also will help with recruitment efforts across the board. The concept of direct to the DCA, I greatly appreciate that in particular. I think it would be helpful, certainly, to perhaps cut out some of the red tape. But with that, I mentioned accountability before, and I absolutely plan on coming before council in various forms of committees or full city council with updates and reports and the needs of all public safety bureaus. So yes, we can work with it. I do want to make a clarification though on the $3 million, $3.5 million. Really, Chief Day and his team have done an excellent job the past many months, really putting their arms and efforts around overtime management. And that's something that is absolutely going to carry forward. That's part of the reason why there is money left over. It really isn't, the analogy of couch cushions. That's not what happened. And they've done a really good job, in my opinion, really unpacking the overtime elephant and figuring out how to eat it.
Thank you. Councilor Murillo?
I would like to move for us to vote on this.
Second.
So that would be a motion to end debate. We do have one other person in the queue. Councilor Smith, would you mind us just moving forward since that'll be faster?
I just have a quick statement. I just want to thank.
Hold on. We have a motion on the table to end debate.
Okay.
I would like to hear what Councilor Smith has to say.
Okay, are you withdrawing your motion?
Yeah, and then I'm going to put it right back up.
Okay, everyone is forewarned. Councilor Smith.
Not really. But no, if you believe that you can do something with this, then I changed my understanding of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. I believe there is no one else in the queue. So, Keelan, could you please call the roll? This is on who I'm missing the number now, Councilor. Is this Councilor Green 13? Yes. Okay. Green 13, which replaced the amendment that Novick put on the table, which would take $2.2 million that was left over in the end of the police budget and use it for recruitment and capacity building within the public safety service area.
Canal.
Yes.
Ryan.
Thank you, Director Kazi. You're plugged right in, and we need you. Aye.
Koyama Lane.
So we're all learning a lot through this budget process. I don't know, I might be learning the most, being the newest. I truly hope next year that a lot of things look different. I'm known to be someone who listens, holds space, picks up the phone even with people that I don't agree with. I will pick up the phone for President Aaron Schmautz often. I think it's important. And I'm also someone who supports people having conversations and compromising, and I helped support some of these conversations. And at the same time, I believe it's important to listen to others. What I'm learning personally in this role is I also need to trust myself and vote with my gut. I told President Aaron Schmautz that while I supported folks having conversations, that I did want to stay out of this. It felt like it was getting messy. And also because I believe that this will pass without my vote, it feels right for me to vote no.
Maria.
I think it's really important that this amendment changes it so that public safety is prioritized in all the ways, including that this money could go to Portland Street Response, it could go to chat, or if the police can finally fill the 91 fully funded vacant positions that have sat empty for the past 5 years, then it can help with that too, so I vote aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
I'm not really happy with this amendment. I wanted to restore the 1.9 to the police bureau. While I appreciate what Councilor Green has said about a new model, I think that has merit in the future, but I feel like I've been put in the squeeze chute. And it forces me to have faith in Director Kazi to do the right thing. So I will vote yes.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman. Avalos.
Like I said, I really wish that we could have just done this in the TAO, but I appreciate this amendment because I think it helps force the council to have a more holistic view of what public safety is. And yes, we put more money into PSR and chat, but they are still not at 24/7, and that is what I'm going to continue to strive for. I think this is a good step forward towards that, so I'm going to vote aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Guinea.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
We are still in the public safety service area. I believe we have heard from Canal, Avalos, and Green. Does anybody else have anything you'd like to bring forward? Councilor Novick, I believe you put something forward also.
Yes, I want to make sure that everybody who has something to forward who hasn't has had a chance at their first choice. I've got a couple of things.
We'll come back after we do the other policy areas for additional things.
Okay.
Councillor Knoll, I thought you had moved to public safety before. Did I get that wrong?
No, I proposed my amendment in parks, but I'd be happy to go after the other person in the queue, which is yourself.
That's me. That's a bit awkward.
I am happy to be deferential.
Why is that awkward? You are a counselor. Do it.
We're giving everybody one shot in each service area. So Councillor Knoll is right. He had first proposed the last one in parks. So go right ahead, Councillor, for public safety.
I'm going to move the amendment Canal 5 and the paired note Canal 10. So we have discussed Canal 5. It was briefly in the president's package in an earlier form. It was then debated without ever being proposed. It has not actually ever been proposed except briefly as part of the president's package in the first thing. It has been adjusted significantly, and it is being reproposed at a smaller dollar amount. It would convert ongoing overtime dollars that are in the Police Bureau currently to one-time, and in return, it would create $500,000 of ongoing funding instead of one-time funding for OVP, the Office of Violence Prevention and Ceasefire, and their grants program, and $1 million of the $2 million for the chat program would become ongoing, putting this into the ongoing city budget for the very first time. And then there is a paired note, Canal 10, which I have some data on if, as it comes up, I'll talk about. And it is instructing the Police Bureau to prioritize, which we've already talked about recruiting and training being the first priority. But beyond that, prioritizing retail theft, stolen vehicle operations, investigations, gun violence reduction, street racing, human trafficking, and traffic priority projects, which are the precise categories that police said they would be deprioritizing. I also added sexual and domestic violence and property crime broadly, and instead deprioritizing the all other item, which is where demonstrations, crowd control events, and community presence goes, as well as to document those and say it and be able to report separately on those in the future. I also would like to note explicitly that I'm very open to adjusting the funding source for Canal 05. If there is a better place to find ongoing money for chat. I have asked PSSA for that and multiple bureaus within it, but I would like to have the conversation and perhaps pursue those ongoing conversations as well, beyond these amendments too.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knoll has put Canal 5 and Canal 10 on the table. Is there a second for Canal 5? Second. Is there a second for Canal 10?
Second.
Second. Jinx.
Okay, I believe Councillor Dunphy seconded both of those. Councillors, is there debate on Canal 5 or 10? Councillor Zimmerman?
Have we resolved the difference of opinion between the Central Budget Office and the bureaus and the service area for what the impact of this so-called ongoing fund, which doesn't exist, actually means for FTE reduction to the Police Bureau? Because the last time we heard about it with the larger number, it was 17.5, and there was argument between the two. I would love to get a more clear of an answer so we know what we're actually voting on.
So, Councillor, do you have somebody specific you would like to have answer that, or should I look to the budget office, or should I tell you my memory of where we
I am uninterested in your memory of it, given how much they have. I think that the discrepancies between the business representatives and the CBO and the chief and the DCA and the mayor all have to be discussed. What does this 1.5 actually mean? Because 3 weeks ago it meant 17.5 FTE. please, I hope there is a clear answer on what this means.
Director Kazi, could we get you and your business services folks here? And I am hoping so that we can move through a little bit more before we have to take a lunch break, that we can get a concise explanation as to the effect of this.
Nathan, go you.
Happy to take a first start. Nathan Leamy, I manage the budget strategy and performance team for the public safety service area. Ultimately, the discussion we had in one of the work sessions around the budget is that this would not lead to an immediate abolishment of positions for the police bureau, but it would make worse an issue the bureau has as a whole. There are positions that are currently unfilled, and whether they are funded or not is not going to be really able to be determined until we establish what the ongoing overtime needs of the bureau would be once the bureau is able to get to full staffing. I think what is, ultimately the spirit of this amendment, obviously a swap for one-time and ongoing dollars does matter. If not, Councilor Kanawha would not be bringing it to be able to provide the sort of assurances to chat staff by having ongoing funding for those programs.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. So I need to understand a part of it. So it may be a pipe dream that we're going to hire 90 folks in this year, sure. But what we're saying is by removing the ongoing money, we're removing that authorization for whatever year we were to hit that. So if our authorized FTE total in the Portland Police Bureau is 901, this will have a direct authorization impact on the size of the authorized positions of the Police Bureau. I want to make sure I'm understanding that.
As you noted previously, the City of Portland does it somewhat strangely, that authorization for FTE and dollars is a separate process. But city policy does say any ongoing authorized positions need to be funded with ongoing dollars.
So if we broke city policy, the best case scenario here is that we'd have the same FTE authorizations, but no appropriation to pay them if they were hired.
Correct.
That's me being generous with the description of what we're being asked to do here. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Councilors, is anybody else, any other discussion on the amendment?
I'm in the two. Which one are we on? Five. We're in 10 together.
Counselor, I had really hoped to support this, and when you first brought it forward, it was my intent to support it. And frankly, there has been so much movement of money that I'm not sure I can right now. I'm going to spend the next 30 seconds thinking about it. But because I had told you previously that I had hoped to, I just wanted to note that now. Counselor, are you back in the queue for discussion?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Okay. This swap of ongoing to one-time has occurred before. If you look at the mayor's proposed budget from May 5th, there are three documents. There's the proposed budget, then there's decision packages, the numbers, decision packages, the explanation. If you go to the decision package numbers on page 20, you can see that the mayor took $9.35 million of recommended and requested ongoing funding, it's the fourth line on the page, away, and replaced it with $8.05 million of one-time funding in that fourth line, and an additional $4 million in the first line, also one-time funding. That's the line that was subsequently increased to $2 million. So that's $9.35 million in ongoing funding replaced by $10.05 million in one-time funding, effectively doing what this amendment does, but 4 times more. By the math that was given to us, if the $2.5 million swap would have led to 17.5 positions becoming limited duration, a $10 million swap would have also led to 70 positions becoming limited duration. But when the mayor made his budget proposal, which again did have that 2 million more at the time, no comment was made that 70 positions were going to be converted to limited duration. There is a narrative here that I think is really important to bring up, and I want to point out that on the May 28th, 2025 budget work session, and if you're watching the video, it's at the 2-hour, 57-minute, 55-second mark, the budget lead for PPB said, and I quote, "There is no mechanism that says that if ongoing dollars are swapped out, it has to come from those vacant FTE. It's just the most straightforward place for the Bureau to take dollars from," end quote. That is a choice And that's why there's an important budget note paired with it. That to say, no, we don't want you to take funding away from these positions. We don't want you to take funding away from human trafficking and all the other community needs. There's other places in this that I have sent, when I'll talk about it when we start talking about if this is a separate conversation around the budget note, where we have seen that there are 79,000 hours of overtime in the budget for 2 categories collectively marked all other. And there are zero proposed decreases to the overtime hours allotted to those categories. 100% of the hours that they're saying will be reduced are being reduced from precinct patrol backfill. And while I'm saying this, actually, Keelan, I don't know if you have the file we sent over to share. If not, I can share it.
If you can do this without a presentation, that would be very helpful. It is 12:17.
Sure. Precinct patrol backfill, retail theft, stolen vehicle operations, gun violence reduction, street racing, precinct crime reduction, human trafficking, traffic priority projects, and investigative overtime would all take a hit in the way, and that's, again, a choice. We just got that quote. But all other, which has 45,000 hours in it, and another all other, which has 34,470 hours in it, would take 0 reductions. Right? The entire conversation we're talking about here is a net of under 35,000 hours, and there's 79,000 hours in there in these 2 places. And so that's why the budget note is so important, because budget note 10 speaks to this exact prioritization. And I think to quote, paraphrase one of Councilor Zimmerman's points in other conversations, we don't have a budget problem in some of those places. We have a prioritization problem. And so as a result, the first paragraph of Canal 10 says to prioritize all those things I just listed and to disaggregate and report separately over the course of the year with no change in the funding to this, other than it goes from ongoing to one time, the demonstration and crowd control response, which is part of all other, and the hours spent by patrol officers on community presence. And again, there is no reduction. If the budget for police is $316 million right now, which it is, and this were to pass, the budget will still be $316 million. All we're asking for is for the reduced amount, it was 2.5, now it's $1.5 million, to be asked for again next year. And in return, what do we get? We get the ability to make the Office of Violence Prevention and Ceasefire grant recipients who do the community violence intervention that we heard in testimony earlier today at the top of today's meeting, be able to have contracts that go beyond a fiscal year. And more importantly than that even, the Community Health Assess and Treat program, or CHAT, would be ongoing for the first time. Those employees would not have to be begging for their jobs every year or looking for new jobs every April. And also leverage that money for external funding, because the funding sources that I've been talking to for CHAT want to see the city put skin in the game, by which they mean put it into the ongoing budget and commit to this program and make sure that it's a long-term program, just like we've done about a year in advance for Portland Street Response. Thanks.
Councilors, is there any other discussion? Okay, Keelan, could you please call the roll on Canal 5?
Canal.
On Canal 5, the amendment, I vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Koyama Lane.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith. Purtle Guinea.
No.
Point of order. I'm going to change my vote to a no so I can move to reconsider later.
Keelan, could you please call the roll on Canal 10? Hey. Could you please call the roll on Canal 10?
Canal.
So again, this is the budget note. This is the one that says we support police spending their time on human trafficking, stolen vehicle missions, all of those things. And I want to be very clear that that's what we're voting on. If you support that prioritization, you should join me. I vote aye.
Ryan. No. Koyama Lane.
Yes.
Maria. Aye. Novick.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Bertle-Guiney.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 7 yes votes and 5 no votes. What happened with Canal 5?
I am next in the queue with a public safety amendment, now that I've pissed off half my colleagues on one vote and half on the other. I mentioned that.
Order, what was the outcome of the first canal one?
Yeah.
The first one was 6-5 with 1 absence. It did not pass.
The second one was 6.
Canal 5 was 6-5 with 1 absence. Correct, Keelan?
Yes.
And Canal 10?
7 to 5.
7 to 5.
Counselor Canal?
Does the count that was just stated for?
I'm sorry, you changed your vote. So it was 5-6
Thank
with
you.
1 absence. I apologize. It was 5-6 with 1 absence.
Yeah.
And the second one, Canal 10.
7 yes, 5 no. So Canal 5 fails, Canal 10 is approved.
Counselors. Counselor Zimmerman, are you in the queue for a point of order, or can I move forward with my amendment?
I have an amendment. I'll wait after you.
Okay. Bertle-Guiney 16, I passed out a few minutes ago. We no longer have the funds for this that I was hoping to move forward, but I still would like to put it on the table because I think it is an important concept to raise. This is a motion to increase rather than maintain the contract levels through the Office of Violence Prevention and Ceasefire. These are programs that work with people who have been victims of gun violence and that work with communities to try to reduce gun violence. These are critical programs in my district. And when I talk to folks in my district about what they need, this is one of the things that is brought up repeatedly. Because the positions in these offices receive the treatment that all positions in the city do, of cost of living increases being included in the base budget that moves forward, but the contracts do not. The buying power of those contracts decreases over time, because the reality is that the people we contract with have increasing costs over time. I had hoped to increase the contracts by the same amount that we increase our COLAs so that the buying power would not be decreased. This would cost a total of $180,000. Those were funds I was hoping to take from the contingency money left over, general fund contingency, from amendments that I brought forward on the 21st. We've chosen to spend that money elsewhere. I'm not looking for a second and a vote because we don't have the funds to do this anymore. But I want to point out that this amendment is here, is on the table. And I would love for us to be able to come back to it at some point.
I'll second it, Madam President. There are other places you can get the money.
Well, that was point of order question. That was what I was going to ask. Like, I hear you. And is it, in general, aren't we operating at this point that things can be out of balance because we can find it later and then we'll have to fix it later?
Colleagues, we are $700,000 in the hole on general fund right now because one of the amendments we passed yesterday, we were told was in balance and it was not.
Separate issue.
So I am now going to withdraw my amendment. Councilor Zimmerman, the floor is yours.
President, I'm making a motion to amend to move 1.2 million of opioid settlement funds into a contingency policy set aside intended for access and payment to Multnomah County for the future operations of a 24/7 drop-off sobering center once opened. The City of Portland has been a longtime participant with Multnomah County in designing and crafting the new Sobering Center program. City services desire a better alternative for severely intoxicated people, and a Sobering Center offers that solution. As a primary user, the City of Portland commits with funding to helping Multnomah County to bring a Sobering Center to the Portland community as soon as possible. Thank you. I would enjoy a second.
Second.
Point of order, is this in the public safety area?
Thank you. I can answer that point of order. Actually, yes, sobering services are considered part of public safety, and the Police Bureau has traditionally paid for the old sobering center, but that stopped in 2019, which is why Multnomah County is trying to reignite it. So it is public safety related. Thank you.
Councilors. Councilor Smith, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment?
Yes. Councilor Zimmerman, for this, do we have money left over in the opioid settlement pot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I know I had a opioid request and it didn't pass, but for this one, tell me why this is urgent at this moment.
I appreciate the question. So for 23 and 24, many members of Portland staff, including police, mayor's representatives, PSA, the Public Safety Service Area, have been at the executive table of Multnomah County's Sobering Center work. Multnomah County received $25 million last legislative session from the state legislature to help with this. They've used some of that for the deflection, and they will use the remainder of it as they stand up their Sobering Center. It is estimated in that planning that a couple of things will happen. One is that Multnomah County plans to create a Cheers style van like we've seen in other communities and like we used to have here. Mm-hmm. Two, that they expect that there will be times when police officers during their interactions will think that sobering is a better alternative than for a jail, hospital, or leaving them on the streets. And it returns us to a pre-2019 kind of situation where we used to have this type of service. And because of the nature of the drugs that have hit our community, the sobering services were shut down. But that service used to be paid for by Portland Police from their budget. And this, I think, is a good faith effort, given that the previous city council has had $1.9 million actually allocated. But in this proposed budget by the mayor, he pulled out that 1.9 because that sobering center is not yet open. I think it's important to signal to Multnomah County that we will stay in this game with them if they are able to open it up, because it is a very critical need. And they expect to open theirs by the end of this upcoming fiscal year and into the next one. We had it, it was there. I don't think that carving it out in the proposed budget was the right move, and this is a fix to do that. I think you may have seen a letter from Multnomah County Chair this week. I think that some of you may have received calls from Multnomah County Commissioners today, and I'm hoping for the City of Portland to signal that we stay committed to opening a sobering center in this community.
Councilor Smith, anything additional?
And this will go into contingency.
Yes, if Multnomah County fails to open the site, then they would not have the ability to pull these funds. But if they open the site and the city administration feels that our payment can go forward for that, then I would support that authorization.
Okay.
It is similar to where it sat in contingency previous budget.
Councilor Smith, anything further? No. Councilor Avalos?
So I'm having a similar moment to Councilor President, where this was money that I was intending to bring forward to use for a health. And I think that What is important about the difference in what I am suggesting and how we use those dollars is that Fora Health is providing a permanent housing solution as well. And so Fora already has a sobering, essentially sobering center. And then the capital dollars that I'm intending to use with the 1.2 million that I was going to introduce in a later category because I understood it was under another category, or else I would have introduced it now, those dollars are to stand up 46 new beds in a moment where we are in a dire housing crisis and it is intersectional with our dire addiction crisis. That to me feels like the more appropriate use. All the stuff with Multnomah County, I mean, honestly, I'm not interested because I think this is a duty we have as a city to put some dollars into work that we're doing. This is something that obviously affects my district and I care a lot about adding this capacity in D1. And I think that it is also an important key to kind of a corridor in my district between Adventist Health and Fora Health to have this permanent supportive housing option that will be moving people into a more stable housing solution, because sobriety beds are not a stable solution. Those are intended to be, you come in and you go, whereas Fora Health, the Fora Health option is an actual stable solution, and that is what a lot of our communities need. Is they need housing and they need an opportunity to do that with permanent supportive resources, which is what Fora does, which is also related to addiction. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this so that I can introduce Fora Health with this 1.2 million, which I believe is a better use. So I will be voting no on this for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kayama Lane.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councillor Zimmerman. I appreciate your perspective, especially as the councillor appointed by Mayor Wilson to the SOC, the Steering and Oversight Committee, and someone that does have a lot of experience in Multnomah County. I am curious if and how you've worked with our administrative side on this, and if not, that's fine, but then I would like to hear from them.
Thanks. So as I mentioned, for the last 2 years, the city administration has been fully at the table for planning of the sobering center. And the mayor's representatives, the police chief's representatives have been at that table. Members of our public safety service area have been at that table. The funding cobbled together to open the sobering center relies on Portland contributing to that service. I want to be really clear. When people say that there are other sobering sites around, there are not. There are no such things as other sobering sites in this community. There are detox sites, which is a very different service. There are treatment beds, which is a very different service. There are no sobering beds, and we may be one of the largest, if not the largest, urban community without a sobering site. And that's why the Portland administration was at the table for the last 2 years. The mayor is aware that I was bringing this today. Commissioners are letting you all know right now that Fora Health is getting $6 million from Multnomah County. They do not need this 1.2, but we desperately need a sobering center. These are different services, and public safety, our position in this is why we should be involved in this, and it's why Multnomah County should be involved with Fora Health, because that is the long-term treatment, long-term beds for that side of it. This is clearly within the public safety wheelhouse, which is why the city has been in the planning of this all along, and why the city is not in the planning of the Fora treatment beds, because that's not in our line of business.
So I think you kind of answered the question about how you collaborated. I also am talking about working with the administration for over 2 years. Mayor Wilson has been in this position for 5.5 months. I know that you are working on being very strategic with your choices and relationships, so I would like to hear from your team as well.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to respond?
Certainly, and you're right. This has been a 5-month arc. It started with conversations with the chair and with Commissioner Brim Edwards asking for support. We were both challenged, county and Portland, with meeting our obligations to one another. County owed us for SRV and test sites, which they were unable to, so we went to start filling that gap. So we utilized those funds for the SRV. So to pull them back would take money away from that. So that was a very difficult choice. We noted to county that we needed these open now, and they had noted 2026 was when they were going to open. Now they pushed it to 2027. So we had noted to them they were for ongoing support of that operation, which is not expected till 2027. Worked with Councilor Avalos this last month, I would say. She brought forward the use for the opioid. She asked if I would support it. And I thought it was a great move because, again, our focus is beds. We need beds. We don't care if they're overnight beds, 24/7 beds, recovery beds. We need beds. So it was a very good move. Yesterday, Councilor Zimmerman brought this to my attention. I received a call from Commissioner Brim Edwards this morning noting that they have $6 million going to Fora Health. She explained that that's a county prerogative, that's a county funding. And so I believe that we have both now solved for. If the Zimmerman amendment goes forward, we're able to provide funds for Fora at the rate of $6 million, which was, per Brim Edwards, the nexus for the county. And to Councilor Zimmerman, the 1.2 that he brings forward is the nexus for the sobering center, which was something that PPB, as noted, paid for, as it's a public safety response as well. So,
Can I clarify, are you feeling supportive of this?
yeah, so long as I know that the Fora Health, I think that it's a good choice, and I believe it was always a county prerogative, a county funding, and Brim Edwards confirmed that they are and do have funding going. They didn't cut it.
Thank you. I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam President. My hand was up for actually the same dialogue that the Vice President asked for, and I appreciate you taking time to explain that fully, and it took me a while to figure out if you were actually supportive of this amendment, but you are, correct? I just want to hear it again. Okay, yeah, the closure of the sobering center in 2019 by the city and the county was a big mistake. Yes, there were new drugs, but we should have responded with a better plan at that time. Unfortunately, it's been closed, and we're allowing people on the streets who want to just navigate sidewalks to have to see that. So the humanitarian crisis didn't just show up overnight. It was those kind of mistakes along the way. So yes, this is urgent, and I will be supportive of it. Thank you.
Councilors, while I know that these funds may not have initially been in the budget because the county isn't there yet, I think it is really important that we continue to put the pressure on to get there, because the sobering center is absolutely critical, and making sure that we have the funds available as soon as they are ready is a way that we can help to do that. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councilor. I'll continue to be supportive. Councilor Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. While I do support the idea of assisting with this, because it's a huge issue, and a lot of folks who are indigent and who are homeless, they need these services. But I got to tell you, I am troubled by consistently, passing city money over to the county. I don't think that we should be underwriting the things that they should be paying for. And so here we go again, y'all. This is their thing. This is what they need to be paying for. They have the extra money from Metro to pay for these kinds of things. And for me, it's just like, I'm done with it. And they have reneged on some things that we have been in the works on. And I don't feel like they get rewarded for not meeting their obligation to the IGA and everything else. And then we keep continuing to give them money. We have other things. And the reason why I'm also a little teed off, because I asked for the money for summer jobs to help do additional summer jobs for kids who had legal troubles that POIC needed, and that we were going to do training on the importance of not taking drugs, not selling drugs, not human trafficking, and all that. And I would much rather spend that money in that way before I give Multnomah County additional funds from us, because they have not been a fair partner. And I agree with what you're saying, but I just don't know that I want to do that at this point.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Canal, have you had an opportunity to speak? Go right ahead.
I have two questions, and one of them is going to sound like it's saying something that it's not saying, so I want to just preface it up there. This was proposed to be money given directly to the county, and you're saying that in the past it used to come from the police bureau. So my question is, the first question is, would we not put that new money into the police bureau? I'll be very clear, put the new money in, and then have it be an expense that we direct? Why would it be a direct give instead of, and again, this, I'm not talking about having them use existing money. I'm just curious why it's not a pass-through.
Yeah. So this gets to the heart of the sobering center. A sobering center is in every community considered part of the public safety apparatus. It's not considered part of the treatment continuum. It's a really important distinction. Sobering, unfortunately, is not reimbursable by Medicaid the way that detox and treatment is. So that line is a line of delineation. So in our history, because of that need existing, Portland Police have paid to have that service stood up by a nonprofit previously. And because it got so dangerous with the type of meth and fentanyl that are on the streets today, it was not safe for the people being taken there. It was not safe for the people working there, and so it shut down. We've seen what those 5 years have felt like on the streets. A couple of years ago, the county said, okay, got it, but we still have to have a solution to this. So they undertook a planning process to restart a sobering center. They didn't used to be in the business of a sobering center, but they are now getting into the business of a sobering center. So this is them recognizing this hole that was created by everybody shutting it down in 2019. And so I don't think that it needs to be Portland Police who pays for it. I think that it used to be, but times have changed a lot in the last 6 years. And so I think if we just do a direct allocation when they're ready, that's fine. And I do think it is different than the social services as it relates to the housing continuum, the homeless services continuum, because I think this one falls directly into line with public safety. Because right now, if you're intoxicated to the point you can't help yourself on the street, most of the time a person is left there, and we hope they don't decompensate. The other option is a hospital visit, which in this planning group, by the way, the hospitals are sitting out as well and said, coming to the hospital is also a bad idea. It's not serving them well. And the last course is a trumped up jail charge, and where the jail's not going to take that person anyway because they're so sick. So the option ends up being, this is why so many people are left on the street, and the county is trying to solve for that. And I think the city of Portland apparatus is trying to say, we recognize we're going to be the #1 user of this, and we'd like to make sure it gets open. And that's why I'm supporting us remaining with skin in the game and a signal. And I do not dispute some of our other social services issues, but I think this one falls into a public safety service, which is why I think we should have skin here.
And then my other question. Thank you. My other question is the $6 million for Fora Health, I know that the county's approving their budget tomorrow, or adopting their budget tomorrow. Is it in there right now, or are we just counting on it being added?
The conversation that I had with her today was that she and/or confirmed that the $6 million was going from county to Fora. So I can only just go off of that.
So it's in the email. You're saying it's in the approved budget and it'll be voted on tomorrow to finalize, or that someone's going to amend that $6 million in tomorrow?
It's in the budget. Her point note was it's in the budget, and that was money that I believe was assured.
Okay.
Can I just use the point? The way they might signal this is they won't say it's going to Fora. What they'll say is, we're creating an RFP for a 27-bed detox center to be built, and we want to contribute to it. Like, that's generally how they would signal this. But from the chair and from Commissioner Brim Edwards, it sounds like that. And that's a long-term relationship that they have there. I was lobbied by them when I was over there as a staffer. Like, that Fora building is happening, which is not a surprise. That's within their line of business.
Thank you.
Councillor Avalos. Actually, Councillor, I'm going to go to Councillor Dunphy since he hasn't spoken. I'm sorry.
All right, I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this, but was FORA anticipating that $6 million, or does this $6 million act keep them whole, or were they anticipating both something from the county and something from the city in their ask? Do we know? Okay.
Councillor Smith, are you back in the queue or still in the queue?
Yes, I am back in the queue. It does not mean that we can't do both things. So are you going to suggest that we continue to use the opioid money every year as an ongoing source? Because we're going to get it for the next 15 years. So is that what your intention is?
My intention is that we not back out of the commitment. If previously it was in the budget as ongoing contingency set aside.
6 years ago.
No, not 6 years ago.
No.
It was in it last year. It was removed by this mayor in this proposed budget. It was in it last year. In the current year we're sitting in right now, there is a fund they could tap today, but because they haven't opened. So I'm trying to keep it there, even though this is a reduction.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep some semblance of a funding payment there.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out, so are you going to try to get this 1.2 every year? Or, because it is, this money, and this is what I've talked about, the unassigned dollars that we're expected to get for the next 15 years should be considered ongoing money. So I'm trying to figure out, are you trying to get this for ongoing money?
Fair.
Ultimately?
My proposal today is a one-time only. I would encourage, and I will encourage the mayor to include a payment. I think it's appropriate to come from the opioid settlement dollars, a payment to the county moving forward, but that's not what I'm asking for today. I'm asking for this one-time set aside in contingency so that it, in the general fund contingency policy set aside of 1.2 million, so that it can be tapped and a signal to not have to carve out new space next year, because it got pushed out this year, and I think it should keep its space in the budget.
Okay.
Councillor Avalos.
Well, I'll just first state my frustration on the record. Mayor, we've been working on this for a month. Hearing this as a surprise on the dais, I don't appreciate that. I have been working with you on this because I believe it leads to our goals that we both share around adding more beds, around making sure that we can have addiction and recovery services. The solution that I'm proposing is adding a more permanent solution instead of filling some hole. And I agree with Councillor Smith. I mean, there's a larger discussion we need to have here, but I believe that the city's book of business is building, these buildings, and this is adding housing while also accomplishing the goals and the mission of the opioid settlement funds. And just to be clear, Director Levine, is this, just so that it's on the record, is what this amendment is proposing within the use, within the proper, I don't know, what do you call it?
For example, is to support crisis stabilization centers as an alternative to hospital emergency departments. So it would appear to fall within an allowed use. I believe it would fall within an allowed use, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, frustrated that this wasn't a discussion, considering I've been talking about this for weeks. So Councilor Zimmerman, I'm frustrated by that. Again, I feel like I continue to experience this from you, and we're gonna have to talk offline about it. I'm upset. I think ultimately, I'm not going to support this because I still believe that adding 46 new beds in my district is super important. It's something that I've been working with FORA on, and it doesn't even sound like, there's a lot of, is it gonna happen? Is it in Multnomah County's budget? I'm not interested in taking that risk right now. I think it is my responsibility to use what's within my budget, within our budget, and I believe that these dollars need to continue to go to FORA, so I'm gonna vote no.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll on Zimmerman? What number is this?
We're at 15 now. 16.
Zimmerman, 16.
And I want to make sure I clarify it, that if there was any question about this as a general fund contingency policy set aside increase to 1.2 million and updates attachment A through H as necessary. We've got all the technicalities taken care of now.
Thank you, Councillor. And this is a one-time use of dollars. Councillor Murillo, you have a question?
I'm so sorry. Can we just get one final clarification? So is the county's 6 million fully funding FORA or not?
I have no idea. FORA didn't come and lobby me about any projects that they want. What I know is that they have a build out that they've been trying to do, and they're cobbling together money, which is pretty normal for groups. I don't know the size of their project, but my amendment wasn't about FORA. My amendment was about a sobering center.
Mayor, do you know, since you've been in discussion with the county?
I don't. That information came to me this morning. I'm just writing a note to provide information to Councilor Avalos after this meeting and once it becomes clarified on their budget. So I don't know that.
Okay. I guess we're flying blind.
We're not flying blind. I mean, the sobering center is a choice as it stands alone, and I think that's an important choice that the city for a long time has been in. And so I know it's being compared against, but I don't consider these to be a compared against idea. Both of these things are going to happen. FORA is going to build out, and I would love it if we could get a sobering center to occur. I like both too. I think we've called the vote though, right?
We have, and we have additional counselors getting in the queue. Counselor Canal, is it very quick? Because
Yeah.
otherwise we're going to move to the vote.
Yes. Robert Taylor. Is there a legal requirement that we spend or assign these opioid dollars in this budget? Like, does something bad happen if it's not assigned to either?
I don't believe we're required to spend them now. We can spend them in a future budget or in a supplemental budget. So I don't think you have to do this right now.
Keelan, can you please call the roll?
Canal.
No.
Oh.
Okay. I would like to figure out what's going on here a little bit more. I think I was not lobbied on this. I haven't gotten any information on this whatsoever. Same with the FORA conversation, but at least I'd read that one earlier, but I didn't know the new information. Because we don't have to legally assign it right now, I think I'm likely to vote no on both of these and then understand for a potential supplemental budget on it. I strongly support the idea of a sobering center. I just want to understand the opportunity cost on the other side of it. And with the county not voting on their budget till tomorrow, I think it's vital to try to get some more information here. I share Councilor Smith's concerns as well. So I'm going to vote no on both of these.
There's only one thing on the table. Let's be clear.
Sorry, that is accurate. I vote no on this. And thank you for clarifying.
Ryan.
Yeah, the mayor and Council Zimmerman are at the table. I vote aye.
Cleameline. Aye. Maria.
I wish that we had more information from the county on if, I understand that these are both good ideas, and I think they're both things that our community needs. I think our community does need the combination of beds and sobering and like long-term care more than immediate sobering. And that's something that we really lack. And so I'm gonna have to vote no on this.
Novick.
I'm just voting against things that are surprising to me. No.
Clark.
My 93-year-old next door neighbor is a former Multnomah County sheriff. And when he found out that I was going to run for office, the first thing he said to me was bring back a sobering center. So with this vote, I'm fulfilling my obligation to my 93-year-old neighbor. I vote aye.
Green.
I'm going to vote now to preserve the option to reconsider later.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
No.
Dunphy.
No.
Smith.
You know, making sure that you your commitments, that you honor your commitments to people is great, but this is only for 1 year of operating funds. And I find it very unconscionable that the mayor would work with my district colleague and support her and then flip on her during the meeting. That's not acceptable. That is not cool at all, in no way. And if you were at the table, if you and Councilor Zimmerman were at the table, you have the ability to write the first draft of the budget. And you failed to put money in there because you didn't think that it was important or it was critical. And besides that, I'm so tired of Multnomah County not adhering to the IGA. I'm not giving them anything else. And we need to go back and check that as well. So, you know, shame on you, Mayor. Shame on you for doing that to her. I vote no.
Colonel Guinea.
Counselor, I seconded this. I'm voting no in order to be able to bring it back after we have more conversations with a few of our colleagues.
The amendment fails with 4 yes votes and 8 no votes.
Colleagues, I'd like us to finish up public safety and then take a lunch break. I was hoping we'd get through community engagement first, but I think folks all need a little downtime. Is there anyone who has not brought forward their top priority in public safety who would like to do so? Okay, colleagues, seeing nobody else coming forward, we are going to take a 45-minute recess. Before we go, I just want to lay out what to expect when we get back. When we get back at 1:45, we will have about 2.5 hours to get through the community engagement section, housing and homelessness, and if there is anything else on the other section that we haven't gotten to get through budget notes and to come back around to additional amendments. While we are scheduled until 6, I'm going to need us to close out a little sooner than then on our amendments, because as you remember from yesterday, we actually have a number of things that we'll need to come back to, and I'm not sure how long that will take, but I'm guessing that I will start getting pressure from staff around 4:30 or 5 to move in that direction. I can try to get an update on that number by the time we get back. So please be back here by 1:45 to continue our work. Thank you. all. We are slowly making our way back in to reconvene our Portland City Council meeting to adopt amendments to the budget. I'm going to stall as I pull my things up. Councilors, we have Shalane Huddleston with us now in the hot seat, keeping track of everything. So Shalane, please let us know if folks are making amendments from the floor and you need us to slow down a little bit so you can capture things. And if numbers are not adding up in the way that we are saying they are, so that we can catch those mistakes in the moment. Feel free to just catch my eye, turn on the mic and interrupt us, whatever you need. We want to make sure that it's working for you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we are, oh, my Zoom turned off. We are picking back up in the community engagement portion of our work, and we have a number of amendments here, and I believe we have some combinations of those amendments that folks have been working on, and I cannot see hands up because my Zoom isn't up yet. Are you first in the queue, Vice President?
I am.
Okay, Councilor Koyama Lane. Well, why don't you go ahead and get started? I'll message our colleagues who aren't here yet.
Hello. I'm bringing forward a budget note and 2 amendments. I'm passing it around right now. Keep a copy for me. I'm bringing them to you in service of building a shared action plan and finding a common path forward between our council and administration, specifically related to civic life and engagement, but also including equity, sustainability, and communication. I've spoken with councilors, city staff, and community members over the past week or so about this topic, gone really in depth on it. And while everyone has their own unique perspective on what needs to happen in terms of engagement with the community, I have heard some consistent themes rising to the top and some consistent awareness and interest in the following areas. Improvement to the functions of the programs currently under Civic Life. Maintaining current funding levels for those programs that benefit our community. Ensuring that the vital programs that are currently housed in the Office of Civic Life have the opportunity to be adequately supported and to achieve their vision. Avoiding potential actions that might lead to adversarial relationships between the city administrator's office and council, and co-creating a unified strategic vision for what engagement, equity, neighborhood connections, and communications all are, how they connect. I think many understand that the Office of Civic Life has had many different paths and bumps and challenges. I've learned that there has been a lot of work to in this area. At first, I kind of thought it started closer to 2017, 2018, but the more I learned, this is something that has gone back for decades and that many different commissioners have had different ideas about. I've learned that there's been a lot of work to create recommendations for change, most of which have not yet been implemented. And some of which are now being used, aren't being implemented, but are really used to define needed changes in structure and reporting assignments and streamlining. So I have had the opportunity to see a preview of some of those upcoming changes. From my understanding, a pause button has been hit, knowing that there are amendments related to this topic that were forthcoming. To me, it feels important to allow our professional staff the time to bring them forward to council for presentation and consideration before taking big, significant action through the budget process. So for instance, in this new role that we have for our engagement officer, I have learned that there are over 100 city employees throughout our whole city doing different types of community engagement work. And it's been something that has been a hope of councils for a while, that can be more streamlined and it can be something that is more unified, and that when you are talking to doing community engagement with the fire department, that it looks similar to community engagement that you are doing with a bureau in public works, say parks. So ensuring that there's a consistency in approach and practice makes a lot of sense to me. That seems critical, and it also takes leadership and management. It's my hope to find a common ground where priorities for programs are honored through funding, and we also give some time to allow changes to be presented and considered. So I'm bringing forward 3 things. Should I read all of them? They're a bit different.
If this is a package, why don't you read them all?
Okay. So Koyama Lane 9 is a motion to add a budget note for the city administrator, the Office of Civic Life, and related programming. And for them to work collaboratively with council in development of a single unified plan that addresses structural and programmatic challenges within the Office of Civic Life, with the engagement officer, the Office of Equity and Human Rights, the Office of Sustainability, as outlined in Avalos 9, but adding in sustainability. And those different positions are ones where we have leaders who are chiefs, but are outside of bureaus. This outlines that collaboration will begin with the first briefing to council about these changes and connections no later than August 1st, 2025, on current structures and staffing, key recommendations for change from previous processes, and any proposed changes to structures and staffing. In addition, regular briefings will then continue in alignment with briefings to council as outlined in Murillo 10. Restructuring should include reference to a community partnership support framework. See Clark 3, motion to amend attachment D. This should also add a focus on culturally specific and culturally responsive community-based organizations, as well as a citywide focus on creation of the community partnership support framework. Partnerships with community-based organizations should be part of a citywide engagement strategy, as Clark outlined in Clark 4. Clark 7 outlines using measurable data and outcomes to support and increase volunteer engagement. This is something we've heard on the dais come up a lot, with special attention to the Parks Bureau. These efforts will be documented and regularly reported quarterly to council. This is an opportunity to be intentional in how the city values and supports volunteers as important partners. All right, 10 and 11 are amendments. This 10 is a motion to amend the budget to restore funding for Diversity and Civic Leadership Program, District Coalition Offices, small grants, small grants. Yep. Sorry, it's all blending together here. Using the proposed FY 25 to 26 Civic Life budget, resulting in no net change to the budget. Funding restoration will be through reducing personnel costs, not through program cuts, as Zimmerman requested in Zimmerman 6. For the next budget, for FY 26-27, the DCO RFP process will address insurance needs. Like many of you might have had, I have had folks coming to me saying, are we giving insurance to all the neighborhood associations? It's a small amount. I believe it's $80,000. I have felt like, why aren't we just doing this? Should I just pay out of my own office budget? What I learned is they are already covered for this for the next 12 months. But they pay their insurance on July 1st. So they would like to know that they will have insurance for the following year. That's fair. And also, they are made whole for next year. From my understanding, there's a plan for there to be an RFP process for these different coalitions. So this specifically says that for the next budget, that RFP process will address insurance needs. And through all of this, funding is restored to the Office of Community and Civic Life. It's in the Office of Community and Civic Life. Restoration goes to Diversity and Civic Leadership Program, District Coalition offices, and small grants. Sorry, one more amendment, and then I'll stop. All right, this one is a motion to amend the budget to move one FTE from the Office of Civic Life to Council Operations. The focus of the position will be to be a liaison to staff and key partners working on community engagement across the city. Position and funding will be identified using proposed FY 25-26 office budget, resulting in no net change to the budget. City administrator to report on this move no later than July 31st, 2025. So that just decreases the 1 FTE from Office of Civic Life and puts it into council operations. I am happy to take any questions.
Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for questions on this package?
Yes.
Right ahead.
Councillor Kayama-Lane, I don't see how does Kayama-Lane 10 balance? What I see is increase program expense by 477,949, and I see something saying funding restoration will be through reducing personnel costs, but I don't see where the 477 is coming from.
From working with folks from the city administrator's office, from the chief of, who is at the head of the Office of Community and Civic Life, and also seeing the new structures that are forthcoming, there's going to be a ton of movement, and so it will be from positions that are reclassified.
Okay,
And if you look here, there's including vacant positions.
Councillor, would this come from reductions of other positions or vacancies within the Office of Civic Life?
Yes.
Councillor Novick?
That, I confess I'm still worried that that seems too vague, but thank you.
Councillor Canal?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just say I think 11 is a slam dunk for me. I'd like to talk about 9 and 10. And by the way, I withdrew my amendment, Canal 9, because of your work on this issue that led to 11, so thank you. So I just want to reference what's referenced in Kayama-Lane 10 talks about personnel costs and references Zimmerman 6. And Zimmerman 6 talks about removing or I think completely eliminating one of the program offers, if I recall correctly, in the Office of Civic Life, which is the 5 FTE there. So because that would reduce expenditure by 1.35 million, and this uses 477, I'm gonna guess that one of two things is true and ask you which it is, which is, does this free up $900,000 that's unassigned because the same thing that's referenced in Zimmerman 6 is happening? Or are you asking for some sort of reduction within the pool the same way that the 20% reductions are being actualized at 9.5% this year, or something else?
Is it okay if I bring up someone else who wants to
go
come
right
up?
ahead?
While they're coming
Looks
up, I can
like
ask my
we have
next question.
2 people coming up right now.
While they're doing that, I'll ask the next question, which is, can you explain in number 9 what single unified means? I recognize the conversation around having some sort of common purpose, but having done community engagement on multiple of these bureaus' behalf, I can tell you the type of trauma that people come into community engagement around public safety from various sides of it, specifically as it relates to policing or lack thereof or whatever, is very different than when you have someone giving community engagement on other topics. And so I'm not sure, I've for years had a concern that trying to make a one-size-fits-all approach to community engagement in the city is not the best idea, and also that the way it is now is too siloed. So single unified might be an overcorrection, but I'm not sure.
Do you have a suggestion of different wording? Or is it just more a comment?
Come back to me on that,
Okay.
but yes.
Would you all like to answer Councillor Canal's question? And then if you would like to answer Councillor Novik's or speak to what he was saying about his concerns around it not being specific, exactly which positions, yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves and jump in.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Amanda Garcia Snell. I'm the engagement officer, for the record. So I'll take a poke at it here and see if this is getting at what you're looking for. So part of, I'm pretty new, just to preface that. I've been here for a few months, but part of the my understanding of what had been conducted in the past around assessments for equitable community engagement strategy across the city has been through Portland Engagement Project and the efforts internal and external to identify what my position should really look like and do. And so my understanding is that the plan for that is for me to work on that effort across the organization. So there are still a lot of conversations to have to develop that strategy, but the intention, as my understanding is that the intention is to develop a unified strategy for equitable community engagement. Yes, a one-size-fits-all does not work, but engagement is multifaceted. There are lots of different types of engagement, and so there would be opportunities to really look at how that should be conducted and implemented across the organization. Those in addition to the assessments that have already been conducted, those would come out of conversations with leadership across the organization, as well as direction from you all.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if this is in here, but I will say I'm pretty concerned that I've never been fully behind the idea of applying the 20% reduction to community engagement at all. There are dozens of people who do specialized community engagement work around the bureaus for specific advisory groups, specific types of projects. And I want to make sure, and I've been one of them, I want to make sure that that work's specialization is recognized. So I'm a little concerned about that being a reference here. So I think as it relates to 10, I might prefer to have a little more clarity that this would be targeted at the same 5 positions or some portion thereof that the referenced proposal, Zimmerman 6, talks about. I think that would help me get to a place where we could clarify that this is the administrative side, or to be more clear about another particular source. And I'll leave it there on 10. On 9, I think comprehensive and integrated are 2 words that feel better to me than single unified, because it recognizes some aspect of the fact that it's a plan that's going to cover multiple things that might be a little bit different but have to work together. And I recognize that we've had the same conversation on a couple other documents recently as well about words that convey the same meaning to, or different meanings to the same people.
I appreciate it. And I would be amenable to a friendly amendment to change a single unified plan to a comprehensive citywide plan.
That's good with me.
And just to follow up, I have heard from DCA Morrissey that for Coyama Lane 11, it would need to be a position elimination and position creation, because it would go from a represented position on the executive side to an at-will position in council operations. There are ripple effects.
I'm out of time.
Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just speak briefly to Councillor Koyama Lane's integration, if you will, of my budget notes 3 and 7. You can read it for yourself, but pretty simply, it's really meant to encourage a development of a volunteer program with public-private partnerships. Given what's happening with parks, we have some models around the city that we can actually pursue. And as Parks is moving into the Public Works service area, it makes a lot of sense to have this in Public Works. We also have a PBOT director, Millicent Williams, who's quite familiar with volunteer programs, which is something she did in Washington, D.C. And you can read it for yourself. There are several different components to it, and Koyama Lane 9 references those. Clark 7 really is very straightforward. It's an outgrowth of a conversation that I had with Mayor Wilson about the reduction that we've experienced in volunteerism in Portland over the last few years and the need to re-engage with the community on volunteerism. So we're asking that we develop some metrics in the Parks Department to actually measure how we're doing with Parks volunteerism. So that's short and sweet. That's what those two are.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Murillo.
I think I like the budget notes for 9 and 11. I'm still, sorry, I know folks have explained this already. Can you spell out exactly where the funding source for this is coming from? So we're going to be cutting a position. Do we know what position to move to another one for Koyama Lane 10?
Go ahead.
So yes-ish is the short answer for that. We would want to think about what all meets your needs, as well as future conversations with DCA leadership to make sure, or service area leadership, to make sure that we're understanding their needs, in addition to what has already been collected in terms of assessments around a citywide approach to engagement. Potentially, it's a neighborhood program related connection, because there seems to be interest, at least from what I have observed in your conversations, around that connection. But we're certainly open to, taking that direction from you, more conversations.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else, Counselor? Counselor Koyama Lane, you wanted to add something?
I just wanted to add that I hope it's okay that I share that I've gotten a peek at some of the new org charts and to see some of these changes. I know that there is a hope to be considerate and for city employees to not see those for the first time right here or hear about them from us on the dais. And so I think there's a piece of we're not showing those yet, and they would like to be able to show the team first and get some feedback and have those conversations. But I was able to see those and can probably share them with you privately.
Counselor Zimmerman?
Okay, so not thrilled with my Zimmerman 6 being put up as some sort of version that was cutting a program and yours won't, but money does have to come from somewhere. And what is not in any of these amendments is a reduction anywhere. So it seems a little disingenuous. You are referencing a set of amendments that I proposed relative to the reduction of the Office of Civic Life and Community, so that we could restore the Diversity and Leadership Program, improve the Immigrant Refugee Program, restore the neighborhood coalitions and neighborhood associations, operations and small grants. But I was able to offer those amendments up because I had cut somewhere in the budget, but there is no cut here, and you'd be asking us to put ourselves further out of balance if we passed these. So since you put my name in your note or in your amendment, as somehow that you've solved the problem I was trying to solve in a way that doesn't have a negative fund balance. I'm trying to understand it, but it feels like the
this is a positive note, right? It puts positive programs back in, but without any consequences, because somewhere we're going to have to give. And I don't think we have an amendment that goes along with this.
Councillor Zimmerman, would you like Councillor Claire to address those concerns?
Sure.
First, Councillor Zimmerman, I apologize. I did not mean for this to come across as disingenuous. When you and I spoke about this and I asked your priorities, I was under the impression that a high priority for you was that the funding was restored to these programs and that you genuinely cared about these programs. If it makes you feel more comfortable, I'm happy to strike your name from this. I did feel like I was trying to take, from that conversation, genuinely take that hope from you and try to still achieve that. I would like to point out that there is no net change to the budget in this, and that in the very soon forthcoming changes we're about to see, we will see that the rearranging of positions and the reclassifying will make it so we will be able to eliminate some of these positions. We will be able to look closer to the neighborhood program, look at that program, and we will be able to do what I think I've heard a lot of counselors up here say, including you, is really important to them, which is restoring the neighborhood program and the cuts that all of these programs were.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the intent was good, but I hope there are no other bureaus or other offices who present and then think that their org chart gets to change on July 1st. That is not a mechanism from which we do this work. We approve FTE counts today to be executed in the upcoming years. So while it sounds like the Bureau plans to move a lot of stuff around to meet what you're talking about, I think that is a step too far. It probably is unauthorized because the FTE count, the org charts, the budget that they're going to be receiving from this county, from this body for next year is all part of the bake of the budget process. So we don't write a blank check to an organization with no FTE count, no mission statement, no program offer, and no org chart. So that seems a little bit strange to me that the Bureau would want to basically go untouched and say, in the future year, we'll adjust to what it is that you want. That takes amendments, and I'll remind you that this is the group who came forward when they presented their budget to the Finance Committee. They said they preserved staff over programs, and so we're sitting here having to refund neighborhood coalitions and neighborhood associations because they made the choices they made. And I think a lot of us have said we'd like to find a way to restore the neighborhood coalitions, but that takes an action, and that isn't just a please rejigger it. This is an official budget. This document came forward. And what you're describing is not something that was in the proposed budget, which means that it's not been something that was either blessed off on from a mayor's perspective or has been blessed off of from this budget committee. I'm working with a couple of colleagues that you've all seen mine. I've heard some feedback. I think that if there's time to get into an alternative, I would be happy to share that, but I don't know that this restores the programs the way that I was hoping to, but I do appreciate the effort, particularly in the Civic Life Diversity and Leadership Program and the small grants, but we have to pay for it from somewhere, and I don't see a debit and credit here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Avalos.
I first just want to really appreciate Councillor Vice President Koyama Lane, because I think what I appreciate about the amendments that she's proposing is, and what I've seen from her throughout this entire budget process, is a willingness to bring all of the partners to the table and help us make strong decisions that are informed by the staff that have to execute them. And that's what I'm seeing in how you've crafted this. I really am grateful to you for doing that. I had a lot of concerns with the other way that some of the amendments that you're naming in here, how they were structured. And I feel like you did a really good job of consolidating all of that and achieving the outcome we all want, while also ensuring that we have a good, that we are working collaboratively with our city leaders to minimize harm, right? And so that's what I'm seeing in these. I am absolutely going to be supportive, but I just wanted to put that on the record because everyone should know that Vice President Koyama Lane is emerging as a really strong collaborative leader, and I just appreciate it so much. And I think it's the kind of leadership I want to see us do more in next year's budget, because I've shared on the dais, I've been very concerned about certain programmatic changes that are happening without collaboration with the bureaus. And I think this is an example of the way we should be doing it. So I wanted to appreciate you in public. So thank you. I will support your amendments.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Vice President Koyama Lane, for putting this together. I do have some of the same concerns that Councillor Zimmerman has. And so what I'm not clear on right now, and so there's an assumption that we all know the workings of what Civic Life is right now and what was taken away. So is Civic Life, was it taken out of a particular service area and put somewhere else?
I don't think so.
The issue that, the reason why you're here, Sarah, is because it is under your service area that she would be taking some staff and adding to Civic Life.
Annie Vonberg, Assistant City Administrator, for the record. That's okay. Thank you, Councillor Smith, for the question. No, currently, right now, Civic Life resides within the City Administrator's office under the Assistant City Administrator.
So here's the bigger issue. I don't think that neighborhood associations should be in council operations. Council operations should be just that. It should be operations as it relates to our committees and how we bring things forward, and to look at our resolutions, and that is what council operations is. It's not Civic Life. That's not what we should do. We have to keep those things separately. And if I'm looking at you, yeah. But I'm saying this to the maker of the motion, that when it was brought up before, I had some concerns about it, but I am so unclear about this particular, about all three of these, and where money's coming from and where it's not. And why would we just take one person and put them in council operations to do Civic Life? Madam Vice President, could you explain to me?
Councillor Koyama Lane, do you want to address the Koyama Lane 11 and what is included there?
I actually agree with you, Councillor Smith. I heard a lot of different perspectives. At first I thought, oh, councillors we're the ones with constituents, we're doing a lot of work with them, maybe it should be under us. And then as I spoke with especially district coalition leaders and different folks from neighborhood associations, I became convinced that it is important that there is a separation, and that the neighborhood program is not on our side, so they can really be a neutral convener. And so this one position for Koyama Lane 11, that's not someone that would be running the neighborhood program. They would be a liaison to the neighborhood work. That would still stay on the executive side.
Well, we're still trying to figure out what council operations does for us right now as it relates to community engagement and what resources we can get. I've talked to you several times, and it's been great and wonderful, but we were limited on what we could get from you unless it was a citywide event, whether or not we could get you to send out emails or any of those things. So I'm really confused by how this will better help us in doing community outreach, because we all have field representatives in our office now to do that field outreach. And I just think council operations needs to concentrate on council operations and how we bring the budget forward and all those things. We need more people to help us with that, because I think people are really good right now with their outreach. It seems a little off balance to me. I appreciate it, but it just, to me, it doesn't, I just don't want to see that in council operations. I think they have they're a policy-oriented operation, and that's what it needs to stay at.
For Koyama Lane 11?
Yes.
For Koyama Lane 10, I am open to working with Mr. Beery to come up with the number of FTE to specify what that would look like in order to cover those costs, if that, would that help some of my colleagues looking over at some of them?
Madam President, I was not finished, but so the issue is, I mean, we called out people earlier to ask them if they were working with administration, and Councilor Zimmerman was called out a couple of times and asked about that. So I think the work that you're doing right now is the work that you need to do before you get here, so that you can explain it to us and you can have them explain it to you. To do it, this policy stuff and creating policy and understanding who the stakeholders are and how you need to do it. It has to be fully baked when you drop it on how it's going to come, where the money's coming from, how you're going to do it, and you got to have folks that are going to be in these bureaus to be able to back you up, if need be. But I know where you're trying to go with this, and I appreciate it, because I think community engagement is important, and we've made it a priority in our office, and I think there needs to be more of it, but I think this is not baked enough yet.
Councilor Smith, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Councilor Koyamale, I appreciate the work that you did to try to bring folks together on this. I'm still absorbing some of the specifics. I was looking at the same thing some of our colleagues were in Koyama Lane 10, where it looks like we don't quite have the specificity yet that we need, and I'm wondering if you would be willing to have some conversations about making sure that Koyama Lane 10 has the specificity. It seems like you were trying to make it a balanced amendment, and if that's the goal, then I'd like to make sure it is actually a balanced amendment. And I'm wondering if you would be willing to take the time to try to figure out what we would need to do to make that change.
Absolutely. It's being worked on right now, and it looks like it would be around 3 or 4 FTE if we need to specify.
Okay.
I'm happy to do so.
I'm concerned with Koyama Lane 10 colleagues. I know that we all had a lot of frustration with our budget engagement process that ran through the Office of Civic Life, and I learned a lot about how we need to make sure we maintain control over those things in a way that I thought we were going to have partnership and not have to. But I don't think that the solution to that is moving somebody into council operations. We have some great staff there who I think can support us with this work, and we are making some other changes that we've already voted through to support this work. I wouldn't be opposed to expanding capacity there in the future if we decide that's needed. But as we try to balance our needs and the needs of the administration as a whole, this feels like it's responsive to one action, one incident that didn't go well. And I think that I think we might be able to improve the coordinated work on engagement without an additional position. Councillor Canal, I believe you've spoken to this, right? Okay, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Vice President Koyama Lane. I see what you're doing here. I think it is the work of trying to bring together some very strong opinions about this very important part of our city. I'm going to support this. I'm going to be looking for reacting to kind of the balance of all the changes here, but I just wanted to offer my support. I think it's important. I think it's okay to do this level of direction at this dais and operate in this kind of relatively uncertain space when we know that we're going through a big reorganization in the city. And so we can get ahead of that and say, this is how I want that vision to be implemented. So that's a big part of why I'm supporting this today. And so curious to see how the rest of the conversation goes, but I'm ultimately supporting the spirit of it.
Looks like we're back to people who have spoken previously. Councillor Canal, did you want a second opportunity to speak?
Yes, I just asked questions earlier. I think I think I agree with the concerns around 10. And I've heard a lot of different arguments here. I think those are compelling. I actually think that one of the challenges we face around 10 is we have a bureau that is very small and consistently taking these little adjustments and changes that seem to reflect a desire, a long-term desire to not have it as a separate bureau, but an unwillingness to just do it up front now. That predates any of the current structure. I'm looking at a few years of this conversation around Civic Life. I know a lot of the folks who work in Civic Life. We shared an office, and I know that a lot of them do very, very good work, and I'm sure everybody else does too. I just don't work with everybody closely. So I do see that 10 kind of continues the maybe kind of that I'm not clear on for the future of this bureau. I do want to really strongly defend 11, though. I think you can view community engagement as a part of implementing a policy, and that's great, and it is often part of implementing a policy, and taking a vision and a clear direction and applying it into actual concrete actions. And I think we sometimes do a good job at that in the city and sometimes not. But I think what's missed often is that it's a part of policy development and not as a box we check, not sitting here listening to people give testimony before we do what we were going to do anyway, but because it's a part of actually shaping how we think. And the people who are setting the direction and doing the legislation and policy development are city council. And I think that having, on principle as well as in practice, having the administration be the place where all community engagement is housed, it doesn't make sense as a filter between policy makers and the people who are trying to weigh in on policy development. So I do want to very strongly support that. My original amendment created 2 positions, and I think this is already the compromise, getting it down to 1. I'd love to have a second. If there's a conversation around how to do that, we should, but I do want to strongly defend that. As it relates to 9, I think the change to comprehensive helps me. I don't know, and I'd like to see maybe it be either less referential, or for us to understand it if our intention is to, like, would we still vote on Avalos 9, Murillo 10, Clark 3, Clark 4, Clark 7? Or is the idea that this would capture all of that as well? And I think in the event that we did want to capture all of it, I think it might make sense to just literally make it an omnibus, copy paste it in. Otherwise, I'm confused by the referential nature of it, but I still like the concept.
Counselor, is your intent with these references that when this is written into the budget, and we're not talking about amendments that no longer exist, is your intent that the language of those amendments would be included here, or that it's just referential? And is there a way to make sure this is clear when those amendments are not before us?
I'm open to suggestions and what makes the most sense. It does seem that if other amendments are referenced, that it could be some sort of an attachment to, and including those.
So is your intent that we're voting on the full content of those amendments as well? For example, I don't believe your intent is that we're voting on the full content of Zimmerman's 6. Is that okay?
Especially since many of these say as similar to or as outlined it in, and it's just part of it.
Okay, we may need to figure out a way, if we're going to pass this, to make sure that it's clear as a standalone document.
And as a standalone document, all of the information is here. And so my intention was to show the collaboration and intention to include some of these different pieces. And so I also am fine if my colleagues are fine with not attaching those. And I'm also fine to strike anyone's name as they're referenced if they prefer.
Okay. Councillor Canal, were you done?
Yes.
Councillor Green? Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I would prefer that they actually be included. I don't know if that's a footnote or an attachment or however it is, that all the language is there. of Clark 3 and 7. I'm assuming Evelyn 9 as well.
Koyama Lane.
I also just wanted to clarify that this is not about Civic Life. This, for me, as I learn more, is really about making sure we have an equitable engagement strategy that includes systems across all service areas and are actually built into being of service to the community. So my expectation is not that we're holding to what we currently know as the Office of Civic Life, but is that we're holding the administration accountable to these new systems that serve Portlanders better, hopefully. And I would like to see this realignment process that I know a lot of resources and work has gone into. I'd like to see it have a chance to move forward and have a better understanding of what a comprehensive plan could look like before we make massive cuts and resources to a whole area.
Councilors, we have 3 amendments before us. It sounds like there's a little bit of cleanup on Koyama Lane 10 that Councilor Koyama Lane is working on language for. Councilor, do you want a little bit of time for that, and we can let others propose other amendments in this area? Is that helpful?
Or we can vote on 9.
Or do you think it's coming soon and we should vote on the others while we wait for that?
I heard, working on it looks like there may be, yeah, so working on it.
Okay.
I asked Jonas for an amount of time, but need to give him the space to work.
Is it possible to go ahead and vote on the others?
Meaning 9 and 11? Yeah, we can move forward there. On Koyama Lane 9, is there any cleanup around the names, or are you planning to attach those if this is adopted in?
I would like to attach those.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Can I just get a clarification on what's being attached?
Yes, please. So I believe Koyama Lane 9 references other amendments. This isn't something that we've seen done in a budget note, and those other amendments may or may not be adopted. So we can't have a budget note in our budget that references things that are not in existence. So I think what we may need to do before this budget note is officially entered into the budget, if it is adopted, is take the language and rather than saying as outlined in Avalos 9, say as outlined in footnote 1, and have a footnote with the language. And instead of as outlined in Murillo 10, say as outlined in footnote 2 with the language. Restructuring should include reference to a community partnership support framework, and then a footnote that just includes that rather than saying Clark 3. Partnership with community-based organizations should be part of a citywide engagement strategy. That may or may not need a framework, or may or may not need a footnote. And then use measurable data and outcomes to support and increase volunteer engagement with special attention to parks. And again, that may or may not need a footnote depending on the specific language there, but that we not refer to other budget notes and amendments.
Madam President, Murillo 10 passed already, so I'm not sure that's necessary to add that as a footnote.
Okay. I think rather than saying Murillo 10 though, because once it's adopted, it is part of the budget. So regular briefings will continue in alignment with briefings to council, period, perhaps.
Or we can add it if that is helpful. But that will be included in other places already in the budget.
Okay, Councilor Clark.
I was just going to say, I really like your idea of the footnote, to have all the language in a footnote.
So councilors, I think what I'm going to ask is that we vote on this knowing what the intent is, but ask our colleague to write it slightly differently and turn it back into the clerk's office and the budget office so that it refers to information that's included here, because in the final budget, we don't list things by amendment, and some of these may or may not be passed, but so that we have a clean document.
Point of order. Madam President, that's not how we do this. We have to do it inside our meeting right here so we can see what's clear. Sorry. So we can see what's clear, that you can't come back and then put something in. You got to put at least the core of what your language is so that we can vote on it.
I wholly understand. I'm trying to move us with what we have, and we did this similar.
I know.
The alternative is to move on and not vote yet, but I had a few people say, can we vote on 9 and 11 while we wait?
Okay.
But just to clarify, Madam Chair, we can take the language in Avalos 9, Clark 3, and Clark 7 and create footnotes to this Koyama Lane 9.
Correct. The core language of the budget note would not change.
Everybody has that language now.
Correct.
But it's not in this spot, this one spot together.
No, it's just referenced.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Keelan, can you please call the roll on Koyama Lane 9?
May I ask who seconded these?
Second.
There we go.
Canal.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that structural issue here, and I'll vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Koyama Lane.
Yes.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Purtle Guinea.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Councilors, I think we're still waiting a few minutes on Koyama Lane 10. So we are going to move to Koyama Lane 11. Is there any more discussion on Koyama Lane 11? Okay, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Although the new information that it would have to be a separate position is concerning to me, I think it's really important that we have capacity for council operations to assist in community engagement. And I hope that we have them also look specifically at, if should this pass, at advisory groups and how they can support those that are and liaise with those that report to council. I vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Aye. Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
This is 11, right? Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
I like this, and I think this would be something to work with the mayor and the executive team on, because they're doing Civic Life and changing these decrease, increase. I think there's some other conversations that need to be had, because government relations has tribal relations, has international relations. So we need to figure out, where are the outreach organizations, where are they gonna lie? I don't think they need to be under the city administrator's office. I think we need to find a place for them, and that doesn't have a conflict of interest. And I think there needs to be a group of us to work with the mayor as he's developing the new structure, to identify how we get to where this Koyama Lane 11 is. And I'll vote aye.
Purtle Guinea.
No.
The amendment is approved with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Councilor Koyama Lane, are we in a place where we can get an updated version of Koyama Lane 10?
Please move on to some other amendments for now.
Okay. Councilor Clark, are you in the queue to propose a community engagement amendment? Okay, councilors, does anybody else have anything you would like to propose in the community engagement policy area?
I do, but a question, we're just doing one thing and we're just doing amendments.
We're doing top priority amendments, and I'm not seeing anyone in the queue, though I saw 2 people nod their heads.
Okay, so then, hold on, I'm just double checking. Yeah, so I have two, but they're both notes, so I'll wait.
Hey, Councillor Zimmerman, are you nodding your head that you want to bring something forward?
Thank you. The reason I was hesitating, I'm looking to see if my co-sponsor wants to do this, and I will read it in and let that person take the chance or take the opportunity. So previously I had a number of amendments that restored Civic Life related programs while eliminating the Civic Life overhead. So with some changes to those and given what just occurred, repackage those in an amendment to reduce the 5 FTE in Civic Life by what was previously 1.35 million. And since we just took an action, I have to do the math in public. That's always fun. From Civic Life and use it on a full restore of the diversity and leadership program. That was 180,000 to restore it. Increasing by 1 FTE, the immigrant and refugee program, another 160. Restoring the neighborhood operations and grant funds in the district coalitions, and an additional $70,000 on top of that for insurance reasons. So that's 380 total. I made no changes to the youth council, no changes to the ADAPT program, and one additional position, one additional position for that was the position from Councillor Clark and Councillor Canal on the CEI hub, I'm going to call them employee, of $170,000. That, along with a community engagement person at $181,000, spends what looks to be about 1 million of that 1.3 and repackages those amendments from before. But given what you were just voting on, we're doing math in public and that becomes confusing, and I will give a chance for my potential co-sponsor if that person wants to make any comments.
I'm going to second it. I'd like to speak to just a couple kind of questions around it here. I think it's worth discussing here. I think the math adds up to 1,071,000 roughly, and would create a $282,000 surplus this way. I have some questions around the inclusion of the CEI in this versus a different amendment. I support getting it. I just want to have that conversation. And I also have a couple questions for, I'm guessing, our ACEA or our Chief Engagement Officer as to some clarity, because the org chart I'm seeing does not have 5 administration positions on it, and I want to understand, without naming names, the positions that are in the administration program offer before committing to vote for it or not. But I will second it because I think it's worth a conversation.
And Councillor, I think at some point in discussion, we're going to need to look to you and Councillor Quayama-Lane to understand the overlap and differences between her amendment on the table and yours. Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask while you are asking your question or making your statement for our ACA to come up to answer Councillor Canal's question about the administrative positions, but let's have Councillor Novick speak first.
I'm just making a blanket statement that I'm going to vote against adding money to anything or restoring money for anything, even if there's an offset, until we've addressed the $700,000 gap that the Green Nihilism Amendment created yesterday. I think that any savings we can find should first be addressed to closing that $700,000 gap, period.
Can I direct respond to that? Because it's both on those. I was the co-sponsor on both of these.
Let's hear the answer to your question. We will get to a response there. Annie, would you mind introducing yourself? And we have a question on the table. It sounds like the amendment being put forward would eliminate 5 administrative positions. Is that correct, Councillor Zimmerman?
Yes, in the budget book, Civic Life notes that they have 5 FTE in Civic Life administration and a budget of $1.35,895,000.
And that's different from what we see on the org chart that Councillor Koyama-Lane sent out. So I think we're
I don't know if this is the org chart that was submitted to the mayor when they devised the budget, or if this is the org chart that was being talked about that they want to come up with after we pass this budget.
So what we're
which is a
looking
confusing
for
point.
is a crosswalk. We just need a crosswalk between these two things.
Thank you, Council President Annie Von Berg, for the record, Assistant City Administrator. I have not had a chance to talk to Councilor Zimmerman, so I'm unsure exactly the positions he has identified. What I'm deducing from the language there is that it's not included in one of the programs that was identified. So that does give us an idea. I'm not sure if you would like those specific positions. It does put us in a curious situation of individuals being
There are
identified.
5 positions in the Civic Life admin. I take that to be the administration of that office or that bureau. That's the way your budget document reads. So I'm talking about the 5 admin, which is a separate program offer within the Office of Civic Life. That's where my reduction and that 1.35, that's where I was talking about.
For clarity, I think that helps. I'm still not entirely clear what positions those are since we don't break that out operationally. I will say the org chart that Council Vice President Koyama-Lane showed is not representative of the future state.
Councillor Canal, I don't know if that helps your concerns at all, what you just heard.
A little bit. I think this isn't about, I think we weren't trying to clarify what Councillor Zimmerman was saying here. We're trying to clarify what was put into the book. We didn't make the book. So if the book has the positions, I don't think it's on the legislative side here to have to answer about what the executive presented to us. I think you should, I would like to understand that says it's 1.353. That's pretty clear in terms of the dollar amount. But I think we're seeing an org chart here, and I'm trying not to show because I don't want to be talking about individual people. But I think in terms of understanding the positions, I do want to understand that. And I do think that's on that side of the dais to answer. Maybe not you specifically. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I could read through the personnel cost that's listed under the Civic Life incomes. Should we document this? What's that? How to cite this document?
And I'm going to give you a minute to look at that
please.
because I do want to respond to something else. I just want to remind everyone of our council rules 3.02.040, Part B, Part 1B6, about refraining from personal criticism. I think referring to an amendment that is creating a surplus, by the way, to help offset that exact concern of $282,000 that would go towards defraying that by directing a comment at another counselor and saying it was a nihilism amendment is well outside of what we're allowed to do, I would argue, by law. And I think that's something that we should try to avoid doing, especially when there are attempts being made to resolve that exact thing, but the sequencing of these amendments is not designed in a way that is necessarily conducive to it. So I want to point that out here. And I'm hoping that we can get to a place where we can understand that maybe we're not going to solve every problem in one fell swoop, but that maybe we can defray $282,000 of a 700-ish potential surplus, potential deficit that none of us knew about at the time, and then maybe work to get the rest of it figured out over the course of the day.
Councillor, we have a lot of other things we need to work out over the course of the day.
Agreed.
Councillor Clark, are you in the queue with the question?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Zimmerman, can you just one more time go through the separate pieces of this? Because you did it pretty quickly. I didn't catch them all. Thank you.
Am I reading option 1 or option 2 there, Samir?
I'd prefer 2.
Okay. Reduce 5 FTE from Civic Life, which is $1,353,000 and some change. That's in the Civic Life admin. Restore the diversity and leadership program by $180,000 because that was cut. Increase the immigrant and refugee program by 160, 1 additional FTE. Restore and then some the District Coalition small grant funds and operation funds and their insurance fund at $380,000. Because Civic Life is home to the youth council, I made no changes there, but just noting that they'll need a new home in city ops. Increasing the community engagement and council ops by $181,258, and the CEI hub. No, excuse me.
Well, that's not in it.
So the co-sponsor's asking maybe not the CEI hub person. So I misspoke on the first one. Apologies. That creates a surplus. And the money for those restores all comes from the reduction of the overhead of Civic Life.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Smith.
Yes. Now, who's here from Civic Life?
We have the engagement officer, Amanda Garcia-Snell. We also have Shannon Fairchild here that has a little more details that we can speak to those individual positions if you'd like.
Right, so those 5 positions, how is that going to impact your office if you take them away?
I'm trying to be thoughtful about this because we haven't fully worked through the realignment conversations yet. And so I anticipate that we will be able to meet the needs of you all and service area leadership through fewer positions. But without having those conversations, I'm reluctant to say. I think there is a lot of opportunity for a citywide equitable community engagement strategy that can look different, very different than how it looks now, and be in service to community.
Can you answer me this? How many FTEs do you have altogether?
Currently, there are 14 in Civic Life.
So with this cut, you're going to go down to 9.
2 of those positions are currently vacant.
But they're talking about 5 positions.
Yes.
Well,
my understanding of what those 5 positions, how that would impact is that then Civic Life would not have a director. It would not have administrative positions that support those individual programmatic functions.
Mm-hmm. So it's confusing to me, and it sounds like it's putting Civic Life upside down to me. That's just to me. I understand what my colleagues are trying to do, but because we haven't had a clear picture given, we just came in and we just start cutting. And I'm not comfortable with just cutting right now until I see the up and over and how it's going to be redesigned. And so it's one thing if you take 1 FTE and move it, but when you're taking 5, and now Civic Life is not going to have a director as a result of the new mayor's budget?
No, sorry. I thought you were referring to the amendment with the 5 administrative positions.
Right. So, but if that happens, your executive director is going to be gone with the new 5 that we cut.
If I'm understanding the amendment correctly, yes, that would be the case. The engagement officer would be included in one of those 5.
Wow. Okay. I don't think this is where the space or the place that we should do this right now. I just don't. It feels very uncomfortable, and it feels like we've cut so many FTEs from this budget to begin with, from the permitting down to the parks and now to Civic Life. I think all of us have ideas on how the city should be run. And I'm just going to repeat a little bit, a paraphrase of what Mayor Wilson said, and that's their responsibility. I think it is our responsibility to put together some sort of work group to work with him to let him know how we see this running for the next fiscal year, trying to do all these amendments. It is, I'm telling you, for me, and I can keep up with stuff, but this is causing me not to be able to keep up in a way that's meaningful and voting on things that I don't think I should be voting on right now, that I should be a part of a work group to work with the city manager and the mayor's office to see how, this is how we want to see it, so that it is developed in the way that we want it when the budget comes out again, so we won't be in this situation of piecemealing things together, because I don't have a clear idea of what your department actually all does, and so we don't have enough time to talk about it. That's why I was asking you what the number of FTEs will be, and not having an executive director within a department, that seems odd to me. Who's going to be leading the charge?
Point of order, Madam President. I'd withdraw the amendment if the seconder would be okay with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Counselors. Else
of information. Does that mean are we going back to TKL 10?
Right now, we do not have a motion on the table. We are waiting for our colleague to have the language that she needs for Amendment 10, and in the meantime, we're moving through other amendments. I guess TKL 10 is on the table, but it has been set aside until she has the information that she needs. Counselors, does anybody else have a community engagement amendment that they would like to bring forward? Counselor Smith, is that the purpose for which you're in the queue?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I would like to do some housekeeping with Smith 12, and we have to increase the appropriation for the Albina displacement lawsuit settlement, and I would say that would be a community one. I move to amend the budget by increasing operating expenses to align with City Council's decision to increase the settlement for the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2 and related plaintiffs. In particular, I move to increase operating expenses in the insurance and claims operating fund by $7.5 million and reduce the contingency by $7.5 million. Future budget actions, including a supplemental budget during fiscal year 25-26, will be required to allocate general fund resources to reimburse the insurance and claims fund and ensure adequate resources exist to pay potential future settlement claims.
Counselor, to clarify, this is a technical requirement because we made the vote for that that change in the settlement after our budget documents have been put together.
Okay.
This doesn't change anything to the settlement. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
Okay. Do we have a second for Smith 12? I'll second it. Counselor Canal, are you in the queue for discussion of Smith 12?
Just a question. Is the first million, because wouldn't this just be 6.5 million of additional dollars?
7.5.
I'm going to look to our budget director, Director Levine. Originally, the settlement was for 2 million. We added 6.5 million more, and this makes an adjustment by 7.5 million. Is that what we need to be doing, or does this need to be only 6?
Madam President, we're not approving Prosper's.
Correct, I think.
Our money for the 1 million and then adding the 7.5 million.
That's correct. I think it all is coming out of the insurance and claims fund. I think I'm a little unclear, honestly, how they had budgeted that first million. So this just covered our bases.
This includes the first million by intent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselors, is there any other discussion on Smith 12? Keelan, could you, Counselor Green?
Thank you,
in the
Madam
queue to
President. I am. I'd like to have a little bit more discussion. I'd like to ask some questions.
Go ahead.
DCA Bieri, can you please address the dais? I would just like to understand a little bit more about the behind-the-scenes accounting of what we did on that day versus what's being proposed, and in your view, just kind of help us understand this.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. For the record, Jonas Beery, DCA Budget and Finance and Chief Financial Officer. So that settlement, which added $6 million for the city's portion from 7.5 from $1 million to 7.5. Isn't accounted for in the risk and claims fund forecast. The way that fund is typically replenished is it's somewhat convoluted but intentional kind of 4-year replenishment plan. So the funds in the city that typically have claims pay into that. That may not be the optimal allocation method for 2 reasons. The typical allocation method: 1, a 4-year time frame of repayment may not be adequate to replenish that risk and claims fund so that it has resources to pay out upcoming settlements and claims that are coming. So we may have to look at shortening that replenishment window and dispersing those costs citywide on a more of a 1-year or 2-year time frame. So that's one challenge that we haven't yet figured out in the last week. The other challenge is that allocation methodology might overweight the responsibility to bureaus that typically have claims and underweight to bureaus that typically don't have claims. And so that might not be the optimal allocation. So another option is to run it through something more like the general fund overhead type model that disperses it citywide, and that will have impacts. So we're still working on identifying what those allocations would look like, what the right repayment recommendation would be, and we will have to come back in the fall bump and recommend that those adjustments be made. To be clear, that will be reductions to budgets citywide.
Thank you. And with the proposal on the table, are there any second or third order consequences that you're aware of?
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand the question.
So the counselor is asking us to just make the transfer now out of a drawdown of a contingency balance. I'm asking if there are any things that we need to think about in that regard.
So that balance includes a contingency, a reserve amount that's recommended by an external actuarial expert about the amount that we should keep in pocket to accommodate unexpected claims. And that amount is already funded at an amount lower than the recommendation. I believe it's around 75% of the recommended level. So we will be increasing the risk to the city by carrying for a short time a balance that's lower than we would typically prefer. We hope that's manageable. It's a relatively short time frame if we can realign this in the fall technical adjustment ordinance.
Okay, that's helpful for me. So it's just really it's kind of a risk. It's not a solvency question. It's just sort of a risk of the relative generally accepted guidance.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly risk in having a lower balance than would be recommended.
Thank you.
DCA Berry. We did something yesterday where we borrowed from the systems development charges from the parks. So this is not like this is extraordinary in terms of strategies to make sure that we're made whole. And you mentioned that it would be less money to bureaus if we take it from the fall bump. But the fall bump is extra. That is not taking from any operating budget for fiscal year 25-26.
If there's a question in there.
No, I just wanted to make a statement and say that I didn't understand your response when you said it's going to take from bureaus, but we're doing the operating budget, and this is how we normally pay for risk claims. But this is the first time that I've seen that you all have done it in this manner, because we approved a $2 million request last week, a $1.6 million request, a $598,000 request, and I've approved over millions of dollars since day one, and this is becoming an extraordinary challenge for you in many ways, but I think it should be just as easy as you have done everything else.
So, Councilor, you're correct that this is it's a very unique circumstance. To my knowledge, it's the first time that the city has experienced a circumstance where we had a claim that was planned for,
Right.
and we had moved through the combination of allocations across the city and planning for and
Exactly.
expecting that, and managing that reserve level, et cetera. And to my knowledge, it's a very unique circumstance that we're not equipped to respond to, because it's the first time that, to my knowledge, that's happened, where a claim like that has appeared at a 6 times responsibility without having the typical level of forethought. So that is
Exactly.
correct. And so I just would acknowledge that this is a very unique moment.
So
of trying to
we have a
navigate.
risk fund. We have a risk fund that pays out whatever we approve. And just understanding that we're not a rubber stamp to whatever you all give us. That should be understood. And we're not gonna rubber stamp everything you do, but we have to date done everything you have asked us to do. But when there are extraordinary circumstances, then we took the opportunity to expand this extraordinary circumstances. So I really wish that the sentiment and the tone of how you're explaining this should be one of, we did harm, we have to pay, this is the route that we see best. We took $50 million, 50, and we only needed 44 million. We took $50 million from the parks, and then, yeah, you can roll your eyes.
Counselor?
Counselor, I apologize. I'm absolutely not rolling my eyes at what you're saying. I'm looking at
But I'm just trying to make a point here.
I agree with you on the merits and benefit and value of the settlement. I am only describing the financial impacts of that settlement.
Counselor and DCA Bieri, I want to draw us back to the amendment before us.
Thank you.
We voted on a settlement.
It's done.
And in order to cover those costs in the budget, we need to have a place technically where it comes from. And I think we've gone down a road of what happens later that we probably ought to discuss at some point when we're not staring down a timeline on our budget.
I agree, Madam President.
Councillor Clark, did you have anything further?
Just a simple question. Where is this amendment coming from?
This is Smith 12. It is in attachment I. It is the updated attachment I that was uploaded, I believe, last night or this morning. So it may not be in printed documents that you have from the day before.
It's in the document.
It's in the printed one?
Yes, on page 69.
Yeah, it is in the, but I believe Councillor Clark may have something from before this was added.
June the 9th.
Councillor Clark, while you look for that, and perhaps your colleague next to you can see if they have it pulled up, I'm going to go to Councillor Ryan.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Jonas. I just have a question, a clarifying question. What percentage do you project this will mean for reductions next year to the general fund?
Councilor, it's a good question. I don't think we know that yet. We're doing a couple different types of analysis at different allocation methodologies to be ready to present some options to council. I mean, it would be, if we imagine $6 million and maybe that's able to be spread out over a couple of years. As I mentioned, we do have obligation to keep that risk and claims fund solvent, because we anticipate there will be more things coming down the pike. So I think it's probably going to be to your allocation, $3 million a year citywide, just if you want to think about a order of magnitude.
At this moment, I wanted to get a ballpark.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Avalos?
I think mostly my question is just, do we need to do this now? Like, it seems like there's some options that we have maybe in the TAO or other things. Like, does it have to happen in this budget?
Councillor Avalos, yes, this was just a technical fix that we had to put in so that they could get their money in July. And so I want to make sure that they get their money and that it's not put off until fiscal year 25, 26. That's all.
I see. Okay.
Councilors, is there any other discussion? Councilor Clark, did you have any follow-up? Okay. Keelan, could you please call the roll? Councilors, this is Smith 12, which moves 7.5 million from contingency to the insurance and claims operating fund so that we can pay out the settlement that we've previously approved, with a note that we will have to come back to address refilling the contingency at a future time.
Canal.
Yeah, I was a little concerned by the piece about the possibility of moving towards spreading settlements across the whole city. I think our current process does allocate it where the settlement comes from, and I'd like to see that maintained. Just wanted to reference that. That's outside the scope of this amendment, though. Just it came up in conversation. I wanted to make sure I spoke to that. Thank you. I vote aye.
Aye.
Koyama
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
He's stepped out.
Thank you. Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 10 yes votes.
Thank you. Colleagues, does anybody else have a community engagement amendment to bring forward? Lane, are you ready to have us return to Koyama Lane 10?
I am. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. I am ready to strike the words after funding restoration will be through reducing, and then striking personnel costs not through program cuts, Zimmerman 6, and replacing it with 3 FTE within Civic Life. And those positions will be Manager 1, Coordinator 1, and Coordinator 2. And with that, it will restore the things listed in Koyama Lane 10.
Counselor, because we had some slip-ups with on-the-dais amendments yesterday, do we have confirmation that this balances?
I worked on this with the budget office.
Director Levine, do we have confirmation that Koyama Lane with this change will still balance, that the elimination of a Manager 1, Coordinator 1, and Coordinator 2 position will add up to at least $477,949 in funds that are available to use in the ways outlined in the amendment?
I wouldn't answer that because I was out.
Please introduce yourself.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Owen Sates, Budget and Policy Analyst with the City Budget Office. Sorry, I'm tracking a lot of things. So the question is...
We had some slip-ups with on-the-dais amendments yesterday. I just want to confirm that the elimination of a Manager 1, Coordinator 1, and Coordinator 2 will add up to at least $477,949, and that the funds will be usable for the 3 programs laid out in Koyama Lane 10 for the expenditures.
And the 3 programs are, remind me.
Diversity and Civic Leadership Program, District Coalition Offices Operating Grants, and the Small Grants Program.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Does it come in at exactly that number, or does it leave any extra?
Well, when you write an amendment, so as the amendment is written, you would move the 3 FTE and the budget separately. So you can, the FTE, it's an approximate projection. So you could, the 3 FTE would...
Turn to would it balance?
Yes, it would balance.
Okay.
Yes, if you add the amendment as written or as described.
Thank you. Councilors, is there any discussion on Koyama Lane 10?
Madam Chair, can you just repeat the 3 pieces again? Increases, which 3 pieces?
Koyama Lane 10 as written, increased Bureau program expenses in Diversity and Civic Leadership, District Coalition Offices Operating Grants, and the Small Grants Program. And it is paying for that by cutting 3 FTE within Civic Life, specifically a Manager 1, Coordinator 1, and Coordinator 2. Is that correct, Councilor?
Thank you.
Councillor Canal, did you have a discussion on this amendment? Go right ahead.
Yeah, I see the coordinator 1 is vacant, so it's good to know that. I'm assuming that the coordinator 2 is the PIO position, but I'm not sure, and just wanted to flag that, that at least one of these is vacant already, and I thought that was helpful to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ryan?
Yeah. I'm just curious who you spoke with in Civic Life to make the decisions on what positions would be cut.
Mostly Amanda Garcia Snell, and then different community members who are connected with our district coalitions.
Again, I'm looking at this, right? Okay.
Yeah, because they made us name them.
Yeah.
Manager 1, Coordinator 2. From my understanding, there are a couple of people who have, out of the neighborhood program, the person supporting District 1 has left or is on leave. So they're also, managing personnel, things shift.
Okay. I had the opportunity to oversee Civic Life for 1 year. It was a really hard assignment because the Bureau was quite depressed, if you will, after a couple commissioners in charge had that assignment and restructured it quite a bit. We had the assignment given to us to help restructure it further. This is personal because I know these people and I haven't had a chance to talk to them. So I will definitely be a no on this, as for me, it's an example of diving too deep into the org chart and making decisions up here that I don't have the context of. I would have had that context in the 1 year I had this assignment and would have been very careful about such behavior. So I just have to say, for my own values, this is something I can't be participating in. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I don't believe Councillor Smith has spoken this round, so Councillor Cleomeline, we're going to go to Councillor Smith and then come back to you. Go right ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I wanted to find out in this version if there is an executive director.
Given that
you said manager, it's going to be manager 1, coordinator.
Councillor Cleomeline, do you want to speak to that? The positions that our vice president named off were a manager 1, coordinator 1, and coordinator 2. The engagement officer serves as the director here, so I don't believe that position is cut.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cleomeline, oh, you took yourself out of the queue. Did you have something to add, Councillor?
From my understanding, and I can get some clarification, is that the intention is that through the reorganization and reclassification, that folks would be reclassified and would not be without a job. Is that something that can be?
Reclassified where? Now that we're down in the weeds of this, I'm kind of curious.
I see our ACA coming forward to address this.
I don't want to be in these weeds, but here we are.
All right, thank you. Annie Vonberg, Assistant City Administrator. At this point in time with the realignment process, we know that there's going to be reclassifications. We know that this is going to look very different. It's too early to tell, though, exactly what those cost savings will be. We'll have a better understanding right now. We're hopefully around the fall budget adjustment.
Thank you.
I do appreciate the attempt to restore the funding for the grants. I wish that we could do that, but this isn't the pathway that I would want to take. Thanks.
Councillor Cleomeline.
I appreciate that, Councillor Ryan, and appreciate your expertise and your experience that you bring, and I would love to bring you in on more of these conversations too. Yeah. This is connected to somewhat of the advisory body's work that you and I are working on in the governance.
I realize that. And this has all been very rushed, and we just got this information after lunch, so thanks.
Seeing no other discussion in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Based on the knowledge I have at this moment that 2 of these are vacant, I'll vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Cleomeline.
I'm really hopeful that this will pass and that a lot of this funding can be restored to our community. I vote aye.
Murillo,
Based on the updated information, I vote aye.
Novick,
Based on the updated information of my blind faith in Tiffany Koyama Lane, aye.
aye. Thank you. Green,
Aye.
Zimmerman,
No.
Avalos,
Aye.
Dunphy,
Aye.
Smith,
No.
Purtle-Guinea.
Aye.
Amendment is approved with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Colleagues, are there any more amendments folks would like to bring forward in the community engagement policy area space? I should say policy space. Okay, Councillor Smith, I believe that's a legacy hand, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Colleagues, we are going to move on to amendments that are related to housing and homelessness. I know there are a lot of budget notes here. We do have a couple of direct amendments as well. Councillor Avalos, do you have something to bring forward?
I do. So I would like to move forward with Avalos 4. This is, I'll go ahead and share and then see if I have a second, if that's, yeah, okay. So Avalos 4 is to move $500,000 into the pilot program for home share into preserving affordable housing units in the North and Northeast Preference Policy. So the North and Northeast Housing Preference Policy is designed to provide housing opportunities to residents displaced by urban renewal in historically Black neighborhoods of North and Northeast Portland. These units are currently in need of short-term financial help to help them catch up from years of reduced rental income from COVID years, but also from extended vacancies that were required by the policy. And there's been some discussion around the policy issues, and we've been in close touch with the Housing Bureau around this. And you know, some of the policy issues are around the time required to keep units open, et cetera. These are all being actively addressed by PHB and will be in place within the next couple of months. You know, the home share idea, I truly think it is an idea we should explore. I just don't believe right now is the time to take a new program or start a new program with resources that we can't afford to lose, especially when we have units that are at risk of being lost. So I'm just choosing to prioritize saving units before adding a new pilot program. I think it's something we can explore in the future, and especially too when other organizations and the county are providing similar types of programs to home share. So I also want to keep an eye on that and see if we can be a partner there. But ultimately, this is about keeping families in existing affordable housing. I believe that's more important right now than starting new programs. And I feel adamant about proposing this as well, just because there weren't, in my opinion, a lot of things in the budget that were working to preserve more housing, add more housing. So this is my attempt to save critical units before they get lost.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a second?
Second.
Colleagues, is there any discussion? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Avalos, is this redirecting the $500,000 that's in the mayor's budget? And we do have a home share program, I believe, that is, I don't know if it's citywide, but it needs to be citywide.
There's a county program. Is that the one you're referencing?
Well, there's actually a private program going on in my district, a home share program. And I thought that the mayor's $500,000 for home share would go out on an RFP for organizations to apply for. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? Do you mind if I ask?
Yeah, it was originally a $3 million program that, because of budget challenges, reduced to $500,000. And then Donnie Oliver, our DCA, was to stand up the department to primarily look at renters' right, rentee rights to begin the program. And then any additional would go to credits for helping homeowners open up their rooms for boarders for, yeah.
Right. I continue to see a real value with this program that is in your budget and that it is citywide. So I'm going to be a no vote on this.
Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Mayor, I'm glad that you're here. I'd like to hear more from you on this because this is something you put into the budget. I realize that this is a great tool, especially for elders looking for housing. And so I just want to hear more why this was one of your priorities to put in the budget, because it looks like it might be taken away here. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. We have a deeply affordable housing crisis, like many crises in Portland. It is very difficult to find housing that is at $700 or $800, and SSI and SSDI payments are not keeping up, forcing many people into homelessness. So this is a program in which to begin to open up those 200,000 empty rooms that are in Portland. By doing this, we're trying to create a program to incent homeowners to become partners in our housing crisis. The reason why home share or pad split or a host of different names that are used around the nation is important. Councilor Avalos and I, we hosted Pad Split, a successful app in Atlanta that has 7,000 rooms for rent today that allows a person to get into for about $400, compared to an apartment where you need first and last month's rent and furniture, which is going to cost $4,000. This is an immediate opportunity for us to open up deeply affordable housing in Portland. These funds, as I noted, aren't $3 million because that's what we had hoped to do, to not only stand up the program, to have DCA Oliveira create it, to create rentee rights to make sure that all parties were going to be cared for. But then we also wanted additional funds to create credits, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, to start incenting homeowners to begin opening up their homes to address the housing crisis. So I could go on, but I'll leave it there.
Councillor Ryan, anything further?
No, I needed to hear that from the mayor directly. Thank you. I won't be supporting this. I'd like to keep this in the budget.
Councillor Avalos, you've pit two things against each other that are both very important to me. The North and Northeast housing preference policy is, I think, one of the best things our city has done. I also think that we need to increase ways to find naturally occurring affordable housing, that affordable housing that is not subsidized affordable housing, and the mayor is attempting to do that. I agree that we need to find ways to invest further in the North and Northeast housing preference policy. I would gladly work with you through the year to find ways that we can partner on an expansion of those services and a retention of the apartments that we already have in my district. I can't support an attempt to move away from a program that will allow us to have more naturally occurring affordable housing as well, though. Councillor Clark.
No, I appreciate that comment, Madam President. I would just like to add that there's a flip side to this too, and it's really represented by my great-grandmother, who was poor in the South and rented out rooms to actually survive and rent them to itinerant workers, homeless men, one of whom became my grandfather. So I think there is definitely a role for this, both for affordable housing as well for lower income homeowners to bring in income.
Councillor Canal.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two questions. The first is to the mayor. Could you, you mentioned that it was to be used to incentivize homeowners to be a part of it. So this money would be paid out to people who own homes in order to augment the amount of money that they're making in rent through those $800 examples you were giving?
Yeah, this program is already successful. In like Atlanta, they have 7,000. Pad Split has 40,000 rooms that are available. What we were doing with the incentive was to supercharge it, to get these rooms open within months or a half a year. It's not traditional to do credits, so I pulled that back. The $500K is to set up the program, to make sure that we are protecting renters and rentees, to make sure that the relationship is solid. So that's what we're doing right now, is setting an FTE up in Portland Housing Bureau. Now, if there were any extra funds, I would hope that DCA Oliveira would maybe open it up and offer some credits. But it's really designed for elderlies trying to stay in their house that are struggling with their taxes by opening up in a home share or a room share program. So it's designed not only for those that are looking for deeply affordable, it's trying to help elderly age in place as well by providing a way to augment rent So, and our elderly is the fastest growing homeless population in the city right now. So you see it's kind of a twin approach, help our homeless, but also you don't have to be homeless to participate. You could be a high school kid on a minimum wage job and still be able to live in the city you were born in. So it's a host of solutions for different populations.
Just to clarify, you're saying the first chunk of the $500,000 would be the personnel costs for one FTE in the Housing Bureau.
That's what DCA Oliveira, and frankly, I think it would be best if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the second chunk would be to payments to the renters. No, sorry, to the landlords.
Yeah, and I don't think we have enough for that second part, Counselor. And so if we chose to do it, we would come back to you at some later date.
And I'd love to know what classification gets to 500K with benefits and not leaving anything left over.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Counselor. Donnie Oliveira for the record. So as the mayor was explaining, the 500K would first go to, we've already started some very high level analysis around the country about the different programs, where they've worked, where they've been regulated, unregulated. But we need deeper analysis, Counselor, so there'd be one FTE for that. And then subsequently with the remainder, because you're right, that's just one FTE is probably fully loaded, maybe 200K, but that's probably off by a couple, a few thousand. Would be then, is that incentives for homeowners? Is that, vouchers for renters? Is that for us to actually develop the code that would come to you all for your, consideration as a council if we want to put something in place? Those are all things that we have to evaluate over the course of the year. So I think it's fair to say that there is a portion of that 500K that would go to either the homeowners or the renters as the program that you all would adopt would allow. There's still some evaluation that has to happen.
Okay, to clarify, Mayor, because I just heard something slightly different. There would be a portion of this money that went to renters.
Perhaps. To be really clear, we haven't. I think it's premature. There are programs in Atlanta, and again the specifics here, Chicago, Houston that we're aware of that have that the cities and the governments provide different resources. What's right for Portland is still TBD.
Sure. And I recognize you have to say that way because we're deciding sort of our policy here through this to some degree. And my second question is to Councilor Avalos. What are the risks if we don't put this money into the North and Northeast preference policy?
We're going to lose a lot of affordable housing. And so I just strongly feel that at a time when we're in both a dire budget and a severe housing shortage, that we can't afford to lose those, in particular for a program that is serving displaced Black Portlanders. I'm not against the goal, and we all agree that these are both two good programs, but going back to Zimmerman, winners and losers, whatever, if that's the framing we're using, I would like to ensure that Black Portlanders can keep a critical access to a resource for housing before we start investing in a new program. We don't have this home share program. It would be new, to be clear. It's not, it would be, right, starting it up. I've expressed some concerns about rental protections. That's a whole other thing. It would just kind of depend on how it was structured, which is kind of what DCA Oliveira is talking about. But I'm definitely concerned about that, but that's not the reason I'm doing this. I am trying to protect housing that will be lost.
Thank you. I think maybe one of the conversations that we've had in slightly different contexts is whether or not it's the first thing we need to do is protect the housing and responses we already have before we start expanding new things. And I think this falls into that category. Thank you.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. DCA Oliveros, could you come back up, please? I had the wrong understanding of the program, and I'm wondering, this sounds like an initiative that someone in the Community and Economic Development Office can do. It's a project. It's something that they could set up, because I was under the understanding that some of these funds, the $500,000, would go to the renter to subsidize the housing that they would be sharing in a home, or to the homeowner. But this is administrative, totally. And I think you can have someone in the Portland Housing Bureau work on this and put it together, and then put the $500,000 towards the
Councilor
Yes.
Donnie Oliveira, for the record, I want to acknowledge that the Housing Bureau, as we know it today, perhaps doesn't have the policy capacity, frankly, to do the analysis. And what the mayor's amendment was pushing us to do is to do that evaluation to ensure, to address Councilor Avalos' point, we want to ensure we understand the impacts of the program. We see the opportunity there, but what's actually right for the city of Portland and its residents, we don't have the answers to that yet. And I think it's the due diligence part that we're asking for those resources for. And once we come back to council for that program, then we would have those resources to implement. It'd be a shame for us to do the analysis, do the work, come to you all, we rebuild the program with no resources to implement.
But that's what you're doing right now.
At a very high level, and just enough for us to say that this is a potential for the city, but not enough to do any sort of programmatic investments.
Okay, yeah. And so I was really excited about this program because I was thinking that we were going to place some seniors in homes with the subsidy from City of Portland. That's what I was thinking was going to happen in fiscal year 25-26. I didn't realize this was all administrative.
I think there's a possibility that we can start the program, but without resources to even do that
I know,
evaluation.
but this, not the future resources, but the resources that are in the mayor's budget, I thought it was an actual subsidy that was gonna go to seniors to help them live in other folks' homes and do either a subsidy to the homeowner or the renter. So, but this is an administrative thing, so which I think could have been done with the FTE. And not $500,000.
So some of the money is for FTE and some of it would be used once a program is established for those.
So you're trying to build the program as a pilot to grow it so that you can put more money into it in 26-27.
Or even in 25-26.
So you're thinking about the fall bump already. And so.
No, Councilor, the $500K is for an FTE and resources to run a pilot once we've established a program.
So when you're confusing me. When you tell me a pilot, you're going to try to run the pilot so that you can create a program. But earlier you said the money is not going to be a subsidy yet until we get more money.
No, not more money, until we establish what the program is. The program there's no program right now.
Right, I know that.
It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
So we have to create something. And once it's created, there would be resources available for either the homeowner or the renter, depending on which program we establish. Because there's various programs around the country. We're not going to be building this from scratch.
But you can't do that on $500,000.
I think we can, Councilor.
So you're telling me today that some of that $500,000, that there's going to be some seniors that are going to go live with other people and they're going to have a place to stay, whether it be 10 or 20 people that out of this budget.
Out of this budget, yes.
That there's going to be people that are going to get a place to stay or get a subsidy as a result.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry if that was not clear initially. Okay.
Councillor Clark, are you back in the queue, or was that?
Yes, I'm back in the queue.
Councillor Avalos is back in the queue. Okay. Clark and then Avalos.
Okay. This is a little more than I thought it was. I thought we were putting out an RFP to the organizations that are already doing home share. Can you clarify that for me, either the city administrator or the mayor?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to address that?
Councilor, it would be all the above. So you have home share, you have pad split, you have some other applications. What we would want to do is come up with a boilerplate expectation to protect renters and rentee, to really harmonize all those to make sure we're caring for Portland. And then, like DCA Oliveira had mentioned, any excess would be to create some incentives to get the program kick-started so we can start seeing how it works.
Well, it would be my thought, my hope, my desire that we actually place people now in the programs that do exist.
Absolutely. That would be the goal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Avalos?
Which is exactly why I'm proposing this, because it is not going to be going directly. It's not a one-to-one. There is a lot of administrative costs. We'd have to start something up. All of those things that, even if we had some money that would be able to go, we don't know how much. It would depend on how we structure the program. There's lots of ways to structure it. There's a lot of rental concerns that I have about it. So again, I just feel that this is an opportunity to invest directly in something we already have that we're going to lose without it, and that we have time to explore this. And there's other ways that we can explore it in the way that Councillor Smith was saying, because if the businesses want to come, right? The home share type of businesses want to come and establish. There's other ways, other routes to do that instead of allocating a significant amount of money to a pilot that I don't know how much is going to go to housing people directly right now because it has to get stood up. So that is why I'm choosing to prioritize investing and protecting a bunch of housing that's going to be lost, and it's going to impact Black Portlanders in particular. And I'm worried about losing that right now when we are so desperate for more housing.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I'm just trying to understand how 500,000, which is about 1 unit, maybe 2 units the most affordable, how that is going to help us not lose units. I just want to note the Housing Bureau's Equity and Business Operations Manager said that on average, 10 to 15 units or 2 to 3% of the roughly 470 units subject to the policy sit vacant at any time. I'm trying to understand 500,000 in what's been a pretty large program. I don't feel like there's something at a loss here. And I do want to say I think we are absolutely at a loss for potentially opening up a new pilot project, which, by the way, is the only way to start a new thing that is recognizing a change in the market. I'm supportive of a $500,000 pilot. I tried last year at the county to get the home share type of pilot going because of some really great advocacy work. It takes money to match up families and renters. I know a person who left because the only route for her was using her extra rooms in her house. And so I feel like the program itself is at risk if we don't fund with this 500. And I think we should take, frankly, what currently exists is not working. So why wouldn't we want to invest in some pilots? And this one seems like it's a good shot. But we keep getting said that some units are going to be lost in the Northeast program. And I am failing to see the correlation between this 500,000 and saving a unit that potentially is, where's that risk? I don't understand that.
I'm happy to forward a memo I received from PHB director explaining all of that.
And so the PHB director, when they developed their budget $500,000 shy of being able to save those units. Given $500,000 is a big number to any one of us as an individual, but in a PHB's budget, that's a pretty small fraction of a thing. So I'm trying to understand why they need this infusion or why they can't start the pilot. So tell me what's going on there.
The problem is that the problem is the loss of units because of all of the policy issues that have been happening, right? That I mentioned at the beginning, like there's all these issues that were creating longer vacancies. They weren't able to get people in. The policy was creating a huge barrier to them getting people in. And as you sit vacant, right, that is why they are at risk. And so they have been working really hard on fixing the policy. They've made really great progress, but fixing the policy is not going to affect the fact that they don't have the influx of cash they need to protect those from not losing their affordability status. So again, I'll pass the memo. They wrote that
policy. They self-inflicted that wound. They wrote that policy. The Oregonian, but by the way, what I read earlier was from the Oregonian's article on May 19th. But they are the ones responsible for this policy. And now they need a bailout, but I don't understand why they can't just adjust their policy and be more rigorous in terms of getting those vacancies filled if they have what turns out to be a very long list, it sounds like.
No, it's not that well, first of all, policies, of course, always have issues and they're fixing it. So I don't get the logic of they wrote this policy and it's not working and yeah, it wasn't working and they needed to fix it and they are. But at the time in all of the time that was lost by the policy not working is where the financial issues have been coming up. And so fixing that policy is not going to fix the fact that they have this huge hole, and this is going to be to protect that. It is a small amount, but it will really put them over the top, and again, will preserve housing that we have now. And again, I'm just choosing to preserve that instead of trying something new right now.
Councillor Green.
I will try to keep this brief because I know that we are under a time clock, but I must say here, as an economist, sorry, Councillor, that The $500,000 is intended to create sort of a vacancy set aside to support the balance sheets of these distressed units. Every affordable housing provider, frankly, every housing provider of any stripe in this city right now is dealing with cost pressures related to COVID, inflation. And so this is a sort of liquidity problem. And the memo that I'm reading says that, you know, this amount of money could support approximately 250 months of rent at the 60% AMI. And so this is really, I think, a pretty efficient way to stretch those dollars. If it was about the replacement cost of the buildings, it'd be pretty suspect because you wouldn't be able to build the one unit, right? But I think this would be a much less expensive and therefore much more efficient way to preserve a housing stock than if we let them go into receivership and then they go back to the market, and that's a loss of affordable housing. So that's why I'm pretty compelled by it. I'm also quite torn because, I mean, we do need to have ways to connect seniors who, that's our fastest growing homeless population. So but I wanted to put in the record my observations of it.
Thank you, resident economist, for explaining in words I can't.
Councilors, seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to a vote. This is a vote on, now I'm going to lose the number, Avalos 4, which would shift $500,000 from creating a home share program to funding Northeast Housing Preference Policy units. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Yeah, thank you to Councilor Avalos for putting this up. Mayor, you have really actually given me a lot of things to think about through this process. I did not originally think that this was even a conversation, and I think there is value to the home sharing pilot, and I've definitely been at least partially convinced by that. And I think part of this is the question over what do we value more? And I have to look at this as the high value of overhead and the fact that more of the subsidization in the conversation here has been going to landlords as opposed to renters, and compare that with protecting a very limited piece of affordable housing stock in my district, which supports the communities the communities of color, specifically the Black community that have been displaced. We've been talking about this, what feels like in 5 different conversations over the course of this month. My position remains the same. I wasn't elected by pad split. I was elected by the people of District 2, and I vote yes.
Ryan.
That was a good conversation. One of the better ones today. Thank you, Councilor Avalos and Mayor Wilson. I think both things can be true. Like a lot of the conversations we've had, we tend to focus on the false narratives way too much. So I'm going to explain why I'm going to vote no very quickly. I knew someone really well, and I called them on a Saturday, and they were down. I could tell they were really upset. And finally, I found out that they were injured and they couldn't do their part-time job that supplemented their Social Security. So their rent was due soon, and they didn't know how they were going to pay it. And it was hard for them to have enough pride to tell me that. So this was my mom. And so we helped her with the rent that month, and then we asked her to consider putting up maybe something at the church she went to. And within a week or two, she had a new apartment lined up through someone in her church who just was recently widowed. And so then both of them, it was a win-win for both of them. That was organic. Those organic stories are out there, and we need to have a matchmaking system to build that. And having administrators work on something to build something is not a bad word, and you got to start somewhere. So I'm going to vote no on this, knowing there'll be more conversations about it, but I'd like to get the party started in the city of Portland to figure out what can be a very low overhead system to set up this matchmaking system, especially for those who would like to age in place in the city of Portland. So I vote no on this.
Cleomeline.
I really appreciate the conversation and the work by both of you. I'm just gonna say here what I've said to other folks, which is I don't always see eye to eye exactly with the mayor about how he's getting to his goals, but he does have very big goals and he does have a lot of support, and he has also made some promises about doing this in a year. And so I have told him I'm going to try my best when I can to support you, especially in this year. I've also said if we're chipping away at his plan. I want to make sure that there are 7 votes. I also don't want to get to a 1-year point and the mayor's able to say, look how council didn't support me and my plan. I don't know. So I think what you're fighting for, Councilor Avalos, is really important. If I'm your 7th vote, I would be willing to reconsider, but right now I feel like I need to vote no.
Maria?
I really appreciate this conversation, and my chief of staff and I were talking earlier today about how it feels like we've gotten to the point in the budget where there are only terrible choices before us because everything is important and everything matters, and it's quite painful and hard. With that being said, I think it's really important to maintain these historic programs that have benefited Black Portlanders for so long. We do have an aging population that's one of the fastest growing populations of unhoused people in the city of Portland. And also Black Portlanders have the lowest median income of anyone else. And there's a reason why we only have around, 6% people who are Black actually living in our city. That is a problem that is not going to get fixed unless we make serious investments. And it is clear that the North-Northeast plan, they are doing everything they can to rectify the program and make sure that it's getting up and running. And I have faith that they're going to get that done. And it's something that will be immediately beneficial, which is what we need. As much as I want to invest in other things right now, I think we're in a position to kind of plug some holes here. Rather than try to start new programs before we have benefited the ones that currently exist. So with that, I will vote aye.
Novak?
I told the mayor a while ago that I was going to be with him on this issue. I was partly influenced by a county employee some of us know who said that the county had a home share program in the past that didn't work, but that was without incentives, and she thought it was worth giving incentives a shot. I shouldn't apologize for making that commitment without having conversations with Councilor Avalos or anybody else who had alternate uses for the money. So I'm not, as Councilor Murillo said, I'm not easy about this, but I'm going to fulfill my commitment to the mayor and vote yes and hope that this moonshot works. I'm sorry, vote no and hope this moonshot works.
Councilor, can you just clarify for our clerk your vote?
No, sorry.
Clark?
So in honor of my grandmother and my great-grandmother, who were poor women who rented out rooms, I'm voting no.
Green?
I've struggled with this one. I've had conversations with the mayor. I really appreciate the innovation and thought here. I did have to lock in as an economist there, and what I realized is that it is less costly to preserve than it is to build new when it comes to affordable housing. So for that reason, I am a yes.
Zimmerman?
On the flip side, it is becoming more and more expensive for people to keep their homes here, and this program could have been well on its way to helping more Portlanders do that. So I'm sorry you don't have the partnership that you thought you had over here, Mayor. This is not a good amendment. We should be trying out pilots. It takes incentives to get people to get connected so that they can find each other in the home share program. This is different than other rent and landlord type programs. It's very different. So I vote no.
Avalos?
I appreciate the discussion. I think that I have shown my willingness to the mayor to go along with his vision and his plan. He has a vision around the shelters that, we all have complicated feelings about. So I don't see this as me saying I don't support the mayor and his overall goals. In fact, I have the same goals. I want more housing. And it just feels really tough right now for me to invest in a new idea when we've got a lot of other new ideas as far as I'm concerned. And this is just another one that I can't afford to invest in when so many people are at risk of losing delicate, affordable housing. So I vote yes.
Dunphy?
I firmly believe the mayor's sincerity in his efforts to try and do everything he can to create as much housing as possible. But I was in this building when an upstart app-based company came and said that they have a solution for seniors with a spare bedroom and students who need a place to stay. It's affordable. And now Airbnb has come through and devastated our rental economy. I'm sorry, it smells like Airbnb, it walks like Airbnb. I'm inherently skeptical of anything tech-based that is going to funnel money out of our community in a way that is deeply unaccountable. I cannot support the home share problem, so I am happy to vote yes.
Smith.
I really want to try to find some ways in which to help folks who live in District 2. And I don't think people understand what the Northeast policy is. I think we're talking above people's heads, and we're assuming that everyone knows what it is. But it's to bring back Black Portlanders who were originally in Albina back to the Albina area and to get housing. And I think we need to have a conversation in all of our committees so we can understand it better. The same way, I told the mayor that I was going to support this and that this is something that I think that we should try, because there are a lot of single people who have homes and have 3 and 4 rooms, bedrooms, and they're house rich and cash poor. So I think that we need to really give this an opportunity to see what we can do with it. And I will be looking for other opportunities to find that $500,000, Councilor Avalos, that is needed. I didn't know anything about that, but I'm going to vote no on this.
Portal Guinea.
Councilor, with my commitment to work with you to find other ways throughout the next year to support this program, I'm going to stand by my commitment to the mayor to support his pilot and to give him a year to see if this works. I vote no.
The amendment fails with 5 yes votes and 7 no votes.
Councilors, does anybody else have an amendment in the housing and homelessness area that they would like to bring forward before we move to budget notes? Councilor Murillo.
Thank you. I would like to bring forward Murillo 16. This is a motion to amend the budget to restore a proposed cut to the impact reduction program to offset investments in rental assistance.
Second.
Thank you, councilors. Councilors, is there any discussion on Murillo 16? Councilor Zimmerman?
I mostly put my hand up so I could have time to read it and make sure I understood the impact before we move to a vote.
I can explain it further.
Like me to move to Councilor
Sorry.
I'm just trying, you said offset, a restore, to a cut, to a thing, and I'm trying to read it.
Let me break it down for you, Zimmerman. So the 8% cut that all the bureaus were asked to have is what ended up being restored. Okay, I'm tired now. I'm going to explain it better. Okay, so all the bureaus were asked to have an 8% cut. The original 8% cut was one of these sweeps teams, and then the mayor's budget restored this final sweeps team. To me, I think it makes sense that if we're asking bureaus across the board to have an 8% cut, that we would do it here. I also want to point people to the fact that this amendment is going to redirect funds that were previously proposed for the impact reduction program to expand rental assistance and eviction legal defense, and it prioritizes housing stability and upstream prevention over short-term enforcement interventions. And keeping people housed is one of the top ways that we are going to reduce people becoming unhoused in our streets and actually promote community well-being. So I think that the mayor's budget really largely focuses on shelters and more short-term solutions to homelessness, but we also need to address some of the upstream problems that we have. Some of you may have seen that there was a ProPublica article published today about the impact of sweeps on unhoused populations, specifically in the city of Portland, and it has been absolutely devastating to our communities. I have talked at length about my own experience being unhoused and what I have heard from houseless youth who live in my district. And the impacts of these sweeps on them have been devastating. The amount of times that I've talked to houseless youth who are defined as under the age of 24, who are trying to get back on their feet, who are displaced over and over again, who lose their identification, who miss out on job interviews, who miss out on job trainings, who are just unable to reintegrate, not through any fault of their own, not because they are incapable, but because things are stacked up against them. I think that we have a moral and a fiscal responsibility to ensure that we are preventing more people from becoming unhoused in the long term. And I appreciate the shelter plans. I think that those are going to be really important in the short term, but we also have to do other things. And that's part of what this amendment tries to address.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I'm very clear in terms of what it is now. There are many, many millions of rental assistance between the city and county. I think that the impact reduction program got stood up because of a real need when it comes to the trash that Portlanders are experiencing. Nobody wanted to create that, but over the last few years, it's become a need. And so I hear you, Councilor, on the part you're trying to fill, but I think this reduction would move away from the need that IRP has to stay on top of the trash, because I don't think Portlanders yet are ready to say we should reduce that part of our apparatus. I think we've come a long way, so appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Question, Councilor Murillo, where would the money go to? Would we send that over to Multnomah County to do rent assistance?
No, it would go to the Portland Housing Bureau.
So the Portland Housing Bureau is doing rent assistance as well, in addition to the monies that we send over to Multnomah County for homelessness, because they spread that between rent assistance and homeless shelters. So we're also doing that as well.
Yes, that's correct. That was a program that was started throughout COVID, and I think that as federal dollars were cut away, we saw that our communities are still in desperate need of them. So it hasn't gone away, and the need is still there. We have all of the infrastructure set up within the Portland Housing Bureau to continue to help our communities. So this would be a very easy transfer for them. We spoke with them at length, and they said that they were ready to take in this money if needed. I also want to point out that while the problem will become exacerbated. There will be more unhoused people on our streets. People cannot afford to live in our city. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,700 a month. My single mother, who working a minimum wage with 2 daughters, would absolutely not be able to afford that nowadays. That's just not possible. And the houseless people on our streets are not garbage. I know that's not what you meant to imply, Councilor Zimmerman, but this is impacting people. It's not just about garbage. And frankly, a lot of the encampments that I've seen are actually pretty well maintained, and they still get swept, no matter how well they behave or what they do, or if they don't do drugs. That's what I've been seeing. And sometimes I kind of think that, I don't know, maybe this is too personal to say, but it's weird bantering with people in the hallways that I love and care for, and knowing that when I was houseless in college, if you found me on a park bench, you probably would have called the cops on me and made sure I was swept.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't have. But I have another question for
Not
you.
you, Loretta.
So right now, Portland Housing Bureau, they don't offer the program because they were using ARPA dollars to pay for it. And so the program is gone, and the mayor decided not to put it in his budget. And so this goes back to what I'm saying again. If I do a friendly amendment, if you would take it from the $31 million that we're giving to the county, take $500,000 from it, but not on this. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're creating more stuff. We're creating more housing and homeless stuff that we have already agreed that it goes through Multnomah County. And so as everybody is coming up with their own thing, the mayor's coming up with his additional shelter. We still have the Safe Rest Villages. We still have Portland Solutions. Now you want to go back and backfill the ARPA money, and we can't backfill the ARPA money. But I would be willing to, if you wanted a friendly amendment, I could take it from that I guess it's $26 million now. Take $500,000 from there, take another $500,000 for the Northeast Preference Policy. But I just think that we just need to either say what we're going to be. Are we going to build housing, or are we going to maintain all these social programs that are supposed to be done by Multnomah County?
So I'll answer it first, and then I would love to pass it off to DCA Oliveira. We are actually cutting sweeps or one sweeps team to do it. It's not anything wild, okay? One sweeps team, and we are not creating anything, we are reallocating it. First of all, this is a one-time expense. And if DCA Oliveira, if you want to explain what we do or don't do with a rent assistance from the city, that would be lovely.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor. Daniel Oliveira for the record. So to take one step back, Councilor Smith, this isn't a new program. In fact, the 8% cut in this $465,000 approximately was about a 20% cut of the existing program. So even with the 8% cut the Housing Bureau took, the program is still going to exist just at a lower service level. And the number of households that would be served by adding this back in would range between 40 to 75 based on the level of eviction support or rental assistance, whatever the service that we're providing would be. The good news is that the infrastructure in the Bureau already exists. These programs are going to continue to run, and this would just be increasing the levels back to not just COVID levels, but these programs were in different forms pre-COVID as well. So I guess what I'm offering is Councilor Murillo's amendment essentially makes the Bureau whole based on the 8% cut.
Well, I know, but you all gave up all of that a few years ago. And so this was ARPA money that propped this up, right?
To a certain degree, but this existed pre-ARPA as well. It just increased our ability, the need for the
And maybe
city.
I've been out of it for a few years.
Yeah.
I was for about 5, but the last time I checked that y'all weren't doing any rent assistance.
The rent assistance is largely, but a lot of these resources is actually going to eviction prevention, so it provides legal defense fund resources, and I would argue that those are some of the most needed services right now. To Councilor Murillo's point, we're trying to prevent people from entering a houselessness state, and so the resources that we provide for legal defense is probably the most significant of this. Not to say that rent assistance isn't important, but we sort of rely on the county for that. There is some, as a part of legal defense, sometimes supporting renters is part of that package, but I would offer that the eviction defense fund might be the core element here, not to.
So are we helping people to stay in their homes because of eviction, or giving folks money, cash money, to stay in their homes because they can't afford to pay for their housing? Or are we doing both?
Both, yes. People come to the Housing Bureau all the time for different needs, Councilor, and this is just a resource that's flexible enough to provide with our external partners.
Are you using CDBG money for this as well?
Not for this.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Avalos, did you have a comment to the amendment?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Murillo. I think, especially after feeling disappointed that my last amendment didn't pass, especially given the conversation that we had about the Albina settlement, kind of hurts to see that. And many promises are always made to help Black people, and trust that those promises are often not kept. So I'm just needing to name that. And I say that in support of this amendment because people need to be kept in their housing, y'all. Like, I really don't know why we insist on not doing the things that are very obvious, which is people cannot afford their rent. They cannot. Black people literally cannot afford rent anywhere in this entire city. And so this to me is an obvious choice to support adding some dollars back into a program that we've already had pre-COVID, as has been discussed. And whether the county also provide, every government should provide rental assistance, as far as I'm concerned, because we have failed our constituents by not providing enough housing, by letting the market go wild, by decreasing their buying power, by through lots of different ways, not creating economic opportunities. We have failed people, and providing rental assistance is the bare minimum that they deserve. So I will be supporting this.
Councilor Canal.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, so most of the city took an 8% cut. And I think we've exempted some parts of the city, and we're deciding as we go if it makes sense to continue the exemptions that were done throughout various parts of this process. We have reporting that has shown, well, before we get to the reporting, one of the stats we often hear is that 40% of the people in shelter go back to the streets, and only 20% end up going into housing. And that's true. And despite the fact that 20% of people that are in shelters go into permanent housing, we still are seeing increases in the number of homeless people because there's a higher rate of inflow. And inflow means outflow from housing. It means people who were housed and are not anymore. We've also heard repeatedly about the number of people who are getting moved around and the need to stop moving the problem from place to place within the city. We talked about sweeps of people as if people are something that can be swept so often in here. And I don't know how many is enough, but over a 4-year period, we've swept 19,000 times. Each one of those sweeps is not just one person or 1/10. That is of the encampment. Last year, 20 encampments a day. It's in a ProPublica article today, by the way, conveniently. And so we're seeing it not working. And so by reducing one of the teams that do this work, again, not eliminating that process altogether, we have the ability to find some money for a really important thing, which I agree that rental assistance is vital. And I'm glad to join with my fellow renter on promoting this. But also on eviction defense. And eviction defense is really, really critical because the overwhelming majority of landlords in eviction court have legal representation, and the overwhelming majority of tenants do not. And when we've seen that where a right to counsel in eviction court has come up in other jurisdictions, that the rate of eviction is lower. The same issues apply, but because of the balancing of power in that situation, it often leads to mediation. It often leads to things like rental assistance for the renter being accepted when that person makes a late payment and stays in their home. There's so many benefits. And I think there's a lot of money in what I believe is an impact reduction, but it's certainly within Portland Solutions. We're evidently seeing supporting the building of a $1 million wrought iron fence, which is going to be paid for by ODOT under 405 to harden a specific campsite. We're putting in $64,000 according to the Oregonian and taking on the ongoing maintenance obligation, because what the city needs is more ongoing maintenance obligations. So I'm going to just support this. This is maybe the biggest slam dunk I've seen in the entire list of 126. Thank you.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to get level set on what we've experienced the last couple of days. So wasn't it just yesterday that we had a 2% cut to EMS, which is external materials and services? Is that correct?
It is.
Yes? Okay, and this would be then an additional cut to the impact reduction plan, Portland Solutions.
Given that,
if this passed.
in as much as the work of the impact reduction program is through contracts, then that is where some of that cut likely would be taken, but we don't know for sure.
Okay, so and that was the Green amendment yesterday that did that, correct? Okay. I want to say two things. Again, this is one of those conversations that both things can be true, but based on the cut we took yesterday, and I apologize for the name that was being used. It's the Impact Reduction Program, not Sweeps Team, and I think that we need to stay the course, and I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Green.
Yeah, colleagues, I just want to remind us that I think less than 2 weeks ago, we were all at this dais with the county board members, and we received an update on the most recent data that showed that the rate of inflow of people entering unsheltered homelessness exceeds our capacity to shelter them. And there are a number of reasons why that is a problem. Of course, we need to expand our housing supply. I made that argument. From this dais, but we also need to prevent people from being evicted. That is critical. And if we cannot do that, then we are going to contribute to this problem, and we'll have to pour more and more and more money into sweeps and to temporary unsheltered housing, and it's unconscionable. And so that's why I'm going to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murillo.
Thank you. I understand that there are some tensions right now about what the county is supposed to be doing versus what we're supposed to be doing. And as DCA Oliveira stated, the city had these programs before COVID started, so it was always part of our book of business, as Councillor Smith likes to say. And to our constituents who are suffering on the streets, it really doesn't matter whose job it is, it just needs to be done. And when I did constituent services at the city before I became a city councilor, I answered a lot of calls from people who would call for a sweeps team. I'm sorry, they do sweeps. I think it's fine to call them that. Who would come and sweep unhoused people. And they would get pushed to the other sidewalk, maybe a few blocks away. And then a few days later, more angry neighbors would call, and then they would get pushed to another sidewalk and another sidewalk. And the problem never got resolved because we never got people into housing and we never kept people housed. And the problem is going to continue ballooning unless we actually do things to address the upstream critical services that we need. This is also uniquely important for people in District 1 because when I did constituent services, we were a citywide council, and what I got was a lot of calls from folks who would live in District 1 who would say that what the city would do is they would clear the encampments in Laurelhurst Park, the wealthiest, whitest areas of the city, and then all of those encampments would go towards East Portland because that's where the city invests less resources in. And in Q1 of 2024, this is from Oregon Eviction Data on Racial Disparities Report from 2024, the Black monthly eviction rate continued to increase, reaching the second and third highest rates in the history of the data at 9.6 and 9 filings per 1,000 Black renters. October in the previous Q4 2023 had the highest rate of 10.5. We also see that Latinx renters experienced a record-breaking rate of 5.1 to 6.4 filings per 1,000 Latinx renters. So both the Black and Latino community are uniquely impacted by this issue. And if we want to have a Portland that actually works for everyone, we're going to have to stop continuing to allow our working class people and people who are low income to actually become unhoused in the first place. We're going to have to actually keep people housed and make a city that is affordable to live in, where people are cared for. So no one cares where this money is coming from or who's responsible. They just need the services. And I hope that my colleagues will honor that today.
Councilor Smith.
I have a question. So how many sweeps are going to be done, period, through this mayor's budget?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to respond to this, or would you like us to bring up somebody from your team?
Actually, we have data from the ProPublica report, if folks want to read, that since 2021, the city of Portland has carried out 19,000 sweeps, and it dismantled over 20 encampments per day in 2024, according
That's our own
to our
data.
own records.
We have it here. It is the city's dashboard.
So what I'm trying to figure out, so for fiscal year 25-26, you're saying we have one less sweep and put that money that we would spend on a sweep into rent assistance?
And eviction defense, correct.
And so how many are we expected to do this year in the data? Do you know DCA Oliveros? Okay.
He doesn't run that bureau.
So we're gonna bring up our Portland Solutions team and hopefully get some quick answers here so we can get to a vote.
For the record, my name is Lucas Hillier. I'm the manager of the Impact Reduction Program. To the question specifically about one team is able to do about 2 removals a day. Part of the risk here that I see, like we would likely remove or cut a removal team, but it also impacts other services that we provide, such as ground score, glitter, and other hygiene services. We have bathrooms around town that are coming off of ARPA, that are coming onto our budget. And so we have several things that we'd have to take into consideration to figure out exactly where that code would come from. One of the things right now, we're able to intervene very quickly once a camp has reached a certain threshold. And what that has done is it cuts down on costs. So the number of removals that we do in a given week is higher, and the cost of it is lower. When we are unable to intervene right at that threshold, when things become problematic, the cost and the time and material starts to increase pretty significantly. So it turns into kind of a doom loop where things are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. it takes longer for us to clean, so we're less able to be in more places at once to keep things at a level that's in line with what constituents want.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Skylar.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to direct respond. By this team's own planning, they were originally okay with cutting one sweeps team according to the 8% cut that everyone was asked to do. Our amendment does not state that they have to cut anything from glitter or ground score. Those would be decisions made by the agency that are not necessary. This is specifically to cut one sweeps team. And if we cut one team, that would be roughly 300 sweeps per year according to their own data. But again, if we want to talk about the exacerbated issues of homelessness and the impacts on our natural landscape and garbage and all of that, then we have to talk about people becoming unhoused in the first place. Because our costs for doing sweeps, for doing cleanups, for everything is going to continue to go up unless we actually address keeping people housed. And this is just one, I am asking for the bare minimum here, people. The rest of the budget has extensive funding for shelters and not that much else to keep people in long-term housing. This is a very small ask.
Councillor Canal.
I hate following Councilor Murillo on renter stuff. Says all the stuff I would say, but I think I do want to clarify. I don't think the impact reduction program as a whole is a negative thing. I want to just say that for the record. I know some of the folks there, and I don't want it to be a broad brush here. But one of the particular actions that is taken is at the direction not of their own choosing, but as the direction of this council in the past, has been this particular course of moving encampments around. I say that to say it's not about demonizing a program here. It's quite the opposite. It's we built a budget, or they built a budget, I should say, based on the assumption that everybody had in the city of an 8% cut. And then there's an attempt to increase that. And this would be, well, it'll be increasing it and or recutting it. You can frame it however you want in this particular case, because it did get bounced up and down. But I think the conversation here is ultimately the very similar point to what was just said, which is that when an encampment is small, it costs less to remove than when it gets bigger. So intervening earlier is cheaper. Well, how about we go way before that, before the people become houseless in the first place, and we save the money up front, and we make it so someone doesn't have to go through the trauma of being displaced in the first place either from the home that they're in. And by working on the eviction prevention side, we can do that. Thanks.
Councillor Avalos.
I agree with Councilor Murillo that this is a bare minimum ask. And if we are investing literally so many more millions in this budget to supposedly help people get off the street through the shelters, then frankly, this should be a wash. So if we reduce this team by one and we are putting we're reducing it by 400 some thousand and we're putting millions and millions into shelters, then I would see that as a wash.
Councillor Murillo.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add additional clarification that this is going to take us from 25 sweeps teams, or I'm sorry, 25 teams to 24 teams.
Okay, my hand is in the queue. I have a question for either the mayor or folks from Portland Solutions. I'm wondering if part of these teams, I had an explanation to me about a group called the Intense Group. The folks that from Portland Solutions will do more than just say, do you want housing, goodbye, but will stay with people and with consent, get into their tent and help them and talk to them. And is that part of this work, or is that separate?
I'll refer to Director Skylar Rocknap.
Skylar Brucker-Knapp, Director of Portland Solutions. So I think what you're referring to can be encompassed in a couple different pieces of our program, so I'll try to say this quickly. The outreach team, our Street Services Coordination Center, does a lot of that engagement and outreach. We also have on staff with our contractors, Rapid Response, a specialist to help connect folks to different resources. So that exists in multiple pieces within the program. That specialist helps engage with folks who are interested in resources and to connect them to different potential resources, like shelter is the most obvious, but other resources as well. So that exists in different parts. What Lucas Hillier was saying before is that cut, one team basically encompasses a lot of different programs, so we braid them together in a function. So trash pickup, the encampment removal, but also the assessment program that happens kind of before that removal happens. So that cut would just be encompassed by doing less work just off the top of all of those different programs that are part of impact reduction program. So Glitter, Ground Score, Central City Concern, Rapid Response, City of Roses, a lot of different contractors that braid into that work, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Maria.
So my amendment cuts a campsite removal crew, 25 crews to 24 crews, and I am happy to send a screenshot if that is helpful for everybody.
Councilor, may I ask, my understanding was it was restoring the 8% cut, or is it more specific than that?
Lucas seems like he has something
Yeah,
to say.
thank you. Again, Lucas Hillier. So
It's from your own justification packet, by the way.
thank you. The last year at the beginning of the fiscal year, we had $3 million. I think it was $3 million or maybe $2.5 million of carryover money. So at the beginning of last fiscal year, there were 25 crews. 4 months ago, that one-time money kind of started running out where our budget was running pretty hot. So we had already cut that down to 19 crews. And so we're going into next fiscal year with the assumption of going with the 19, possibly the 17, kind of depending on how this vote turns out.
So in the packet that you sent for this year's budget with the 8% cut, those were not the updated numbers?
I believe that was several weeks ago, and we've since had to pare down based on the carryover running out. We had to put the proposed budget numbers together for the 8% cut probably 2 months ago.
Departments put together proposed budgets back in November and December.
I mean, that seems like a pretty big jump for the 8% cut that we're discussing right now, if those numbers were not updated.
So it's a little confusing because we went into last fiscal year at $21 million, and that included, I think it was 3.5 or 2.5 carryover. And so we built a budget at 8%. So without the 8%, we're already looking at $2 to $3 million less going into this fiscal year as we were last year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so we don't have the carryover that we had last year, so the budget is going from like 21 million to about 16.6 is what we proposed in this year's upcoming budget. And then this would be an additional 8% cut. So you're seeing a reduction of crews from last year because we don't have that carryover, so that extra $3 million. And then we also would be taking an 8% cut. So that's why the crew number is significantly lower.
Councilor Canal?
So $428,198 is the amount that this amendment refers to, and the total budget of the impact reduction program is $16,671,013 in the mayor's proposed. That did take a small adjustment yesterday with the passage of the 2% EMS cut.
Correct.
But I just want to understand, because this is not 8%. I'll just give you the exact thing. It's 2.56% is the 428. So I think that to Mr. Hilliard's original question, that is it more specific than that? It is, because it's clearly significantly less. It's just shy of a third of an 8% reduction to the overall budget. So I just want to clarify that, because this is not an 8% reduction. And I think that the tailoring of that dollar amount to the specific use of a single team, 1 out of 17, 19, 25, doesn't particularly matter for this, but it's one team, is I think the conversation we're having here.
Thank you, Councillor Canal. I always leave my math to you.
Councillor Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Why the Portland Solutions team is up here, hi Sky, I wanted to connect what this amendment could do to the coordination of Portland Solutions, working with the mayor's team, which you're part of course, the overnight shelter plan. You got a cut yesterday that through the green amendment of $2 million, and then here's an additional cut. What will be the impact of how you roll out these services? All of our constituent folks are going to get phone calls as we put these shelters in place, and you obviously do more than sweeping. So I just need to hear how that connects to this plan.
Yeah,
Maybe
thanks.
you and the mayor could answer, I don't know.
Yeah, Councillor Mayor, would you like to respond?
Sky didn't catch that question fully, so if you want to ask it again, but I do think we need to talk about just top line numbers. What was the fiscal year 25 number? If I recall, it was 21. We're budgeting 16 today. With an additional 8%, it goes even further. So if we need to level set, which we should, what was 25?
Yeah, so I think in terms of removals, Lucas mentioned this earlier, but I think we'll see a significant decrease in crews from this last fiscal year. So folks who are constituents who are calling, folks who are reporting, we will just not be able to do as many removals in a day. We also, that 2% across the board will impact our services. So our services are the outreach team, our alternative shelter sites, our overnight shelter sites now that we're developing with the mayor, and then PMO, the Public Environment Management Office, and their work as well. So it will just not enable us to give the same level of service that we've been providing to different constituents across the board.
Councillor Murillo.
Yeah, so I appreciate the difficult choices that we have before us, and I think that's been the order of the day, is that there are a lot of tough choices, but there is an incalculable loss that happens when someone loses their housing, because getting back into housing is one of the most difficult things that you could possibly do. And I was someone who was very lucky. People took me in and thought that I was worth investing in, and I wouldn't be sitting here on this dais today if it wasn't for my community stepping up and making sure that I had a house to live in. But without that, I don't know what would have happened to me. It's extremely hard when you're working minimum wage to save up enough money to pay for first and last month's rent and to get back into housing, especially if you're an immigrant, you don't know how to navigate these programs. What I am asking for is for our council to have some sort of political courage and vision for the future about what it means for us to actually keep people housed, so that we don't have to have more and more cleanup crews, and that instead we actually have housed neighbors. I get the feeling that I'm just sitting on my soapbox now, and I'm probably not going to change anyone's mind. So I'm happy to just, move to a vote on this, but I do want to point out that we are asking this group to take a small fraction of the cut that every other bureau has had to take, as Councillor Canal has pointed out. So this is really a very simple question to me. We are either going to invest in alternatives to sweeping human beings or not. That is the decision before us today. And whether or not we choose to keep people housed long-term so that we don't have to keep sweeping them, that's the choice.
People just hopped into the queue. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you for your patience. So page 103 of the proposed budget, the 25 number, the fiscal year 25, that is going into IRP right this minute, is $22,338,000. The proposed budget we have right now is $16,242,000. And so you're looking at a $6 million cut from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. In addition, The amendment passed yesterday with the EMS, the external materials and services, has cut an additional 2%, and that will be shouldered in Portland Solutions, which will have an impact on the impact reduction program. An additional 8% is going to have an additional, whatever that amount or cost is. So just wanted to talk about the numbers as we have it in the budget, so.
It's not 8%. I'm asking for $428,198.
Councilor Canal.
Point of order. I'm just trying to understand, like, it was my impression that the CAO, the mayor, can speak when we ask questions. Are they able to just be in the queue and be a participating member of discussion?
That's a great question for us to discuss. Maybe we can ask when the council president returns.
I just think it's important to establish what are the boundaries here, because this is the council and the mayor is not technically a part of it. It's no disrespect, but it truly, like, this is a bigger picture question that I think we need to address.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Canal.
Yeah, just I appreciate the point there, Mayor. Just to clarify, and I think you might have missed it, it's 2.5% reduction, not 8. I think that there was a little bit of back and forth there with the 492 figure. I'll also point out that back under its old name, which was the very easy to say HUCRP, the Housing and Urban Camping Impact Reduction Program. The budget for was 18 and 19 million. So it has spiked and then reduced. It's a little bit lower than it was before. I imagine there's some conversation there because there's some money that's gone into new parts of the Assistant City Administrator's overall portfolio and Portland Solutions in general. So I think, I don't know the exact details of that, but I think that's an important reference point. But I think the conversation around the EMS is partially because external materials and services is such a big part of your budget as a percentage. And that's, so it is fair to say that it is close to, it's not just a 2% cut of a small subsection, it's close to a 2% cut of the whole thing, because there are a few folks, it's a larger part of it. But I will also note that it was originally $490,000, not $2 million. I don't know where that number came from. And then that number got reduced significantly as a result of the amendment to the amendment yesterday. So I think that this is a different conversation, and the numbers are I think, inadvertently being inflated a little bit. I want to just bring that back down.
Councilor Canal, if I may, I think part of the confusion around the percentage, on the balance sheet that I'm looking at, it includes Oregon Department of Transportation revenue, which is $2 million, which is not included in our 8% cut exercise. So our 8% cut exercise was just city resources and didn't include the ODOT. So if you add the Oregon Department of Transportation $2 million in there, that might get you closer to the 8 million. So just to speak to that discrepancy.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. You know, I think we've gotten to the point where we're pitting the homeowners against the renters. And I can tell you in my HOA community, they absolutely do not care for unsanctioned housing camps on our sidewalks. We had a town hall meeting at the middle school at Park Rose Middle School, and one of the participants said, I really like what you're doing about the sidewalks, but I don't need you to put a sidewalk here. I said, why not? You don't have one. And she said, because I don't want people to camp on my sidewalk. And if I get sidewalks, I don't have any now, they don't camp. So we all have the same issue, is that we want to make sure that we have humane policies that keep people from laying on the cement at night, unsheltered, unsafe, possibly hungry, houseless, and try to make sure that we can have opportunities for them to be sheltered. And at the same time, we have another group of people where just regular working folks, they're being priced out of the city of Portland in terms of rent. So for me, it's not this or that. It has to be both in a way that's meaningful, and we're not going to be able to do it all in this budget. We're going to have to figure out what's important. And I don't want to fight against that, because As a homeowner, and one of the 4 or 5 homeowners on here. 10. I don't like it either. I don't like it either. Some folks, they chase my grandkids on the way to work in the morning, on the way to school, catching the school bus. And I'm afraid for them. And they do. They go from one side of the street to the other side of the street. They know the rules. But we do need to have people to help clean that up. And if we're reducing those, as it's okay to reduce that piece of it, I say take the money from the $26 million that we're sending over to Multnomah County. They have reneged on everything that they promised us. Take some of their money away from over there, and I'm with you.
Councilor Murillo.
Are you proposing a friendly amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I take a moment to think about it?
Yep. Is to take some money from that 26 million that we're spending. It was 31 million, but now it's down to 26.
I think it's actually $24.8 million from PHB that's going to Multnomah County. It was a 5% reduction for across the board at PHB, and then we reduced it again by 4.8 million.
Okay, so
sorry.
Well, that big check that we send over, that's supposed to be used, whichever from 31 to 24, but I know that the 24 was supposed to be for the mayor's shelter beds. So I'm getting confused on the numbers because it was 28 for so long and then it was 31. Whatever that number is, I'd take that money from Multnomah County instead of taking it from Portland Solutions. Even though I don't like it, I don't like us not figuring out who our identity is, but I would be willing to support taking it from that money.
Okay. I appreciate a negotiation, Councilor Smith. So, okay. Propose your amendment again. I think I'm fairly into it.
I would, if you would accept a friendly amendment that would take the $500,000 away from the money that we send to Multnomah County and put it into helping people stay in their homes from Portland Housing Bureau.
And the money that goes to the county is doing what exactly right now?
Well, that's our IGA. That is our IGA. We're breaking the IGA already anyway. That is our IGA.
Doing rent assistance.
It mostly goes to congregate shelters.
Councilor Murillo, are you considering whether this is a friendly amendment? I apologize, I missed the original.
I am considering it because I specifically wanted sweeps to be removed in order to keep people housed. I didn't want to necessarily touch shelters or move funding that goes from county eviction defense to our own. That doesn't make any sense.
We actually don't know where that money is going. We just send it over and they do whatever they want to with it. So
we have some idea of what the money is contractually used for. It sounds like there's a point of information, Councilor.
Yes. To be a friendly amendment, does the original maker of the motion alone have to agree to it, or does the seconder have to agree to it as well?
Our practice has generally been to ask both.
Okay, well, then I'll save us all some time. I completely respect it, but I think we're opening a giant can of worms, so I would not accept it as friendly.
Okay.
So if you accept this, Councilor Murillo, you'll be looking for a new seconder.
I don't really feel comfortable with it, knowing that the county is using the money for other services. I would like to keep it in place. I understand I may not have the votes for this, so it's fine. We will have more unhoused people on our streets to sweep later.
Councilor Clark,
Can we
are you
call
in
a
the
question?
queue?
I'd like to call a question.
Sure, second.
Councilor.
Just go, don't call it, just go to vote. Just go. We're gonna vote on the vote.
We are prepared to vote, Council President. On the amendment as is.
The underlying amendment. Councillor Clark, your hand is not in the queue to discuss the underlying amendment. Councillor Smith, your hand is not in the queue to discuss the underlying amendment. Okay, Councillor Murillo. Keelan, could you please call the roll on the initial amendment, Murillo 16?
Canal.
I want to thank my fellow renter on this council for bringing this forward. 47% of us are renters, and we have 1/6 of this council, and there's a reason for that. It's because of the precarity that you face when you're a renter. One of the biggest things we can do to end the precarity is have this council stand up to support you when you are in need of rent assistance or in need of eviction representation and support. And so I would ask my colleagues who are not in the precarious position of being a renter to support those who are by supporting this amendment alongside me. I vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Cleameline.
Thank you for this work, Councilor Murillo. I entered this discussion intending to do what I did similarly with the home share pilot. However, I really do find myself being persuaded by the idea of an incremental reduction to this program in service to starting to get upstream on these issues. It's really important that until we start moving upstream in our investments, we're not going to make the kind of change we're all seeking. I want to acknowledge that Councilor Murillo is very generous in being vulnerable and sharing her personal experiences. I think she should be listened to more. I hope that Mr. Mayor and Councilor Murillo that you will bring her in on some of these conversations, because I think her voice is really important. The first time I met her, there was an event where someone was unhoused and they were screaming and were very upset and no one knew what to do. And she stood up and grabbed the mic and said, yeah, you're upset. You should be. We all should be. And she changed the whole tone of the room. So I still support your plan, and I am also voting yes on this amendment.
Maria.
Thank you, Councillor. Aye.
Novick.
I don't think it's really relevant, but I'm a renter too. I just want to note that it's my understanding that in order to give rent assistance to everybody who really desperately needs it in the city would cost hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. No.
Clark.
I think that we learned today that the impact reduction program also does trash pickup, ground score, bathroom cleaning, and other activities that are going to be increasingly important as we site more homeless shelters in dense areas of the city. So I am voting no.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Guinea. The amendment fails with 6 yes votes and 5 no.
Are there any other councilors who have a budget amendment related to housing and homelessness that they are bringing forward? If so, put your hand in the queue.
Can I have a point of information and ask a question? And this is to Robert Taylor. At what point is it too late to change your vote?
Once the roll call has been completed and the clerk has announced the result, it is too late to change your vote unless you have unanimous consent of the other members of council.
We can now move to the next section of administration. Is that what you have your hand up for, Councilor Zimmerman? Go ahead.
So I put my hand up because I think we're moving to the other category, and that's where some notes were going to be discussed.
Sorry, colleagues, I am sorry that I've been running in and out. I had a family thing. It is now resolved. So we have discussed administration, economic development, revenue generating, and transportation at the previous meeting. There are a few things left in other, so we were going to see if any counselors needed to propose something now in the other category, and then move to budget notes, and give everybody a chance to move forward their priority. Hopefully, we will have time if we move quickly for priority 2 budget notes, but we are scheduled to end at 6, and while we have a little bit of wiggle room with staff, we are not running until 10 or midnight tonight. So if you have an amendment in the other category that you have not had the opportunity to bring forward, now is the time. Councilor Zimmerman, is that why you are in the queue?
Yes, thank you.
Right ahead.
I just have 2 quick ones. They're one amendment, excuse me. No change to the overall budget, but it's a directing. In the Parks, Materials, and Services, I would amend to direct $140,000 to continue the parks funding of the restroom at Pioneer Courthouse Square.
Counselor, is this in the other category? This sounds like it's in the parks category, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep us within what we said we were going to do.
It is in any category you want it to be. Other doesn't mean, you said earlier, priorities in those and our first. You allowed an amendment to be read at the 11:30 hour last time we had this meeting outside of the order.
Counselor,
this falls into the second category.
We have other things that we do need to do, and we will have time for more amendments. In the other category I have listed that has not been discussed, I believe 2 amendments. It sounds like a parks amendment. We will have time for it, but I want to make sure there's nobody in the queue for the other category. Councilor Dunphy, are you in the queue for anything in the other category?
I would just firmly reject your...
I'm sure everybody has had a concern about the order at some point. Councilor Dunphy, are you in the queue for something in the other category?
Yes, because mine is a technical adjustment. It's technically a transportation.
Let's hold on. We will have time for more amendments if we move quickly, folks. There is an other category on your list from the budget office. Many of those have not had an opportunity to move forward because they were not listed in another category, and I want to make sure we give folks an opportunity if they had something that didn't have another opportunity to move forward. I understand that we are short on time and everybody is worried about getting their priorities in. I hope that we all respect each other by moving quickly so that we can do that. Councilor Avalos, do you have something in the other category as listed by our CBO's office?
I sure do. It's right at the top. Avalos 5. All right. So, Avalos 5 is to fund critical recovery infrastructure in East Portland. So Avalos 5 uses the $1.2 million in opioid settlement funds for mental health services grants. East Portland is on the front line of the addiction crisis, but underserved by resources. For Our Health is one of Oregon's oldest, largest, and most respected nonprofit treatment centers providing treatment for substance use disorders and co-occurring mental health disorders. And For Our Health is building 46 new residential treatment beds on the same campus as their treatment clinics, as I shared earlier. This allows people in recovery to live in longer-term residential beds instead of shelters. These one-time funds are a great investment in use of the opioid settlement dollars, and we have confirmed that it's allowed under the uses. I've also confirmed directly in the hours since the last discussion we had about this, directly with For Our Health, that they do in fact need this money. The county is not covering the gap. And even though their original need was 1.5 and I was only able to scrape 1.2 together, I spoke with Dvarshi this afternoon, and he told me that combined with the SDC waiver and this 1.2, he will be able to completely close the gap and get this building open. So I urgently request that we put these dollars into the capital that they need immediately. We can get these 46 beds open, and that will help our overall problem. And I think it will accomplish a lot of the councilor's goals. So do I have a second, I guess?
Second.
Councilor Green, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment? That is a very good point. Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Are you in the queue to discuss this amendment? Councilor Zimmerman, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Multnomah County has fully put $6 million into this. This is their line of business. This is not our line of business. Many of you asked those questions and I appreciated it. So I followed up with the county commission that they have $6 million in the county budget for this. Fora Health also has the ability to bill for their services. We are bailing out an organization who is already getting bailed out from another government when we have the need for a sobering center. I don't love that these have been pitted against each other, but sobering center is part of the city's book of business. It should remain there. And if we are looking at whether or not Fora is going to develop, they are going to develop. Whether or not all the funding streams come together to keep a sobering center in the works is still a question mark if the city walks away. So I appreciate these are in conflict, right? That's a tough part. But I think that supporting the county's effort to open up a sobering center is a better use of these dollars. And I think that the county has requested that we continue our commitment here, and they do that while funding Fora with their $6 million. So I hope for some of you who indicated that you would bring back the sobering question, that you will do so that we can allocate these funds to the sobering center. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm next in the queue. Colleagues, I was also going to speak to the fact that we need some of these funds for the sobering center. I had changed my vote to no so that I could bring that back. I'm really not sure how to put a finer point on the fact that while there's been a lot of conversation over the last few weeks about whether we are already breaking the IGA with the county or whether they are already breaking it with us and what our commitments are and who should be giving whom money, and we will talk about that more if we get to budget notes. This is money that was committed previously, and under a new mayor, that mayor gets to make his own decisions about what to do, but it is money that our partners in this work, because like them or not, at times they are our partners in this work. They are our partners in the work of supporting Portlanders and folks in Multnomah County are depending on us having dollars available. And if we want any ability to pressure them to do the work at the sobering center more quickly, we can't pull those dollars off the table. Councillor, I would love to learn more about this work and how we can support the housing element of it. But I cannot support taking all of these dollars when we need to return to the conversation about money for a sobering center. Councillor Smith.
Yes, Madam President, thank you for your comments. A couple of things. Councilor Zimmerman said that Multnomah County will probably put out an RFP and then people can they can apply for it. So it's no guarantee that they're going to get the money. Number two, this money is going to sit in contingency for a whole year. And because I don't have a straight answer on how much opioid money we get every year, we can allocate dollars next year when they actually need it, because they said they're not going to need it until 27. So why are we holding on to some money that's only going to be a one-time only request when we can help an organization put some beds in District 1 and do that this fiscal year, and then next fiscal year we'll put some money to the side because they're not going to use it.
Councillor Canal.
I'm not in the queue for this.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this amendment?
I'll just put a finer point on it that, again, we spoke, Councillor Dunphy and I spoke with Debarshi directly, and he is not getting the dollars that he was promised. There's all this complication with dollars, but the county is not providing them this. And what Councillor Smith is saying, it is not guaranteed. So I'm not interested in putting this further in the balance. We have the money right now. It will go directly to putting new beds in. And for all the reasons that Councillor Smith and Councillor Dunphy and I, we need this for District 1. And so I would urge you to support this.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just say that this is really a slippery slope when it comes to our, as Councillor Smith likes to say, our book of business, because this is really a mental health issue. that belongs at Multnomah County. I don't think we should be taking over another function or be involved in another function when we're already stretched in our joint office relationship. So I'm going to vote no.
But a sobering center is not the, I don't know, can you enumerate?
You're not in the queue right now, Counselor. Colleagues, is there any other discussion? Counselor Zimmerman?
I know that we're heated. I'm heated. It shouldn't have to be that way. And to Councilor Murillo's point, like we're at the point of it where everything's going to suck to make a decision, right? And I hear that and I feel that. I also have generally had a good relationship with Fora Health, right? I think they provide an important service, but they provide a current service that exists. They are looking to expand, and it's important, but it will do nothing. It will do nothing. It will do nothing for anybody if we walk outside and encounter a person who's in crisis today. It's not, they are not opening a sobering center. And so I'm not trying to question the validity of treatment beds. Anybody who knows my record, anybody who's worked with me at the county knows that I have worked as much as I could to get more treatment beds, have said so for the state, for the county. But there is a gap in our community, a huge gap, and that gap is treatment beds are important when a person is ready for treatment. But we have a lot of Portlanders who are not ready for the detox and treatment continuum, but we have them every day and every night in very unsafe situations. A sobering center is, and it is supposed to be, just a Band-Aid. And I know we don't like to talk about the downstream thing, but in this case, the downstream is a roaring river of nothingness for people who are too intoxicated to take care of themselves. And this community, again, is one of the largest communities without respect for the need for that service to exist. Fora Health, their long-term treatment beds, their inpatient treatment beds, potentially future detox is an admirable thing. If there is a route for that in the future, I think the county and the state are helping them, but they are a large nonprofit. I don't know that they need the hand up in this case, but to get a sobering center off the ground that is run by Multnomah County and in partnership with the city or the state, we must help. So I would just urge you to please consider that before we say we're going to continue to have no option between the street and when people are ready for treatment. These are very different things: sobering, treatment, and detox. Thank you.
I believe we are on Councilor Murillo.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a treatment center in Oregon that turns away, at least according to the data from last year, 200 people a month who are begging to get into treatment because we don't have enough long-term treatment beds. So when we talk about needing sobering versus long-term treatment, all the things, we do need all of them, but the reality is that we have failed to invest in our long-term treatment for the past 30 years. Councilor Avalos has done the legwork and has worked on this for weeks, if not months, to get all of the information to put this together. And you have brought forward an amendment that wasn't even submitted online. So
It's been in the works for years, and you know that.
I think that I'm really excited to support Councilor Avalos's amendment because the reality is that we need long-term treatment beds. It's not going to be enough to continue to put a Band-Aid on every single issue facing us at the city. And I feel prepared to vote whenever we're ready if we want to move along.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2020, in September, the former mayor put me at the table with the county, and I was in every meeting with Commissioner Myron trying to wake up the county that they actually have a responsibility to provide mental health and behavioral health services. I'm so thrilled that they're making headway on this and that they're going to actually put that investment in. to Foro Health. And so in terms of finding your lane and your roles and responsibilities, that's absolutely perfect. What I also learned during that process is how many people were angry that the sobering station center was closed, I think, in 2019. And we're finally making headway on something. The fact that our market doesn't have a sobering station is ridiculous, and our first responders need somewhere to take people who are in that acute condition. Also at a sobering station where you have medical response, where they could observe the horrible, tough withdrawal process, is exactly the way that you have a moment in time where someone might say yes to treatment. So all of these things are connected. Know your lane, know your role. I will be rejecting this amendment, and I'm thrilled that we're going to be part of helping the county get the sobering station up and running. Thanks.
Councillor Smith.
Yes, Madam President, I think we can do both. I need clarity on how much money from the city administrator, how much money do we get every year in the opioid settlement? How much should we be expecting in fiscal year 25, 26?
I think Ruth has an estimate. And just I know that year to year it varies. So
Yeah.
There's a projection for.
So I know that we're expecting 1.02 million to be available next year. Sorry, I'm just looking for the right piece of paper. Here we go. After the current allocations and the expected additional revenue and the amount available this year. The actual amount we receive each year fluctuates. I think we're expecting about thank you. We're expecting 1.5 million a year each year for the next 7 years, but the number we have available for next year is 1.02 million.
So someone told me it was 15 years and we were getting more than 1 million. With the settlement money, and we were getting more than 1 million a year because Mayor Wilson is getting money for the opioid beds. That doesn't sound quite right. There was more money that we get in for this. Well, at any rate, what I'm saying is we only need this for fiscal year 25, 26. The county is not going to need the money until 27. We can do both. I'll put a budget note in that says that we are looking for the opioid money to be used for 26, 27. But right now we have an immediate need that is a one-time only need. I think the monies that are going to Bybee Lakes, is that ongoing, Mr. Mayor?
I'll turn to it.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay. So we still have other opportunities. So that would tell me that we get more than 1 million a year from the opioid settlement because he has money. He has $1 million that he's taking, and then there's another $1 million. It's more than 1 million.
Yeah, that includes some of the accumulated amounts. So
that were unused.
So correct. Yeah.
Okay. I really think the sobering standard is an important tool for us to have. I agree with it. I think we should support it, but I think this time, for this fiscal year, we need to go ahead and support Councilor Avalos's amendment because they won't be able to use, it doesn't make sense. I'm a parent. If you're not going to use a resource, you don't try to take it away when you can use it for your kids right now. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Counselor, we don't use a resource if we can't use it right now, but we also have partners, and we are showing them through our budget what kind of partners we want to be. And this is money that they have told us they were depending on. It is money that we have in the past put on the table. It is money that if we don't put on the table affects how they see us as partners. And I think we need to take seriously how we are partnering especially with folks who we have very complicated relationships with.
Well, the first stab at it, Madam President, was for the mayor, and the mayor didn't put it in his budget.
He did not.
That's
and
right.
I am frustrated by that. And I have shared that with the mayor. And I was looking for a way to add it back in and was grateful to our colleague for finding a source. Councillor Canal.
I mean, that conversation a moment ago was part of what I intended to ask about and to understand. I have not talked to the mayor about this particular thing because the proposal about the sobering center was not on my radar. I only knew about the Fora Health conversation. I think that's notable. We've already talked about that. Mayor, could you speak, if you're willing, and I understand if you're not, to speak to why how we ended up in a situation where the county might expect money from us, as the council president put it, but it was not in your proposal?
Mr. Mayor, go right ahead if you'd like.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Council President. It started in February, and I alluded to it earlier. When we were truing up our budgets for the deficits, county had noted that the $38 million that we expected on the IGA to come to Portland wasn't going to be paid. They're struggling, as Portland was. They offered $10 million. At that time, we had the Sobering Center funding in a bucket. It was earmarked for ongoing operational funding. After speaking with Commissioner Brim Edwards and Chair, I did acknowledge that that liability was in fact and needed to be paid. However, it was for operating expenses ongoing. So I noted it was for future periods when you had the Sobering Center open. And we had been talking back and forth since that period of time. So there was no easy decisions on this one. So I understand Council President's frustrations. We were as well. And I've shared that frustration with all 12 of you multiple times as we tried to true up our budget. We have a significant gap, so did county. We're all frustrated, but that was essentially the debits and the credits of the discussion. Do we have an ongoing? Yes. And next budget, we have to really add that in but that would be the FY27 budget. And they're expecting to have it open in 27. I felt that would be appropriate, but this discussion is a good discussion to have right now.
Thank you.
Councilors, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll on Avalos 5, which is funding from the opioid settlement fund to Fora Health?
Canal.
I ask for an indulgence from the clerk. When this is over, please count to 5 before you say the final vote count, because I might change it. I'm really, really conflicted on this, and I think the most compelling argument I've heard is from Councilor Smith about the fiscal year element of it. So I want to first say that I strongly, strongly support having a sobering center. I cannot understate how often this comes up in the public safety context, and it is a public safety component. But my understanding being that it needs to be something that we've committed to for the next fiscal year is a very important and compelling argument in deciding between two things, because my understanding is that the need for Fora Health is a one-time need, and that allows us to do both. So I will vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Elaine. Thank you so much to my colleague, Councilor Avalos, for the work you've done. I vote aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
No.
The amendment is approved with 7 yes votes and 5 no votes.
Colleagues, anything else from the other category? Being no one in, Councilor Canal, are you in the queue for the other category?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you have?
I move Canal 18, and I'm going to make one small adjustment to one word in there. Based on some other things we talked about here. So this would, I'll just say as we go, the changes from Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to Portland Bureau of Emergency Management. That is the change as you see it here. So this would instruct the city leadership, city administrator and the mayor to restore funding at the Office of Equity and Human Rights for 2 analyst 1 positions and 1 analyst 2 positions. These are 3 rank and file union represented workers, as well as add a represented position at the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management to plan for the critical energy infrastructure hub at a total cost of $600,000 in general fund resources. It would, you can see the bullet points here, reduces salary adjustment policy set aside in general fund contingency by $600,000. It increases general fund bureau operating expenses in the Office of Equity and Human Rights by $450,000. It increases general fund bureau operating expenses in the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management by $150,000. It increases position authority at OEHR by 3, position authority at PBEM by 1, and updates attachments A through H to reflect this change. And just to give the brief speaking to it, and we can answer questions as well. This is a revised version of Canal 01, which was voted on May 21st and tied 6-6 and failed as a result of that. I've received feedback from multiple colleagues who voted no on it and tried to incorporate that into this revised version. The first thing on the funding side, instead of putting a pool of 7 deputy director positions into the hands of the mayor and city administrator, it would put only 6. It would exempt the city budget office deputy director position from that list. These are general fund funded bureaus and exempting all public safety bureaus as well as the city budget office. And then on the other side of it, the spending side, it would fund the critical energy infrastructure hub planning position that we've talked about a lot at the at PBEM. I should note that Councillor Clark has brought this up multiple times that we need 2. We need somebody at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, which was part of the amendment last night. This is the other half of that. This is at the PBEM side of it. And so this would check that box, meet that need, and also I will just say it's Canal 18 officially, but I'm gonna call it the Robin Hood Amendment. This is the only amendment of the 126 that addresses management bloat at the city and moves money from management to rank and file workers. That's for a second. There were ones that did the half of it on the management side. I want to credit Councillor Zimmerman for that. Yeah.
Councillors, we have a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Councillor Dunphy, are you in the queue to speak to this amendment?
I am, yes.
Go right ahead.
Councillor Canal, I would like to see if you'd be amenable to an amendment that my team has been trying to work on, which would change the ongoing amounts. Sorry, I'm trying to read a red line version of this. Sorry, come back to me. I need a second.
Councillors, is there any other discussion on Canal 18? Councillor Clark?
Okay, this is like one more time around. Would you mind listing each of those items one more time briefly, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there are 6 deputy director positions that would go into a pool. They would not all go away. I want to first start by that. The same way that we've had the 20% reduction and we're actualizing 9.5% of it over the course of the year. This would give a pool of total compensation of $1.8 million to the administration and ask them to reduce that cost by $600,000. So it's actually less aggressive than what we're doing to equity, community engagement, et cetera. I'll list off those 6 bureaus in a second if anyone's interested, but I will first start on the other side. It would restore 3 positions at the Office of Equity and Human Rights. One is one of 4 of the ADA team that's being laid off. One is one of 2 the LGBTQIA2S+ team at the Office of Equity and Human Rights. And the third is the only person in OEHR and frankly citywide who does racial equity plans out and works with all the bureaus. It would also add a fourth position to the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management, which is to do CEI hub planning, specifically that could flex if there's, if that's 38 hours a week, they could do other things in the other two, but the primary function would be CEI hub planning. That's critical energy infrastructure. Thanks.
Counselor?
I'm looking at Canal 18. Did you drop the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability? I didn't.
Yes, I did and replaced it with PBEM based on my understanding of the fact that that your initial ask was for one in each, and we did get the BPS one yesterday.
Thank you for that clarification.
Counselor Dunphy, are you ready for us to come back to you, or should I buy you more time? Okay.
I can just answer the other part of the question then, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So the positions, the bureaus that we're talking about here are Parks and Recreation, Bureau of Human Resources, Office of Government Relations, Portland Housing Bureau, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, Office of Equity and Human Rights, and the City Budget Office. These are the 7 that were in the original. City Budget Office is now dropped from that list, so there's 6 remaining. Again, these are not reductions. All 6 of them would not, it's not we're laying off 6 people here. That's not what's happening. It's looking at this pool of people and giving the mayor and administrator 2 tools with which to reduce that total compensation by $600,000 over the course of the year. One tool could be reduction of positions. At least one of these is vacant. For sure, and the other is reclassifications, and this is in line with the budget note, which we adopted on May 21st, which is, I want to say, 02, but I will verify that. That talks about reducing, 08, which is to reduce the deputy director classification across the city altogether in recognition of the fact that we added a layer of management with the DCAs and never started the process of reducing deputy directors. We already adopted that budget note.
Counselors, I'm next in the queue. I'm a big fan of reducing management. But after the last amendment where we did generalized sweeping cuts without understanding the impacts, I had colleagues come up to me and express remorse. I had colleagues come up to me and say they had heard from leaders who they respect that the consequences of our vote were not what they thought it would be. I have had colleagues come up to me and say, we'll need to figure out how to restore funding for X service area because the cuts there are actually worse than we thought. Colleagues, I want to do many of the changes that many of you are bringing forward, including this one, and we have to understand the consequences of our votes. And I wish that in the first 5 months we had been here, we had had the will to do the accountability work in our policy committees, to dig deep enough to understand the consequences of our votes. But I don't hold a gavel chairing a policy committee, so I didn't get to make that happen. So I have yet another amendment before me asking me to do something that certainly aligns with my values, to fund things that certainly align with my values, and it feels downright irresponsible. Because when we did this yesterday, we did things that we did not understand the consequences of. And I would like us to act more responsibly in the very short amount of time that we have left today. As much as I support the values here and the things that it buys, I have to be a no. Councilor Zimmerman?
Thanks. I was hoping we could get a response from the city administrator regarding these changes that are being outlined and your impression and reaction to these classification changes. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Without analysis of each bureau and looking at them. I appreciate, I guess, the flexibility to look at all of them as a pool and try to figure out how best to accumulate the savings that the amendment asks for. Each of these bureaus is unique in how they're structured and how the management has evolved over time. It's appropriate to take a look at classes of employees. I'd like to be able to do it system-wide. I think the previous budget note asked for that, and I appreciate the intent of looking at management across the entire organization. Just as any cut in the general fund, especially when public safety is eliminated from the review, it gets very challenging. So we once again are going to go after the rest of the general fund and not look at public safety, where a huge amount of the money lies. And a huge amount of the money also lies in our homeless services. And I appreciate the attempt to look at this from a management perspective, but we have now constrained the review to a fairly small group of bureaus relative to the whole city. And so I appreciate trying to accumulate savings in the general fund to be able to reallocate that money to other purposes. I appreciate that. And we'll take a look at it. It's hard to predict the impact in each individual bureau right now, but the smaller ones particularly, because their management is thin, perhaps reclassifying them is the appropriate thing to do. I will tell you that what HR will tell me is that not only do you get to look at these things on a bureau by bureau basis and what's the issue within the bureau, but you must also do an equity analysis of these positions across the entire city. And so it's a little more complicated than just looking at what is 6 positions in the city and trying to reevaluate their spans of control and et cetera, and how they relate within their bureau. You have to look horizontally across the city to check on equity. So it's a little complicated to give you an answer right now about what the outcome will be, but I obviously clearly understand the intent.
Councillor Canal.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the comparison to the amendment we talked about yesterday is a little bit interesting, because this was scored going back before, I think, May 19th, sorry, the Monday prior to our approval. And we got this. The only thing that's changed is just where the position's going in one of these cases, to what bureau, because of an amendment that passed that made half of the need that was going to be addressed here moot, and so we shifted to funding the other half of the need in PBEM. This has been scored for a while, nearly a month now, and I just wanted to make a comment about consequences, because I think there's 2 parts of the consequences here that I think we haven't talked about yet, which is the consequences of doing nothing. Consequences of not doing this is that we have, again, one of the 4 people who does ADA work, the Americans with Disabilities Act work at the Office of Equity and Human Rights, will lose their job. One of the 2 people who works on LGBTQIA2S+ folks will lose their job, and the only person who works on the racial equity planning for the whole city, bureau by bureau, in the OEHR, Office of Equity and Human Rights, will lose their job too. But also, we will be sending a message, because these budgets do send messages. And I think it's not fair to us as a council, and not fair to the city as a whole, but it's also true that the messages that we send are not just interpreted in light of what we do, but in light of what's happening at the federal level. And I think it's very important to consider the message that we would be sending by choosing willingly to take on a consequence of laying off people who work on LGBTQIA2S+ work and racial equity right now. I think that's a viable question to ask, and it's an important thing to wonder what the message we would send there. That's a consequence that we should talk about. And you know, given that this one's been filed for 21 days at this point, 21 days since we first talked about a version of this that was very similar, but slightly adjusted and refiled it. I think it's appropriate to say that we've had time to sit with the concept. And if people oppose it, that's of course a choice that we all have the right to make individually. And in closing, I'd just say, if Portland is a union town, and if this is a worker-friendly council, then I think we should look at what message it sends as well to put 3 union represented jobs to close them out and to not add a 4th, and instead to protect non-represented managers when we've already talked about over the course of this entire book, and if you go through the entire budget, you'll see that the cuts to management were not nearly as steep as the cuts to union represented workers. And this helps to start the process of moving that back into balance. Thank you.
Councilors, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can you please call the roll on Canal 18?
Canal.
Thank you. Aye.
Ryan.
No.
Elaine.
I really appreciate you, Councilor Canal. I am worried about the unintended consequences, and I have to vote no.
Maria.
Aye.
Novick.
I incorporate by reference everything the council president said a bit ago about responsibility. No.
Clark.
Well, I'm sorry if this throws a monkey wrench into our plans to address classifications across the enterprise or whatever else we were going to be doing in the next year. And I appreciate the president's frustration. I hear that loud and clear. But if the federal administration is going to cut FEMA, and they're threatening doing that, then this position on the CEI hub in PBEM is very, very important to me, that we plan for disasters, that we have an adequate plan in place, whether it's this disaster or another disaster. So I'm voting aye.
Green.
I just want to echo the fact that every single choice, even the choice to do nothing, has unintended consequences. Aye.
Zimmerman. No. Avalos.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Guinea.
No.
The amendment fails with 5 yes votes and 7 no votes.
Councilors, that clears out the other category. So we are scheduled to be done at 6. I have been told that staff can stay a little bit later so that we can get a few more things done. So what we are going to do is move into budget notes and give everybody a chance to do their top priority budget note. My goal is in 60 minutes, 1 hour, to do 2 rounds, one of budget notes and one where if folks have a priority amendment or budget note, you can bring a second thing forward of your choice. That is virtually impossible to do in 60 minutes with all of us talking. So I am hoping that we can hold our fire, except where there are things that must be asked or said. We will then take a 15-minute break in order to figure out balance. And then we will come back and we will have 30 to 45 minutes to do what we need to do to get things back in balance and wrap up. That should put us wrapping up around 7:30. I appreciate staff to whom we said we would end at 6, but who are willing to stay a little bit later. Thank you. Herman, are you in the queue to bring forward a budget note?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Thanks. I want to start just with a compliment, Madam President. This is not an easy show to wrangle. So what you just laid out is a plan that works, so I appreciate that deeply. Colleagues, I am going to introduce this budget note, and I think it should be easy for us to pass. I would never ask you not to comment on it, but I hope we don't spend a lot of time. Budget note, the city attorney will conduct a deep analysis and make every effort to invite alignment of the analysis across the League of Oregon Cities, the Oregon Attorney General, the District Attorneys Association, if those associations or offices are willing, regarding the siting and operations of ICE centers within the city or other Oregon cities, and the implications and application of Portland and Oregon's sanctuary laws in order to provide renewed guidance to the City Council, all city officials, and to provide the basis for the City of Portland to ensure all city officials, all city employees have firm, foundational, and legally sound understanding when and if resisting federal overreach and/or refusing to provide assistance to the federal government for actions deemed illegal inside the state of Oregon, given the ongoing threats of legal action by the federal government against city and state officials for simply following their local and state laws. This analysis should serve as a shared guiding report for other neighboring jurisdictions in an effort to provide united and coherent understanding across multiple jurisdictions in Oregon, given this rapidly emerging need of legal opinions and actions. This note should be delivered in the most appropriate manner deemed by the city attorney and mayor for city officials to receive legal guidance and strategy, and while balancing the needs of any partnering office and participating association. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Angelita. Did you?
Yeah, I'd like to second.
Councillors, I know folks are in the queue to put forward budget notes, but I'm going to run through to see if there's any discussion. Councillor Dunphy, are you in the queue to discuss? Councillor Avalos, are you in the queue to discuss?
I would just, if you could just drop me that language real quick. It's hard to process a lot of text in my brain. I need to see it. Thanks.
Councillor Green, are you in the queue to discuss? Councillor Ryan, are you in the queue? Councillor Novick?
No.
Councillor Clark?
Yes, could you just read the first two sentences?
The city attorney will conduct a deep analysis and make every effort to invite alignment of the analysis across the League of Oregon Cities, the Oregon Attorney General, and the District Attorneys Association, if those groups are willing, regarding the siting and operations of ICE centers within the city or Oregon cities, and the implication and application of Portland and Oregon sanctuary laws in order to provide renewed guidance to all of us. And colleagues, I am very clear-eyed that we could never compel some of those that I listed. That was an invitation to them to participate in that analysis because I think a united approach is appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. Does the clerk have this language?
No.
Councillor, would you mind sending it to the clerk? Thank you. And probably to our budget office as well. Okay, Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion?
No.
Okay, colleagues, seeing no one in the queue for discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
We're going to talk about a lot of notes. I'm going to be deferential unless I have a reason not to be going forward on all of these. So although I'm a little, processing this live, I'm going to vote aye on it.
Ryan.
Similar to my colleague who just spoke. Aye.
Cleon Lane.
Councillor Zimmerman, I'm usually so frustrated when you surprise me with stuff and it just happens on the dais and we haven't had a conversation, and this is a really lovely surprise to have from you. Thank you. I vote aye.
Maria.
Thank you, Councillor Zimmerman. I vote aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman. Aye. Avalos.
Thank you.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Necessary budget note, necessary direction for where we are, an enthusiastic aye.
The amendment is approved with 12 yes votes.
Councillor Dunphy, are you in the queue with the budget note?
Yes, please, ma'am. Colleagues, as quickly as I can get through this. Dunphy 10, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note to measure East Portland services and ensure equitable distribution of PBOT and Parks discretionary funds. This, as previously described, is updated language since we last talked, but also is specifically an attempt to hold East Portland harmless and discretionary decisions as made in this budget process. Happy to read the text if folks want it, but it is available.
Councillors, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Avalos. Councillor Zimmerman, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Avalos, Councillor Green, Councillor Ryan, Councillor Novick. Councillors, seeing no discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Aye.
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 Maria.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman. Aye. Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Hartle-Guinea.
Aye.
Amendment is approved with 12 yes votes.
Councillor Avalos, do you have a budget note to move forward? Please go ahead.
It is going to be Avalos 8. This is the one that is requesting for, in preparation to the FY 26-27 budget, so not the one that we're currently funding, to direct the mayor to set aside 15% in a health benefit increase. Healthcare costs are rising faster than wages, and I'm very worried about our city employees continuing to shoulder that burden. This is about retaining quality employees, good benefits, help us compete as a city for a talented workforce, and I just want us to be proactive in planning to prevent further cuts. And as we discussed, talked with the lawyers and everybody, and they suggest it should be a note because it is a guidance for the next budget process to just make sure we're setting aside enough money to protect from deeper cuts.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Green, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Ryan? I do have a question. I apologize for taking the time, but I am wondering, and I see that we're missing our budget director right now, but perhaps somebody else in the office or DCA Barry can help. Do we have a rough estimate of the scale of the difference between 8% and 15% and the split between general fund and other funds?
Council President, I don't have that. I've just reached out to the budget office folks, including Director Levine, to see if they can get that very quickly.
I'm hoping to understand in supporting this what that means for how we begin our budget next time around. Councillor Novick, did you have discussion on this budget note? No. Councillor Canal? Councillor Clark? Okay. DCA Barry, is that something you think you'll have within the next 2 to 3 minutes or probably not?
If you can give me just a minute.
Okay. Do others need that information before we vote, or am I the only one holding us up here? Earlier in the queue than me who would like that information also.
Sorry, Council President, I've got the number. Thank you, Aaron. So it would be at the 15%, around 8.7 million general fund. And sorry, Aaron, is that?
And
go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron Barry, Business Operations Division Manager. So we're estimating that it would be about $22 million total. The citywide, city core portion, general fund would be about 8.7.
And if we did the traditional, I believe it's 8%, what would the numbers be?
It would be about, I'm just looking at the calculations here. It would be about half of that.
Okay. We are talking about starting out next year's budget with just over 4 million less in general fund for other things and just over 11 million less in total funds, so about 7 million less in other funds for whatever other expenditures we were starting the year with. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what we have in the budget right now for the beginning balance.
Thank you. Councillor Kuyamalain, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment? Okay. Councillors, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Just to clarify, this is on Avalos 8?
Avalos 8, yes.
Thank you. Canal?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Kuyamalain?
Aye.
Mario?
She's out of the room.
Sorry. Novick?
Nay.
Clark?
No.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Also out of the room.
Thank you. Avalos?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Turtle Guinea?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 8 yes votes, 2 no votes, and 2 absent.
Councillor Green, are you in the queue with a budget note? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 budget notes. One is short, one is a little bit longer and co-authored with Councilor Murillo. Is your preference that we just do one, and then if there's time, we go around again?
If it's a package, go ahead. Otherwise, let's do one. I'm trying to give everybody a turn here.
It's not a package.
Okay.
So I'll just do the one that's not co-authored. It's Green 12. The budget note says motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note for anti-displacement task force. Colleagues, this is a note to provide some direction to the community and economic development service area as follows: explore funding opportunities within the next 6 months for the next steps for the anti-displacement action plan, starting with the cost to establish a community-led task force to monitor and guide anti-displacement strategies in our economic development and housing work. The task force will focus on housing in its first year. I motivate this because while I am not on the housing committee, my book of business, as I've come to appreciate that term, Councilor Smith, is very much housing. And this is a no-cost obligation, and I think it's worth reaffirming our commitment to anti-displacement.
Second.
Councillor Ryan, are you in the queue for discussion?
No.
Councillor Novick? No. Canal? No. Clark? No. Kuyamalain? Smith?
No, it's for something else.
Seeing no one in the queue for discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, I missed the second.
I seconded.
Thank
I
you.
believe it was Councillor Canal.
Thank you.
Aye.
Ryan?
Can I come back? Is that possible?
I don't believe we can do that, but you can change your vote at the end if you need to. You can also look at my computer if you're looking for this note.
There's no budget issues here. It's a budget note.
It is a budget note.
All right. Aye.
Aye.
Mario, Novick?
Aye.
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman? Avalos?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Turtle Guinea?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 10 yes votes and 2 absent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ryan, do you have a budget note?
I do.
Fantastic.
I read this into the record during one of those work sessions that were kind of a budget session. I think it was last week. And as a big advocate to improve services to Portlanders, especially in parks, since that's where we play, and I like to think out of the box and discover better practices that would be applicable for Portland, embracing a proven partnership, especially when they have created a better program just across the river in Vancouver, USA, I pay attention. As such, my budget note number 5 supports the Portland Tennis Program and directs that a meeting with leaders and stakeholders occur to discuss the possibility of partnering with the United States Tennis Association for investments into the Portland Tennis Program. USTA has stated a willingness to fund capital improvements to the tennis program and city courts, as well as take on more programming. As you know, we have over $600 million deficit when it comes to our deferred maintenance. This expanded partnership could make great sense for the city, but we won't know unless the city gives a real consideration to this proposal. The budget note will ensure that we explore this opportunity. This may seem like a small step, and yet it forces our culture to take pragmatic steps to pursue when facing our financial challenges we face today in the foreseeable future. So the budget note that was submitted, do I read that?
Or you could just direct us to it.
Yeah, it's in the book because it was read last week.
And it's Ryan 5, is that correct?
It is, budget note 5.
Okay.
Basically, the long and short is that after September 30th, 2025 meeting occurs and before November 15th, the CFO will present a report to the City Council regarding their financial assessment, findings, and recommendations on how to proceed with this partnership.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cleon-Lane. You had people race for it.
I've been on the winning side too much, so.
Councilor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion?
No.
Councilor Canal.
I just have a question. I'm generally very supportive of doing due diligence. I think we've had this conversation a lot. I just wanted the findings on recommendations of how to proceed with this partnership, and I think it's important to just daylight and potentially get a clarification that we're not committed in any way to proceeding with expanding this partnership. We're just getting information on how we would do that if we chose to. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. I've learned enough to know that it helps to do a budget note to get the culture to actually think out of the box a little bit and actually embrace partnerships. And as we move forward with parks, they have to actually look to this type of culture change. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
I think so too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Clark.
See that?
Councilor Cleon-Lane. Councilor Smith. Keelan, seeing nobody else in the queue, could you please call the roll on Ryan 5?
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Cleon-Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Yes, for partnerships, yes.
Green.
Councilor Ryan, you're a sports guy. I think that's on the record. I hope to see a budget note in the future that looks at pickleball in the waterfront park. I vote aye.
Zimmerman. Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Rogini.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 11 yes votes and 1 absent.
Look at that. Councilors, I am next in the queue. While I have a lot of budget notes that I pre-filed that I would love to move, I am doing a courtesy for my first slot instead. Purtle-Guinea 17 is a budget note that I have been talking to the mayor's office about. We learned recently that there are amendments at the county to remove their $10 million payment to the city that helps to fund our TAS and SRV shelters. This is a budget note which would simply say that if the county decreases their payment to the city would decrease our payment through the IGA to the county by a subsequent amount. Not, I want to be very, very clear, not to try to pick a fight, not to try to break the IGA, not because the partnership does not matter, because all of those things are very important to me, but because we need to make our budget whole and fund our TAS and SRV shelters, which we are fully funding in our budget, and we would be holding back those dollars specifically in order to make those programs whole. I did give the county a heads up that we would be considering this budget note because the partnership does matter to me, and I think that leaning in is more important than leaning out. But I also think that if we are going to pass a budget with a commitment to shelter, we ought to make sure that we can fund that commitment to shelter, and the county passes their budget tomorrow. and we pass our amendments today. So I was not able to wait and see what they did with their budget. So I am bringing this first as a courtesy for the work that I've been doing with the mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dunphy. Councillor Green, are you in the queue to discuss this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think this is I think this is necessary. It is a little bit, it squares up in a way that I think can be a little threatening, but I think unless you put something firm in place, there's no commitment that the commitment stays in place. I think it's a reasonable approach to that, so I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Novick, are you in the queue for discussion to this budget note?
No.
Councillor Canal?
No.
Councillor Clark?
Could you just spell out for the record the HRSIGA?
Yes, the Homeless Response System, IGA, Intergovernmental Agreement. Thank you to my colleagues for the right. I don't know why I just blinked when put on the spot there.
It's been a lot of hours.
So many acronyms. Yeah.
Councillor Clark, any other comments?
No, I think, is this offense is the best defense?
Essentially. Councillor Koyama-Lane, are you in the queue for this? Councillor Smith?
Madam President, thank you. And you see why I didn't want to give them that other money. I told y'all, don't give it to them. I think this is important. And we have to have folks who are grown-ups in the room who understand that it's important and it's critical to keep your word. And I will be voting yes, yes, yes for this when it comes up for a vote. Thank you.
Councillors, seeing no other discussion in the queue. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Thank you, Madam President, for bringing this forward and for your leadership on this. This is something I want to just add my voice to yours in saying we're not trying to pick a fight here and look forward to collaborating with our friends and partners at the county. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Good work. Aye.
Koyama-Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green. Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Ertelguiney.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 12 yes votes.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Novick 2, motion to add a budget note to amend Amendment D and add a budget note that directs the Bureau of Human Resources to begin bargaining with relevant labor units with the goal of reassigning welfare checks from armed police officers to unarmed responders like public safety support specialists and Portland Street Response. Portland Street Response already does some of this work, so the key thing would be getting public safety support specialists authorized to do it as well. BHR and the Public Safety Service Area are to provide updates to council every 4 months on the progress of negotiations and progress towards the transfer of work. I'd also like to take this opportunity to note that sadly Brian Wilson just died. I hope that wherever he is, he's sending us good vibrations over the next hour and a half because God knows we need them.
Councillors, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dunphy. Councillor Green, I think your hand is just perpetually up. Councillor Canal, are you in the queue to discuss this? Councillor Clark?
I have a question. So this is advisory. It's not a force of law. It's asking them to consider this.
It directs BHR to begin bargaining with relevant labor units, and it's asked them to provide updates on the progress of negotiations or progress towards the transfer of work. I've discussed this with the chief. I've discussed this with DCA Causey. The mayor actually wrote us an email saying that he wants to get armed responders out of the job of welfare checks. So I think that this proposal is not something the executive opposes.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Koyama-Lane, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Smith?
No, I'm in the queue for.
Councillor Murillo?
No, I'm just raising my hand for other stuff.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Cleameline.
Aye.
Mario,
Aye.
Novick,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Zimmerman,
Stepped out.
Avalos.
Counselor Novick, you're a real one for this. I appreciate this. Aye.
Thank you.
Dunphy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Portal-Guinea.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 11 yes votes and 1 absent.
Okay, Counselor Canal, I believe you are next.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move two together that are linked, Canal 12 and 13. These are studying potential future sources of revenue for the city to get information that could later be used for policy development. Budget note to study long-term vacancy fees on both the commercial and residential side, as well as to study a package delivery fee. And it would report back at the time of the city administrator's recommendations for next year, which come out at the end of February, with concepts and structures that could be used to either inform potential policy changes or provide the data necessary for the rationale we would need to give the public for why we're not pursuing them. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Counselor Green, are you in the queue for discussion? Counselor Clark.
Councillor Canal, is this enough time?
I think looking at previous budget notes, we've seen it. I mean, we have an entire social housing plan coming in a year. So I think this is a narrower set of things to request information on. And for it to be informing us and not just informing us. What I tried to avoid with this choice of the date was that I want the mayor to be a part of receiving that information too, and ideally to be able to evaluate that information as he develops his budget, based not only on the city administrator's recommendations on February 28th, but also this information.
Koyama Lane. Counselor Smith. Counselor Murillo. Counselor Ryan.
Yeah, I do. Are you combining commercial and residential? Or they
As
two
of right now,
separate?
they are combined. It's two different parts of the city doing it, but they're in the same budget now.
Okay, because to me, they're very different. Okay, so I'll have to weigh if I'm supporting it.
Would you'd be welcome to move to divide it for a separate vote if you'd like.
Yeah, I would support the commercial one, but not the residential. I have not met, I've asked so many people who build and do residential, and no one has told me they want, that they don't want to rent out a unit. Commercial's different, it's more nuanced.
If you'd like to make the motion, I wouldn't object at all.
I motion that we decouple the two and we have one vote for residential and one for commercial. Do I have a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Cool.
If the request is to divide the question to vote separately, any member can do that as a matter of right. So you don't have to vote on the motion to divide it. You can just request it. Yeah, you can request it, and then Counselor Canal can decide which one to vote on first.
Counselor Canal, what are we voting on first?
I'll do commercial first.
Okay. Counselors, I'm in the queue to speak to this. I hear regularly, frankly, in district from folks who would like us to consider vacancy fees. And I agree with the question that Counselor Clark asked, which is that I don't think that this is enough time. I think that to come up with a plan to do something like this, to decide if we want to do something like this, requires significant stakeholder engagement to get it right. And to say that we are going to study something and then decide if we're going to do it 7 months from now without time to do stakeholder work, we could decide if we wanted to put together a stakeholder group in 7 months, but I don't think we can do the work that's necessary to get something like this right. And this is the type of thing that can go very wrong if you don't get it right. I would like for us to have this conversation, but I cannot support the budget note with the timeline that's laid out here.
February 28th.
Councillor Canal, are you back in the queue?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to clarify that this would not do any fee creation on any side of it. It would simply get us models back. I think the model that I would look at for this is some of the conversations we had around the social housing study, where we're getting the stakeholder engagement part is going to be parallel and continuing after that. And I would welcome a conversation after we receive some information back from the administrative side about, is it something that we're ready to do? Because it may not be next fiscal year either. And I think that's an appropriate thing. It's not just do we do something or do we not. It's also how, and also maybe we do it, but not in that exact time frame. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Keelan, seeing no one else in the queue. Oh, Councillor Green.
You would be excused for not knowing whether I'm up or not. Thank you. I support the timeline. I don't think that what I'm seeing is an expectation that we deliver a final, like, this is what the tax is, or the fee is, I should say. It's a study, and studies are oftentimes constrained by timelines. It's pretty routine for a scholar to receive a call for papers for a conference and write a paper inside of 8 months and present their findings. And the findings may be incomplete, and that's okay. That itself is a result. I also hear from constituents that there's just no appetite to study and study and study for a very long period of time. So people want us to move fast. I'm prepared to support. This is the commercial one, right?
Point of order. I think we're discussing them all together and then voting on them separately.
We're discussing all together, and then we'll take 3 votes.
I'm comfortable with the timeline. That's it for me at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Keelan, seeing no one else in the queue for discussion, could you please call the vote on the first half of divided Canal 12, which would specifically create a budget note to study long-term commercial?
Yeah, so it's actually the second paragraph of motion 12.
Vacancy fees. Great. The second paragraph of Canal 12 to study long-term commercial vacancy fees.
Canal.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Yeah, I've been in numerous conversations, especially out in St. John's and another part of the district where this has come up. So I'm curious. I vote aye.
Cleameline.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Wait a minute, this is the residential one? Commercial. No, it's the commercial one.
Commercial.
Aye.
Mark.
I just want to clarify that I'm curious, but if we were to do anything with this report, it would take a lot more work, just to be clear. And I think we were talking about advisory councils or whatever it is, but just a preliminary look-see at this is okay, so I vote yes.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
I'm going to share my colleague to my right's comments about a look-see. Similar to my support for Councillor Green's social housing, I think information is helpful. I don't see action here, so I'm going to vote aye.
Aye.
Dunphy.
I'm going to repeat my call for help from the public related to this. I was on an episode of CityCast Portland talking about this. We've obviously got a problem, but what are some solutions that folks in the community are also looking for? So while the city is working on this, I would love to talk to property owners who also see a problem and are looking for a solution. So I vote aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
I said I was going to vote no. I hear from colleagues who are saying that they don't think that this is about next year's budget. My saying I would vote no was in response to my colleague who brought this saying he wanted it back in time for next year's budget, which made me very uncomfortable with the timing. I do want to see the conversation move forward that Councillor Dunphy has called for many times. I'm going to take a risk and hope that we don't rush this process and say aye.
Motion carries with 12 yes votes.
Councilors, is anyone else in the queue for discussion of the second part of Canal 12, motion to add a budget note to study long-term residential vacancy fees?
Yeah, I have a question. Thanks. I am trying to understand what a residential vacancy in this sense is. Were we talking about units that have been registered with the city already as rental units? Or are we talking, I don't think anybody's lived in that house on my street for a while. That's what I'm trying to understand here.
No, it's for units that have been registered, yes.
Okay, registered residential units that don't seem, okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm feeling less supportive of this given the mom and pop aspect of that, and that's what most houses who are, so I'll just leave it there in case there's helpful comments at all.
Councilors, is anybody else in the queue for discussion?
Can I just ask a question? So this doesn't involve Airbnb, does it, or does it?
It's written not to involve that. I think there's a broader conversation that I think the Housing and Homelessness Committee should have, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues on it as to that aspect of it. I think this is structurally developing what a model would look like to inform. I think if we were to discuss what types of units it would apply to beyond what the sort of base level of what I just answered Councilor Zimmerman's question on, that would be after receiving this information, and hopefully the Portland Housing Bureau could give us the details necessary to talk about that side. But I think this should ideally be informed by the Housing and Homelessness Committee.
Okay, I would just say what I said before is that I'm interested in information, but this is a lot more complex, and I don't think there's time for it to inform a budget decision. I think there has to be more process involved in the community, but I'll give you the vote, but with caution.
Councilors, seeing no one else in this queue for discussion, Keelan, can you please call the roll on the second part of Canal 12, which is a study of the long-term residential vacancy fees?
Canal.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, for the thoughtful conversation here. I put it in this order because I think I like to eat my appetizer before I get to the main course. And for me, this is the main course. As a renter, I think it's really important that we look into this and understand what we can do. I also just want to quickly respond to the question and say, just to clarify, I picked the date so that it could theoretically maybe be part of the conversation, not so that it has to be a part of the conversation for next year's budget. And I think that's an important clarification. I appreciate the concern. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Supply. The city of Austin, Texas, which we are compared to quite often, is actually experiencing rents going down because they've been building for some time. We need to build Portland. I don't see this as being any sort of a solution to the problem. I vote no.
Elaine.
Aye.
Maria.
Aye, of course.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
I think the study is going to show that there's probably not a great impact to a vacancy fee on the residential side. That's just me as an economist with this eye. But if that's also true, then there shouldn't be a huge financial impact to the owners of the buildings. And so I don't see this as an issue and mutually exclusive with a pro-supply, social housing-driven approach. So I vote aye.
Zimmerman.
Thanks. As I'm hearing folks' comments, I'm realizing that this still includes the commercialized residential properties, but it would also include single-family resident properties. I can't change that now that we're in the vote. I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Avalos.
Aye.
Similar to last time, we've identified a problem. This is a different problem than the commercial problem. This is less about livability and more about the need for homes. So if anybody in the community has solutions, I am very interested, and also Airbnb should absolutely be included. I vote yes.
Smith.
Aye.
Portal Guinea.
Aye.
Motion carries with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Councilors, is there any discussion on Canal 13? Canal 13 was read as well.
I'll enter the queue just because I want people to have a chance to process it before they have to vote. Colleagues, we've talked about this briefly in a budget work session, but Colorado and Minnesota have statewide delivery fees. We've studied it in the state This is for last mile deliveries, so not the wholesale side of things, and it's in some cases it exempts prepared food. I have chosen to say it would exempt prepared food before we even look at it. And to look at per delivery fee concepts, structures, and legalities, because there were some open questions on legality, and to how to ensure that it would minimize the impacts of such a fee if one were to exist on vulnerable consumers. So there's a 2-paragraph, it crosses a page line, there's page 28, the beginning of page 29, just so you can know that for sure. And again, it's pursuing another potential source of revenue that we should know more about before we rule it in or out. I'll also just quickly note this does not affect any of the rest of like it doesn't affect rideshare, for example. It doesn't, and it wouldn't affect DoorDash, Uber Eats, any of that sort of stuff as well. Thanks.
Colleagues, is there any other discussion on this budget note?
I have a question. Councilor Cannell, do we know if there is a preemption or not?
The report that I read on it is actually fairly unclear. It says that we could do it in a certain way that would have, it was written very much in terms of the model would dictate that. So not in an absolute sense, yes, or an absolute sense, no. And I think that's why it's important to get more information and not have, I think a couple people up here are lawyers. I am not. And I would love to have our attorneys look into it as part of this process so we could have official legal advice on the process as well.
Councilors, is there any other discussion to this budget note? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to go over this in a finer detail in the Labor and Workforce Committee so that we can discuss some of the issues that you want to talk about before we, this is a budget note, it's not revenue related, but let's talk about this in Labor and Workforce.
Can I just make a clarification? So I think our assumption has been that when we talk about, going back to before we had committees, that when we talk about reporting back to council, that report back can also include deep committee conversation. So my understanding, for example, as it relates to reporting back on the implementation of the Councilor Novik's note that we just passed, is that the Community and Public Safety Committee will be the primary place where we're hearing that information. And I think I'd be perfectly fine if this one were to come to either Labor and Workforce Development or Arts and Economy. I would leave that up to, I don't know who, but I'm fine being deferential to colleagues on that.
If we need to do a resolution or ordinance, we're better suited to do it from that jump than just, leaving it up to the administrators to look at these budgets and figure out how to complete all of them.
I agree. I think if we get to the point of making a concrete action, that would make sense. This is not that concrete action. This is simply a study.
Councilors, is there any other discussion on this budget note? Seeing none. Keelan, can you please call the roll on Canal 13 to study a package delivery fee?
Cannell.
Aye.
Ryan.
No.
Quayamaline.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Colleagues, I've been a long time advocate for local government against preemption, any kind of preemption of our revenue raising authorities of any kind. So I'm very interested in whether we are preempted, but I don't know that I'm interested in a delivery fee, but I'm certainly interested in getting that information because I think increasingly we're going to need to look at all of our revenue raising options. So I just want to be clear about that I appreciate the preemption study. I vote aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, I think I'm going to shock you in my support of this, actually, because I think I'd support anything to get people back in stores and not just buying from their couch scrolling and anti-socialism. So I will support any move to get people back into the human interactions. Pro-social is good. Let's see what they have to say. Yes.
Avalos.
Agree. Not that kind of socialism, you two.
It's a double negative.
I believe we're at Councilor Avalos.
It's fine. Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Kenny.
Aye.
The motion carries with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Counselor Zimmerman, I look forward to sharing with you why parents often shop from their phones in between meetings instead of trying to do it when they get home from work and have kids to feed.
I'm just as guilty without the excuse of children.
I believe we are on Counselor Clark.
Oh, snuck up on me. This is Clark 12. It's a very simple budget note. I worked with DCA Oliveira on this. As you know, we have a bit of history with the Keller Auditorium, and I'm sorry it came up the other day in our discussion. But the last council left us with a study, a feasibility study, and with 2 options. And what this budget note does is it says that once the feasibility study done and the transportation study is done at PSU, that they would stand up a team to develop a financial plan to look at really phasing in the finance plan for the Keller Auditorium, and that they would present us to that as that report in April of 2026.
Second.
Counselors, is there any discussion on this budget note? Seeing none, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Apologize, I'm just finishing reading the last sentence here. I thought there'd be some conversation. I vote aye. Thank you.
Ryan.
Thank you, Counselor Clark. It is on our general ledger. I vote aye.
Koyamaline.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Always going to support an asset management legend. Aye.
Zimmerman.
He's not behind the post.
Oh, thanks. Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
The motion carries with 11 yes votes and 1 absent.
Thank you. Counselor Kayama Lane, do you have a budget note?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a package, Koyama Lane 3, 5, and 6. I'd like to note that 3 is an amendment. We have spoken about it. I do see these as a package. For the sake of time, I am happy to talk about these 3, but we can also separate them and I can move the amendment later if you'd like. I do feel that they all are related.
I'll second this.
Counselor Canal, are you seconding all 3?
I'll second whatever portion that you allow to be considered together here.
This is 3, 5, and 6.
That's correct.
If we can do this quickly, let's do it. But we do have 2 more people who haven't had a chance to go. So.
Understood. If it gets long, feel free to, we can divide this. All right, thank you colleagues for your engagement on the important issue of Vision Zero. We've gotten the chance to discuss all 3 of these at a recent budget work session. Also, many related questions and discussion came up when a related resolution recommitting to our city's work on Vision Zero passed unanimously in the Transportation Infrastructure Committee and is now co-sponsored by everyone who was on that committee. Vision Zero states, no person should die or be incapacitated from simply going about their day. Protecting human lives is core to Vision Zero, the goal to eliminate traffic deaths and serious injuries on Portland streets. So we're at the 10-year anniversary now of the first adoption of Vision Zero here in Portland, and we're seeing a horrifying and unacceptable 57% increase in traffic deaths on our streets in the past decade. In 2024, 58 people were killed in our districts in traffic crashes. So I bring forward these 3. The Vision Amendment Koyama Lane 3 pulls the Vision Zero lead position up to the DCA level in Public Works. The hope of this is to increase cross-bureau responsibility towards Vision Zero by elevating the work out of PBOT exclusively, and also aims to emphasize the evidence-based importance of making Vision Zero work cross-bureau. And I want to note that Some questions came up when I visited. I also visited the Community and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for inviting me to talk about Vision Zero. And some different questions came up. And so the Vision Zero lead in the city answered some of these questions in a packet that you have in front of you. And there were also questions about some of the data. So when we look at the data for 2019 to 2023, the breakdown of fatal crashes show that the majority of people that are killed are in vehicles. It's 43%. 38% are pedestrians, 16% motorcyclists, 4% bicyclists. And we don't have to go deeply into this unless folks would like to ask, but this question was brought up by Councilor Zimmerman, and so we did look into it, that 38% of those crashes of where a person was killed and they were walking, for those, in 57% of those, the vehicle did not have the right of way. And for all serious injury crashes involving pedestrians, so it wasn't fatal, but there was a serious injury, 75% of the time the vehicle did not have the right of way. So in many cases, when the pedestrian did not have the right of way, excessive speed or impaired driving were the key causal factors in the crash, and we can break down the data further here or another time. And so just wanted to provide a cursory analysis, which shows that most pedestrians killed and injured are really simply going about their lives. And if you look in the packet, you'll see a bit more about the safe systems approach, which recognizes that no one individual cause of fatal and serious crashes. There is no one. We must build a system with layers of many redundant supports so that if one layer fails, there are others to keep a crash from becoming fatal. I would appreciate your support with this, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilors, we had a second to these, right? Councilor Canal, all of them? Okay. Councilors, is there any discussion of this package? Okay, a number of folks, so let's go in the order that we're in here. Councilor Green, did you have, okay. Councilor Smith, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to make a note. We've been doing this for 10 years, correct? And it appears that the crashes are increasing, and I'm not sure, and I support Vision Zero, but I'm not sure how effective they've been in eliminating crashes. They're getting worse. And as I was looking through your 3 budget notes and your amendment, it looks like you have to identify funding, where you're going to take funding funds from specifically. Is it the mayor's budget somewhere? Is there a place where you think that you can get the 200? There's 218 twice, 216 twice. So I'm not clear where you're going to get the money from. And I know we had it in the Transportation Committee, and it was well received. And we're pulling, and I'm pulling for Vision Zero, but in terms of identifying the appropriate funding or mandating PBOT to do funding on something that has not been effective is kind of troubling.
May I respond, Madam President?
Go ahead.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilor Smith. This is the 216 is from moving the position. So this does not change our budget.
Okay.
It's from just moving the position from within PBOT to now out into, still in Public Works, but in the DCA's office.
So was it funded in the budget, or you're trying to?
It's already funded. It's
Okay, so
already
you
budgeted.
move it from which department to which?
From within PBOT to now up above within DCA, the DCA for Public Works within their office. So they have closer access to work with that DCA to do more cross-bureau work. It does not change the budget.
If I'm looking at that service area, and the DCA in that service area is DCA Dana Powell, and I think her expertise is in water. If I were you, I would keep it at the PBOT level to talk to someone who is ingrained in this and who has an expertise. I hear you staying close to the power. You think you're staying close to the money, but you need to stay close to the people who know how to do the work and who have done the work from a transportation level. Not to say that she has not. She understands that she has a 30,000-foot look and an eye and an ear for everything. But I think it's not necessary.
Could we bring up
Director Williams? We have other folks who need to move through here. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I mean, I see both of them are here. Director Williams and DCA Donna Paul are both here. But
we are primarily working on budget notes right now, and I said that the councilor could bring this amendment if this was going to be quick altogether, but we have two colleagues, yourself included, councilor, who still need to bring a budget note, and I was hoping we could get to 2 each. So I'm going to try to keep us moving.
Okay, I think this requires further conversation.
Okay, Councilor Murillo, did you have a question or a comment here? Councilor Novick?
No.
Councilor Clark?
Yes, I do. I share some of the same concerns that have been expressed by Councilor Smith. My understanding was that Director Williams was actually going to bring together all the folks that touch this area, because there's no question that we all support Vision Zero, and the committee supports it wholeheartedly. And I'm glad to hear this is not other money that we're moving somewhere. But I'm just concerned for the same reason. I'm sorry, I really wish we could hear from DCA Donna Paul about this. I assume that you have talked to her about this, and what kind of feedback did you get, Councilor Koyama Lane?
Sure. I'm going to table the amendment for now. Would love to talk about it more.
Okay, all right, okay.
I need to, it's okay. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
For the two budget notes, it has been brought to my attention that ODOT does not share race and ethnicity in their data. That PBOT and the county have been pushing for that, and so I believe it's important in Koyama Lane 5 to add after by race and ethnicity in parentheses when available. And then in Koyama Lane 6, I'd like to move the date from September 1st, 2025 to January 15, 2026. Those are the two changes. It's all been in collaboration with the Deputy City Administrator, with bringing in the Director of PBOT, bringing in the Vision Zero lead, and I know that a lot has been going on. We did vote on a task force. That is in addition to this too. That still is going to happen, which would be led by the Vision Zero lead.
Councilor Novick, are you in the queue to discuss this?
Yes, I forgot I actually have one question for Councilor Koyama Lane, which is under Koyama Lane 5, it says identify revenue that ensures PBOT can meet its critical bureau needs and continue its work in the Vision Zero action plan. PBOT's critical bureau needs are billions of dollars worth. So I was wondering if you could just strike the can meet its critical bureau needs and just leave it as identify revenue that ensures PBOT can continue its work in the Vision Zero action plan.
Absolutely. I'm having deja vu that this came up and just add the word you wanted to. I'll accept your friendly amendment.
Yeah, I was just going to strike the words meet its critical bureau needs and.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Councilor Canal, did I hear you say you're good?
Yes.
Okay. Councilors, is there anybody else with any discussion on these budget notes? Seeing none. Keelan, could you please call the roll on Koyama Lane 5?
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama Lane.
Aye.
Mario. Aye. Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Thank you, Councilor Koyama Lane, for being the constant champion for Vision Zero. I vote aye.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
And also thank you for your collaboration with our city bureaus. You continue to show that it's queen behavior. Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
I support Vision Zero, but I have some concerns, and I did sign off on that, and I'll be supportive, but I don't think I can vote for this right now. No.
Portal Guinea.
Aye.
Motion carries with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you. Councilors, is there any additional discussion on Koyama Lane 6? Seeing none, Keelan, could you please call the roll on Koyama Lane 6?
May I first check with the budget office to make sure that you have the language that you needed for this, the changes?
Use a refresher. All right. Make sure we got all the details. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, could you please read the updated language?
Motion to, so this is in complement with the resolution that we passed, which recommits our pledge to Vision Zero and also calls for a task force. So this was in response to Chair Clark of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, who said if there will be needed support for this, such as some administrative support, which is what was identified, that you would actually have a budget note and explain that. And so that's what this is. What I had heard from the DCAs is that would not be a problem. There could be a vacancy easily used to help with any administrative work to help bring this group together. So it is adding motion to add a budget note to support Vision Zero programming, motion to amend attachment D and add a budget note regarding PBOT's Vision Zero program as follows. June 9th, 2025.
I believe that's just a note on the document.
Where am I? Okay.
It's weird copy paste thing.
We're on, here, I've got it right here, if that's helpful.
Direct public works service area, public safety service area, and community and economic development service area to collaboratively create a funding and staffing plan for the administration work of a Vision Zero task force / Vision Zero citywide team and report back to the council by September 1st, 2025.
Okay.
And then I'm striking the September 1st, 2025. That is what's on there, and I'm changing it to January 15th, 2026.
Okay, so the change here is the date at the end to January 15th, 2026?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
This is Koyama Lane 6, correct?
Correct.
As amended. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama Lane.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green. Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
I was looking at this and it says create a funding and staffing plan for the administration. So staffing, ING, to me means more than one. And like I said earlier, I wanted to see some more information before we approve this budget note. It doesn't mandate that we do a particular amount, but I'd like to see some more information first and be able to talk to the DCA and to the director. So I'm going to say no.
Aye.
Motion carries with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to try to get through 2 more in 5 minutes. Counselor Smith, do you have a budget note?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I have Smith 13 budget note from Counselor Smith to disclose executive contracts. And as you all know, we have a new form of government, and this new form of government does not require the mayor or the city administrator to get our approval to approve contracts. So in the interest of promoting fiscal transparency and ensuring responsible governance, I propose the adoption of a requirement that mandates the mayor and the city administrator to disclose all contracts, agreements, or commitments exceeding $50,000 during the city council meeting prior to execution. This measure is intended to provide the city council with clear and timely insight into the liabilities and fiscal obligations that the mayor has entered on behalf of the city of Portland within the 25-26 budget year. Requiring such disclosures will facilitate enhanced oversight, support informed decision-making, and uphold the public trust by ensuring accountability for substantial financial commitments.
Thank you, Counselors, is there any discussion on this budget note?
What was the number?
Sorry, the other number.
It's not on there. It's Smith 13. It's a new one. I talked to you all about it last week, but it was not put into the book.
I believe at that time you had said it might end up being Smith 11, was what I had written down. It is not
Yes,
Smith
we have.
11, that is different, but if folks had notes about the discussion, that's what it would have been listed on. It's now Smith 13.
Second.
Counselors, is there any discussion about this budget note?
Madam President?
Uh,
I'm sorry, I didn't know if anyone was going to say anything.
Let me get council discussion, and I will have a question for you, City Administrator.
I would love to hear from the city administrator.
I see a few people who would like to hear from you, and City Administrator, while you're talking, I was going to ask you if requiring reports before you enter into a contract would ever pose a problem when we are on a recess and may not have a council meeting for a few weeks, or if generally you were planning far enough in advance that would be okay.
At the current cadence of council meetings and the current pressure on your agendas, this will slow the purchasing process. So I just need you to understand that.
I would be willing to change the language from a city council meeting to an executive meeting, just so that we would know. So it doesn't have to be public, but I just want to know what you all are doing and how you're spending the money.
Okay, a reporting requirement, if it could come in a written form to the council on a periodic basis,
No. I want it to come, I can put it in an executive session meeting prior to you executing the contract. We know and understand that you don't need our approval, but before you execute, I would like to go into an executive session. I think the issue that Madam President brought up would probably could put some things at risk, and I didn't think about that.
Well, I appreciate your flexibility. I'll look to the city attorney as to whether this is a topic that can be discussed in executive session.
We are limited by law on what we can handle in an executive session, and I don't believe this would fall within the allowed purposes of that.
What I'm concerned about, City Attorney Robert Taylor, is that things are being executed, and I'll give you that example. On May 2nd, there was a contract that was executed with the state of Oregon to do our permitting, way before we had a chance to even talk about maybe keeping our permitting here locally. So we contracted that out. And I was shocked and amazed that we did that before we even had a chance to take a vote on it. And so by not knowing that, those are the kind of things that kind of blindside you. And when I found out about it, of course, labor was knocking on the door, and I told him I didn't know anything about it.
Councilor, or Council President, let me say, if it's all right with you, that particular issue, I think, is maybe slightly different in how that will be executed than you have an impression of. And I'd ask Donnie to just comment.
I would ask that we not go down that
Okay.
path right now. We need to be focused on this budget note. We have an allowance from staff to spend extra time, and we are quickly running through it, and I'd like to make sure that our final colleague has an opportunity.
Madam President, I will change it from a city council meeting to I don't know if we could do an email. That's not safe either.
Counselor, perhaps.
Well, we're going to have to go
get,
the route of a city council meeting. That's the only thing that we have available.
I'm not sure why an email wouldn't work. I'm wondering if we could get an email notifying us before contracts are entered into, and then interested counselors could follow up for more information or to enter their concerns.
And I can tell you my experience with my 9/12s on February 19th. We're supposed to get reports every 15 days. If we say we're going to go into a city council meeting or executive meeting, that is more, people follow that regularly than to send us an email. So I don't know how we reconcile this. I mean, we can try with the email, and then when we find out that contracts were executed, that we didn't get an email on, and then there's the other issue of the oversight. So I don't want to micromanage folks. I just want to know how money is being spent in the city before it's being spent. And I don't want to give you direction or tell you that you can't do it, because you can certainly do it. We just want to know about it.
So, Counselor, I think you need to make a decision as the carrier of the amendment of whether you'd like us to vote on it in its current form or whether you would like to amend
I will
your
start
budget note.
with an email to see if we can get that correspondence.
So for any contract of $50,000 or more, the city council will receive an email
prior to execution.
I believe Councilor Zimmerman had a comment.
Thanks. I don't see this as being a necessary budget note or a necessary reporting constraint on the executive branch. This new form of government provides for, while not on this dais, a strong mayor with all executive authority. Our role in budget monitoring, I don't think is made any easier by this action. I think it actually would confuse it as some sort of permission asking. When we take a vote on this budget, we will have granted that permission for you to execute the funds you've been appropriated. So whether, I think the normal practice would be that a city administrator's report, which we get, would include a, hey, council, want you to know, in the last 30 days, we have finally inked the contract on XYZ service, which you put into the budget 6 months ago, blah, 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 blah. So my need is met here. This seems overburdensome. And I will also say, just even if we were to have a compromise here, the level is so low that this is just about every single item we buy. Now, if we have concern that the city is executing huge contracts above $1 million, I'm willing to have that conversation. But for an organization this big, everything we do is $50,000. And so I won't be supporting this note. I think it's overburdensome and kind of takes away, I think, the intent behind a strong mayor system. Thank you.
I don't think it's taking away any more intent than any of the other budget amendments that we've taken away and added FTEs and taken away FTEs that you put forward. But if you want to do a friendly amendment to up to $1 million, you said you would be amenable to that. I would certainly accept it, sir. And let me tell you, there's things going on. There's a lot of moving things going on right now. And you see, I say agreements or commitments. The Rose Garden may not have a tenant soon. We're talking about the Keller. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about baseball. People are making commitments, and they're talking about stuff, and they're asking me, and I don't know anything about it. So for me, if we want to do $1 million, we can do $1 million. But I really want to know what is being said, or what agreement or what commitment is being made. And the expectation is that we're going to support it when it comes before us in council.
I'll note that I did get a message from folks in the administration that this is something that will be part of the city administrator's report moving forward. I understand, Councilor, that that's not in advance, and you are looking for in advance.
I just want to know before you do
it. Councilor Ryan, did you have a comment before we move to?
I do. I appreciate this conversation. In the last council, of course, we had a different form of government, so we were able to see all these contracts. I think in the transition, we're struggling to figure out the right note on that. I think, is it 50,000 is too low, personally. I think it should be much higher. But I want to hear from City Administrator Jordan on the impact of this. And is there a best practice of other cities with this type of government? And what is that contract level?
Thank you, Counselor.
You're welcome.
In most cities where there is either a strong mayor or a council manager form of government, once the council has appropriated funds to do the work of the city, it is up to either the mayor or the administrator manager, depending on the form, to be able to execute on that. One of the reasons I think that we have this form of government that we have now is that the public expected this government to be professionally run and to operate in as efficient a manner as it could. I have absolutely no problem with reporting to this council all of our contractual actions, every contract we get into, if that's what the council wants. I would be concerned about having to report to the council before we enter into an agreement. It will slow the process down. There's just no question.
Well, sending an email or putting it in an email saying this is what you're getting ready to do, you're not asking for our permission. You're just informing us of what you're going to do.
I appreciate that, Counselor. I would ask, if you're not asking permission, why do you need to know before we do it?
Well, sir, there's a certain amount of trust issues that are going on here. And again, I did my 9/12s and I have not received one 15-day report, and we received all kind of money, and then everyone is waiting for 2 months down the line to send a big report. So that has not been adhered to.
Counselor and Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry, but I really need us to stick to the topic of whether there is discussion on this budget note so that we can get to a vote and allow Counselor Murillo an opportunity. We are already past time.
Yes, but he asked me a question why, and I think I owed him an answer.
I think we need to keep questions to the topic at hand.
I don't need an answer. We're talking about contracts. He asked me a question about a contract. Why do I feel like I need it?
Councilors, is there any other discussion to the budget note? Councilor Canal.
Thank you. I'll just make two quick notes. One is, if this doesn't also just put on the pile of reasons why we need to discuss the weekly council meeting ordinance, I don't know what does. And secondly, I think it is, there are times where we've been surprised. I completely share the concern. I was shocked to read the conversation, or read the article, I should say, about the fence I mentioned earlier and the choice to take on an ongoing maintenance obligation. And I think that's something where I think the threshold is not just about the dollar amount, which I recognize maybe needs to be higher. I'm very sympathetic to that argument, but also whether there's going to need to be an ongoing need, because otherwise what's going to happen is we're going to have the executive side of the government commit us to something that we then have to fund in the budget every year. And when we come to this meeting next year, it's, if you don't do it, it's going to break the relationship we have, or we've already committed this funding in a contract. That's come up in this budget process already. So there has to be some, this is taking away our budgetary authority if we have no transparency and the ability to say, I don't know if there's like a consensus on this council.
And exactly, because you cannot commit our resources for more than one fiscal year. In the article, and I'm not saying the article is correct, but it said that the city of Portland would keep the upkeep on it. I read that same article too. So those kind of things, and you have to kind of judge what, I mean, you know, there are some things that we should know before you're doing it.
Yeah, so I think the temporal aspect of this too, how long does a financial commitment last, is another part of this question for me. And if I don't think we're being given a ton of time here to negotiate a detail on it, so I'm inclined to support this as is. And I also know, yeah, an email's great. I'd love it, an email with a couple days at least to read it. A week would be really, really nice. I don't think a week delay is unreasonable. I'll also just note that my understanding is that we could do, at least as it relates to buying property, we could do an executive session about that, but we can circle back on that one later. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, is there any other debate on the budget note?
I I have changed some language, agreements or commitments exceeding $1 million.
Why don't you read the whole thing and then we will vote?
In the interest of promoting fiscal transparency and ensuring responsible governance, I propose the adoption of a requirement that mandates the mayor and the city administrator to disclose all contracts, agreements, or commitments exceeding $1 million.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, seeing no other discussion, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
I have to point of order real quickly. Is that the full text of it? Or
No, it said this measure is intended to provide City Council with clear and timely insight into the liabilities and fiscal obligations that the mayor has entered on behalf of the City of Portland within the fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Requiring such disclosures will facilitate enhanced oversight, support informed decision-making, and uphold the public trust by ensuring accountability for substantial financial commitments.
Thank you. And noting that it doesn't mandate a specific method of disclosure at this time, I think that should hopefully address other people's concerns. I vote aye.
I appreciate the fact that it went up 2 million, but I think this needs further discussion at governance personally. And at this moment, I'm going to vote no.
Cleameline. Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
Not here.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Also not in the room.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Fertile Guinea.
No, though I would be interested in taking this up in governance.
Point of order. I'd like to change my vote to a no, so that I can move to reconsider later when our colleagues are back.
We will not have time for that, but you are welcome to change your vote.
The amendment fails with 5 yes votes and 4 no votes.
Counselor Murillo, I believe you have not yet had an opportunity to bring forward a budget note. Would you like to do so at this time?
Yes, and we've already had extensive discussion on this, so I will try not to torture you all too much. This is for Murillo 7. It's a budget note leveraging the Police Special Revenue Fund to advance evidence-based policing. I handed out a printed copy for all of you. It's been considerably cut down, and you'll notice that a lot of what's written in there are definitions for clarity, so hopefully that helps. And if the definitions for clarity and the additional length frighten you, we can cut it.
Counselors, is there a second?
Second.
Counselor
This
Canal,
is
I
Murillo
think,
7.
barely eked out there.
Do people need a refresher?
You went over 2 last time, so if you can remind us of which this is, that would be great.
Yeah. This note directs the portion of $1 million of the police special revenue funds to be used to support independent evaluation of policing strategies, so future investments are guided by data and proven outcomes. We need data-driven policing. Methodical, evidence-based, and accountable public safety is too important to rely on intuition, aesthetics, or vibes. We need to know what works and fund what works. So this fund will otherwise sit idly unless it is spent down. Again, this is money that comes from the federal government that the Police Bureau is required to spend down, and using it on studies is actually a very common use of these funds. So this is nothing out of the ordinary, and I think will help our Police Bureau be a lot more efficient and a lot more accountable to the public.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, does anybody have any discussion or questions here?
Yes.
Mr. Novick?
I just wanted to note that I had a conversation about these funds with Chief Day, and he sent me information indicating that asset forfeiture proceeds that we get from the federal government come with an odd string attached, that it has to be, it seems they're saying that the chief has to approve of any use of those funds. So if council's directing it, that might jeopardize our ability to reach those funds. The chief also indicated that he's willing to work with any councilor, including Councilor Murillo, to talk about any reasonable uses, but he's worried about violating the federal rule.
I would expect that the chief would be interested in evidence-based policing, so I'm happy to work with him on this budget note. And the city attorney has already confirmed that this is an appropriate use of these funds given the strings that are attached to federal dollars.
I'll comment just to note that Councilor Novick, in hearing that same concern, I asked the chief if he would entertain bringing a report to council regularly to share with us, I guess not the chief, but leadership within the public safety service area, if they would be willing to bring a report sharing with us what their plan was for the spending of these resources. And while I didn't ask for a firm written commitment, I did get an indication that that could be a path that would thread the needle as well. Councilor Smith?
Yes, I had a conversation a couple of days ago with the chief asking about the $6 million that was in forfeiture, because I was concerned that we may run out of money for some things, and to see if we could use those funds. What he said to me was that they have to be approved by DOJ and the Treasury. That's what he said. And they have to give permission, and that takes a while to get that permission to come back. And so the concern was that this current administration is probably looking for any opportunity to take away anything that the city of Portland is doing. So there's an extra layer, and it would probably take a few months to get that approved.
Can we have Robert Taylor give an analysis of this?
Mr. Taylor, could you weigh in for us?
Thank you for this opportunity. I think a lot of what's been said here is true. That the Department of Justice needs to approve it along with the Treasury. As we discussed earlier in the work session, the funds come with non-supplanting requirements, meaning you need to use it for new things. You can't use it to backfill cuts. As Councilor Murillo has said, you can do it for hiring contractors or experts to help you do feasibility studies and the like. We have corresponded with the appropriate federal regulator, and what they have indicated to us is under the federal rules, the money does have to be appropriated and approved by the governing body. And so we could do this through a budget note, but as part of the anti-supplanting requirement, the DOJ wants to be sure that the agency head, the police chief, also approves of it. That helps, I think, ensure that it is not supplanting some other uses. I think that's the lay of the land we have here as you consider this budget note.
And for the record, if these dollars aren't used, they're just going to sit there and then be taken back by the federal government eventually if they aren't spent. So I don't mind waiting to use these dollars for a good study if Chief Day is interested. And I don't see why they would not be interested in evidence-based policing.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments on this budget note?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
The accountability has come up several times in this conversation, so I just need to hear from the budget office. How much again are we spending with police oversight in next year's budget?
I don't have the figure in front of me. I could get it if you give me a minute.
I can do it. It's two. How much? It's two.
It's about $2.1 million. In the current budget, you have to hold 5% in a fund, but the actual budget for the CBPA is roughly 2.1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors,
in addition to the 5%?
No.
I thought that was what you said. Okay.
I would add that this is different than police oversight. This would be research conducted by PhD research scientists. Impact evaluations are very different from oversight.
Councillor. Councillors, is there any other discussion to the budget note?
I'm sorry, I came a little bit late. I missed the first part. Councilor Murillo, is this something that the Police Bureau is asking for or they want?
It sounds like Councilor Novick had a conversation with Chief Day and that he would be willing to work with any counselor no?
To respond to that, the conversation with Chief Day was he'd be willing to work with any counselor, but he was worried that if the council is directing how he spend the money, that might violate the federal orders that it has to be up to the discretion of the police chief.
DCA Kazi up here. We need to be very quick. Can you answer that question in 2 sentences or less?
Absolutely. DCA Kazi, for the record, PPB is open to conducting a study on evidence-based policing. However, as Councilor Novick mentioned, dictating asset forfeiture funds being used for that could jeopardize the funding stream as a whole.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, is there any other discussion on this budget note?
I just want to add that the note does not say anything about requiring them not to seek approval, so it would not violate the DOJ standards. We can have this note pending approval. Or if you would like to add a friendly amendment, you're welcome to do so.
Councilors, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
No.
Thank you for taking our feedback into account between the last version of this and the current one. I vote aye.
Ryan.
No.
Cleameline. Aye. Murillo.
Portland deserves evidence-based policing. I vote aye.
Novick.
A reluctant no.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Gone.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Portal-Guinea.
No.
The motion carries with 7 yes votes, 4 no votes, and 1 absent.
Councilors, we are at 7:08. Everybody has had an opportunity to bring forward one budget note. We need to take a quick recess so that our budget team can crunch some numbers so that we can make sure we have a balanced budget as we leave today.
I have a point of information. Is there, I'm understanding like earlier when we were talking about TKL 5 that we were going to come back to it. Can we do a quick vote? I think we talked it out. We just need to do a vote.
I had hoped we could come back to a lot of things, and I have told many people no. And I am not getting a single budget note that I had wanted to bring forward because I used mine on a courtesy. Lots of people have been messaging me asking for more, and we are already 40 minutes past when we had said that we would move on our delayed schedule. So here's what I'm going to ask us to do. If you have been working on trying to figure out a way to balance things, please continue that work over this 15-minute recess. If you have a technical fix, not a new thing, we all have more we want to do, but a technical fix, I understand there are some technical fixes needed. Please come bring that to me now during this recess. I will be sitting right here. I will not move the whole time. We are going to give our budget team 15 minutes. We are going to meet back here at 7:25, at which point we will adopt any technical fixes. We will figure out how to balance our budget, and we will adopt the attachments into our budget, which we will then move to a second reading on the 18th. Councilors, I know there is a lot being left on the table. I think everybody up here is disappointed and frustrated. And I have asked us many times today to move quickly and speak less. And I think for some of our colleagues that did not sink in. And I am gravely sorry for all of us that that is the case. We are on recess. We will convene back in 15 minutes. Councilor.
You see the building we're looking, yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. Where are you going to stay?
Everybody back in. If folks can sit down, that would be great.
Here, let me, hold on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 of us. Okay. We have 3 things to do, and we are going to try to do it in the next 32 minutes. First thing that we need to do is I had asked if anybody had technical changes. 1 technical change was brought forward. Colleagues, you should have a sheet in front of you. When we, at a very late hour on the 21st, created additional funding for Vision Zero, we put those funds apparently into the general fund. We, I believe, intended to put them into the General Transportation Fund. Councillor Dunphy, thank you for catching this. Dunphy 13 simply moves those funds. Councillor, would you like to move this amendment?
Yes. So moved, please. I look a second.
I'll second. Would you like to second, Councillor Quayama-Lane? I can withdraw my second. Okay, I withdraw my second. Go right ahead.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Quayama-Lane. Colleagues, is there any discussion on this technical change? Seeing none and assuming that the hands in the queue are from our previous discussion.
I can take that down.
Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Quayama-Lane. Aye. Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman. Avalos.
Post.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
The motion carries with 11 yes votes and 1 absent.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next thing we need to do is make sure our budget is balanced. Ruth, could you please go over the various funds for us and let us know where we are in and where we are out of balance?
Sure. So we just have an issue in some of the general fund. Everything else is in balance. So within the general fund, in discretionary resources, ongoing, we are balanced. General fund discretionary one time, there is a deficit of $646,000. And then on the overhead side, there is essentially $290,000 left in contingency from the approved still, and there's a one-time deficit in general fund overhead of $87,000.
Thank you. And Director Levine, are these deficits, the 2 deficits, solely from the amendment Green 9 yesterday, or are there other things adding to those deficits?
No, that's right. It's just the Green 9, basically the reductions didn't add up to the adds on the general fund side because some of the reductions are actually from other funds. And so the general fund piece didn't net out.
Thank you. So colleagues, we have a couple of options here. We could revote and lessen the expenditures. We could revote and add back in some of the things that were originally on the list but were reduced. We could vote to find new revenue, or we could revote to undo the amendment altogether. I would entertain a motion here.
Motion, I would move to reconsider the vote on Green 9.
Okay.
Point of order here.
Oh, we have a motion on the table. Let's hear the point of order.
So I just wanted to ask that there's also other revenue. My understanding is that that should be up at this moment.
I'm sorry, there's also what?
Other revenue. There was that third column in the spreadsheet, and I just wanted to make sure that that was not the case before, because you didn't mention that, Director Levine. That's a name of a category.
Right. But we can't use that revenue. If you want more details, we can have Owen speak to it, but basically it doesn't It's things like fee revenue. So when you reduce external materials and services, that would be expenditure tied to revenues, and you don't spend that money, then you don't recover those revenues. So it's not revenue we can repurpose for something else.
Thank you for clarifying that. And sorry.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
We do have a motion on the floor. There was a point of order with a question there clarifying things, and I'm hoping that that question has now been answered. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Point of information, what exactly is the motion?
I move to reconsider the vote on Green 9.
Second.
City, Mr. Jordan, is that in line with our rules of order?
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you. Good question. So a motion to reconsider under our rules needs to be made before the end of the meeting on which the item is passed. So a reconsideration would not be in order. However, a motion to rescind the Green 9 would be in order. So you would basically just wipe out that amendment.
Even though this is technically the same meeting because we recessed, it would need to be a motion to rescind.
I also have a follow-up question.
I want to make sure we get the answer on this, and then we'll take your, is this a point of information or a point of order, Councilor Murillo? Let's let Mr. Taylor answer, and then you can let me know.
There's more than one path to get to to get us home here, Council President. Thank you for the reminder that we recessed and we did not adjourn the meeting yesterday. So the rule is the motion to reconsider must be made before the adjournment of the meeting when the item was considered by council. So since we were in recess last night, you may, and we did not adjourn that meeting, you may do the motion to reconsider. That is in order. Alternatively, since we've already passed that amendment, you could make a motion to rescind the amendment. Either one of those.
I would still like to move to reconsider the vote on Green 9.
Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm, did you vote yes on Green 9?
Yes.
Okay.
So she was on the prevailing vote. Did you have a point of information or a point of order, Councilor Murillo?
I think point of order, I guess. This seems like a pretty egregious step considering the fact that we could just amend this to address the imbalance pretty easily. I don't see why that's not on the table. I think everyone got a piece of what they wanted in this. Seems like reasonable that we just go through and trim it.
I've listed out a few options, and this was the motion that was made. You could certainly bring that up in discussion of the motion.
Point of order?
We have a second. We are moving into discussion on the motion to reconsider, and I heard a point of order.
I'm looking at the queue right now, and I'm seeing that Councilor Green is first in the queue, and I also know that he had been asked to come up with something. I'd love to hear that before we get into this, and I think the queue should prevail.
Councilor, there were a number of hands left in the queue from earlier in the meeting, and I mentioned as we were talking about the technical amendment that I was assuming those were old hands and was looking around the table. I attempted to do the same here because I think there were some old hands left up. So if folks want to all remove themselves from the queue, then moving forward as we discuss this motion, we could certainly use the queue.
Are we gonna put all our hands down at the same time and then you're gonna count to 3 and then we put them all up at once?
Or we can use this for discussion as is there. I just was explaining the process since there was a point of information asked.
I think Councilor Green had his hand up first and he was asked to make a correction to this and he has a correction.
Councilors, we have a motion and a second on the table and we're in discussion on that motion and second. We could certainly, if we vote this down, move to discussion of something else. I laid out a few options. So councilors, is there discussion on the motion on the table? Mr. Taylor?
If a motion to reconsider fails, then you cannot reconsider it again. So if the desire is not to, if you don't want to, Just so you know the result of a failed motion to reconsider.
But that's not the same as withdrawing, correct?
You could withdraw it, that would be acceptable.
Okay.
Councillor Green, are you in the queue to speak to the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I've twice now been likened to a Republican, Trump himself, and now a nihilist by Councillor Novick. At least I've not been accused of being a monarchist, but I find these comparisons objectionable. I would note that say what you will about the optimism in my colleagues to solve complicated and competing challenges in a very dynamic and compressed timeline. At this dais, it is at least a belief system. I hear the frustration with unintended consequences, but the first meeting I took when I took office was with a group of renters who were desperate for a voice in this building and are suffering from the unintended consequences of a miscommunication of a regulatory agreement. And I have prioritized meetings with rank and file workers who are worried about losing their jobs and how they're going to pay their bills as an unintended consequence of opening thousands of new shelter beds. If my methods are unconventional, I'll just note that conventional methods have not served these constituents of mine. And the amendment I brought was balanced, and I did say that there were risks as I motivated the amendment, but that I believed that the risks were worth the benefits that I wanted to pay for. So when you go out and you talk to the press, I'd ask you not to mischaracterize a claim of mischaracterization. So I've got a number of options that I would like to consider. I like one more than the other. Now, I want to remember what, so the motion actually is.
So it's the motion to reconsider. If the motion carries, then green 9 would be back before the body as if it had never been voted on. If the motion fails, then we could not move to reconsider green 9 again.
So this time it's appropriate to amend the motion being reconsidered.
I mean, right now what's pending is the question of should we reconsider green 9? And if the motion to reconsider carries, then green 9 would be back before the body as if you hadn't voted on it in the first place. And then you could make amendments to green 9.
Okay. In the spirit of rationality and reasonableness, I'm going to say let's reconsider this. I have some amendments to my original motion that I hope this body will consider in good faith. So let's have that conversation.
Councillor Smith, you made this motion.
I will continue.
Okay. Councillor Canal, are you in the queue to speak to the motion?
I just want to ask, my concern about this reconsideration motion is that if it fails, we can't do it again. And I think this might be a plan C or plan D. And I'd like to talk about A and B before we potentially lose plan D. So that's why I was surprised there for a moment. Just wanted to clarify with Councilor.
I understand your surprise. Things move very fast at this dais. We are a body of 12. We're doing the best we can with very complicated information. So I've got an approach that I think may be palatable, and I would like an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Councillor Avalos, are you in the queue to discuss the motion to reconsider?
I guess so. I did not vote on green 9 yesterday. I had my concerns. Obviously, we're all dealing with the fact that it ended up being unbalanced unexpectedly. I am understanding that Councillor Green has put together essentially just cutting the amounts in each amount. And so I want to support, even though I didn't vote for it yesterday, there's a lot in there and a lot of, so I want to support their chance to be able to just trim that. They have trimmed it in a balanced way. And I think that's better than losing the whole thing. And I also think it's better than some of the other ideas that I've heard that I'm not super into. And so I'd rather us just balance this. We can do that like that. And so I would ask Councilor Smith that you withdraw so that we have the opportunity to do that. And people don't have to vote for it, but I think we need the opportunity because it was their amendment and they had the problem and they found a solution. And I think we should hear that before we do this. And if you withdraw it, you can always put it back to rescind.
If I keep my amendment and you all support it, he gets to add his amendment. So that's.
This would move us back to reconsidering Green 9, at which point we could vote it up, vote it down, table it, or vote to amend it.
We would need to vote to rescind it so that it's just back on the table? Or vote to reconsider it? But do we have to vote to reconsider?
Yes.
And then he can bring it back up.
Okay. Okay.
Councilor Murillo, are you in the queue to discuss the vote to reconsider?
Yes, I think that this package really did a lot of important things for our communities, and it was negotiated with a lot of people, without breaking quorum, and making sure that everyone got part of what they wanted. And so it seems very hasty to me and sort of punitive. This feels more like a personal punishment based on stylistic differences, or maybe to punish people for making a mistake rather than good governance and trying to correct a mistake here on the dais, which we can easily do together. I don't know why we wouldn't work together to just correct this. And we have options on the table to trim it down. So, we're doing things to protect renters at Everett Station. We're doing things like evaluating Portland's street response. We're funding Portland Center Stage, a cultural hub. We're also addressing the CEI hub and making sure that there's public safety with regards to the environment. This is a good package, and if there was a mistake made, then give us the opportunity to correct it.
Councilor Novick, are you in the queue to speak to the vote to reconsider Green 9?
Yes, actually, I want to respond to what Councilor Murillo just said. First of all, this is not something that was negotiated with everybody in the council. 5 people got goodies out of it and got 2 other people to vote with them. 5 people. So I think it's a reflection of. So you pick and choose who you wanted to be part of the discussion. Also, a number of us were opposed to this yesterday because we were concerned that random cuts would have consequences that we didn't know about, because there was an assumption that there was waste, fraud, and abuse out there that we don't know where it is ourselves. We're counting on the bureaucrats to figure it out. So it's not just that everybody thought this was a wonderful idea and everybody got things out of it. Some of us thought that it was a bad idea from the begin with and didn't get anything out of it. So I support the motion to reconsider.
Councilor Canal, are you in the queue to discuss the motion to reconsider?
No.
Okay, colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll on the motion to reconsider?
Canal.
No.
Ryan.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, just a second. Koyamaline. Oh, no. Mario.
No.
Novick.
Yes.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
No.
Zimmerman.
Yes.
Avalos.
This is on the motion to reconsider, which would put us back to debate.
Oh, no.
That was a no.
I voted no.
No.
Dunphy.
No.
Smith.
Aye.
Purtle Guinea.
Aye.
The motion fails to carry with 6 yes votes and 5 no.
Colleagues, the motion to reconsider has failed. We still have a budget gap in front of us. Councilor Green, are you in the queue to make a motion?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam President. I move, I guess it would be Green 14 now, the following. Cut the 2 CBO positions that we added in Green 9. That reduces $350,000. Unexempt Prosper Portland, which took off the table $261,083.65. Cut $50,000 from the PSR study from Green 9, cut $75,000 from the Everett Station loft tenants from Green 9, cut $51,000 from storefront installations, cut $130,000 for the park service dispatcher, which is the job I was trying to save. That, I believe, will balance this. And I'm happy to be proven wrong during this discussion. Thank you.
Second.
Motion for a new amendment which would trim Green 9 on the table. I would like to hold for 2 minutes to give our budget team time to run those numbers. If somebody could send this to Director Levine, or Owen, do you want us to send it to you?
I already have it. I believe that would balance the budget to make those reductions. It reduces both discretionary and overhead by certain portions, enough discretionary to cover the one-time gap we currently have, and then it will cut additional overhead resource. But all in all, it should be balanced.
Thank you, Owen. Councillor Green, are you in the queue for discussion? Councillor Canal, are you in the queue for discussion?
Yes, Madam President. I think first, thank you to Councillor Green for coming up with this. Feels like, we get a lot of the way there and then something 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing, and I totally acknowledge that. I'm trying to find a way to come up with something that can help here, and I think I've got a funding source here or that, but not seeing it at this moment. So I look forward to this conversation, but I really just wanted to express appreciation for that and say that if we're going to ask somebody to come up with an idea, we should let them put that idea forward. Thank you.
Councillors, I'm next in the queue. I will note, because I cannot help myself at this hour, that a motion to reconsider would have allowed us to consider this as well, but in a different form. Director Levine, I think that I heard Councillor Green include on his list adding Prosper Portland back into the entities that would have their budget included in this EMS cut, and we already passed the Prosper Portland budget. So I am wondering how that is possible.
I'm looking at the city attorney.
I'm sorry, if that's a better question for Mr. Taylor, I'm happy to direct my question there. I am concerned that this is, again, something we can't actually do.
I mean, my read is that it basically reduces the amount of general fund we would send to Prosper Portland, and that their board would have to include that in their adopted budget for Prosper, which I don't think they've adopted yet. And I think it would be okay, but yeah, I don't know, Robert, what you're thinking.
Are we allowed to make changes that unbalance their budget after we have sent them an approved budget?
So right now, the city council is sitting as the governing body of the city of Portland. Previously, when you considered the Prosper budget, you were operating as the budget committee for Prosper. You as the budget committee sent them a recommended budget. You now, as the city of Portland, can decide and make the final decision on how much money you want to send to Prosper Portland. You can make that decision here today. And then for Prosper's purposes, they would either need to adjust their budget to reflect the reduction from the city of Portland, or they could leave their appropriation level the same, but they cannot spend money that they do not receive. So the appropriation level might be high, but they would have reduced revenue to spend.
Thank you for that clarification.
Point of order, how much is included to Prosper or taken away from Prosper?
Councillor Green, what is the reduction?
In this most recent action, this reduces, or I should say, yes, this reduces the general fund allocation to Prosper Portland by $261,000 rounded, of a total of over $13 million. And I will note that Prosper Portland did not lay off any staff in their budget, where we are cutting a parks dispatcher with this move right now.
Councillor Smith, are you in the queue for discussion, or was that your question?
I was in the queue for discussion because I was concerned that this was different from the original Green 9, and I have a problem with that. And as you know, I supported not taking the money away from Prosper, and so this is kind of going around. We have other spaces and places where there are dollars.
Councilor Wright, I hear you. I tried to offer an amendment earlier in this process that would have held harmless all of the program offers for Prosper Portland and avoided this entire discussion. I'm prepared, if this doesn't pass, I'm prepared to do another Prosper Portland amendment that is just a one-time effect that would also hold harmless their effects. So I hear your concern, but we're in a situation where we got to balance this.
Councillor Canal.
Just a question. Has Prosper, I want to just, I'm going to be careful how I say this. When we had the conversation around the change to the Albina settlement, we looked at the idea that we were taking on $6.5 additional million with the, I'll say, hope that Prosper Portland would take on half of the funding for that, half of the cost of that, as was originally when it was $2 million. I don't believe that's happened yet. I'm disappointed by that. I'm disappointed by hearing that. I think it's a worthwhile thing to put into this conversation. I think this is the right course of action. I'll be supporting the overall thing, and this 261,000, I believe you said, rounded. And so that seems like, you know, one of those things where everybody's kind of eating a little bit here. Oh, and I believe it's that this would be one-time transfer as well, right? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, and I would just like to also note that earlier today we passed a budget note called Green 10 that gave the city administrator the discretion to balance all of these EMS cuts across the city enterprise. And so I just want to remind folks that when we look at the specific line items and we're thinking about the direct impacts, the city administrator has the ability to make these adjustments.
Councillor Avalos.
I would really appreciate if this could be amended again to not take that from Prosper. Like, can we take more from any of the other items? Do you have any interest in that? Like, I think it's opening this other can of worms. You know, I didn't support the Prosper cuts. I'm trying to get here with you. I did not support this amendment yesterday. I'm trying to help here, but that's pushing me a little hard. So is there another place that we can make those trims of that 265? I don't agree that the budget note, like, you put that amount in the way that this amendment, we could debate that all day, but like, I'm not comfortable with that. So is there any opportunity to cut some other things that are not Prosper right now?
Anyone is free to introduce an amendment to my amendments. I'm open to, I'm trying my best to offer the ideas I have.
Okay.
It's just a big pot of money.
It does not have to come from Prosper. They are just not exempted. It doesn't have to come from them.
If you're gonna say that I can make an amendment, then I say you take that 267 from Portland Center Stage. That's the first thing I'm thinking. I'm on the fly here, and I'm trying really hard to get here, dude, but like, that's really hard for me. I'm trying really hard to support this.
I think we'll lose some critical votes if that's your hard line.
I don't know what to do.
Councillor Novick, are you in the queue to discuss the amendment?
Yes. I just wanted to say that I think that the 5 people that voted for something that gave them goodies and found out that there was unbalanced, the honorable thing to do is to vote to balance it by cutting their own goodies rather than, and I realize I like some of these goodies myself, but rather than force the rest of us to vote for other cuts we hadn't considered before, wherever they are.
Councillor Smith, are you back in the queue?
Yes, I just wanted to say too, there was something that someone said, I can't remember who said it, and they said everyone has something in here. I don't have anything in here. And I was a supporter of it, but I won't be able to be a supporter of it in its current form.
Councillor Canal, are you back in the queue?
Yes, Madam President. I think the assertion here that something untoward is happening should just be stated outright. I think this is a ridiculous sort of assumption here. There were some things that were brought in that were proposed. There were other vehicles and other amendments that got other things done. Every person has something in the budget, even if they didn't get it in green 9. And sometimes it's a note, sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's something that wasn't an amendment, but we asked the mayor to put it in before the May 5th proposal, and it got in there. So there are things here that I think it's a broader conversation, but more importantly, I think that's exactly what this proposal does. If you look at what the specific cuts that are happening here are, there's something here I fought for very strongly that's happening. If you'd like to go for that's being removed, if you'd like to go for the other specific things in there, I think it makes sense to articulate that specifically. But the way that this has been proposed makes sense as it is. There isn't $200,000 going, or sorry, $261,000 going to Portland Center Stage in the amendment. That's more than the amount that was allocated to PCS. So we can't take away more than we gave. So that's the only concern I have. I think that's a valid conversation to have too. So I would offer that instead of it saying, I'm trying to find the exact text here, $261,000 from Prosper Portland, that we simply say, pursuant to Green 10, we ask the city administrator to increase the amount of EMS reductions across the bureaus listed, and here say which could include Prosper Portland. So we're still not exempting it, but we're making it clear that it doesn't have to come from there. I think that might help resolve the conversation. But I'm floating that as an idea.
Councillor Murillo.
So while we're talking about fairness with omnibus packages, I would like to remind everyone that there were numerous people up here who were not included in the president's package whatsoever. 0 amendments put in that package. And we did not cry half as much about that as everybody is here, because we know that there are quorum rules, there are discussions, there are things to balance that come up, but I didn't have any amendments in there. Councillor Novick, you didn't have any amendments in there. Councillor Koyama Lane, you had no amendments in there. Nobody from District 3 for some reason had any amendments in the president's omnibus package that was negotiated with, it seems like, Councillors Clark, Zimmerman, and the more conservative side of council that ended up getting a lot of what they wanted in there, and that got voted down. So I am sorry that our quorum rules prevent us from having negotiations with everybody. That's kind of the law of the land right now, unfortunately. So if we want to talk about fairness, yeah, let's talk about fairness, because a lot of these negotiations aren't fair. It's really hard. And again, this amendment does not exempt Prosper, but if we do want to talk about fairness again, then we should talk about how Prosper shouldn't be exempt from everything all the time anyways. But it seems like we have some options on the table. I like Councillor Canal's proposal, so I think that we still have some alternatives to negotiate this down if necessary.
Councillor Novick.
Yes, I would propose that instead of cutting $261,000 from Prosper or EMS, we could cut council budgets by $261,000, which divided by 12 would be, what would it be, 20-something thousand apiece. Our council budgets are far higher than any other city I've found.
Councillor Canal, have you spoken twice to this already?
I have.
Please keep it brief. We are over time.
Yeah, I don't think we should be punishing the people who are emailing our office or wanting us to show up in our communities and in our districts by cutting their budget. I think we should figure out what we should do here. I would be open to the idea of dividing out the Prosper part, figuring that out, and at least taking a huge dent into it, and then discussing how to close the remaining $261,000 gap. I think there are ways to do that that I have scored over the course of this. There are things that were proposed to close community centers on holidays, as opposed to closing them an hour early. I'm not saying that that's a better option. I'd much rather not do that. That's why I didn't propose it in the end. But there are other options out there, and I think that we are creating an artificial scarcity of meeting time. This is the budget. How are we at what point did anybody think this wasn't gonna go after 8:02 p.m.?
Counselor, I want to respond to that. All of our chiefs of staff agreed to our schedule in a room together at a chiefs meeting, every single one of them. I suggested that counselors would not agree to that and that we would need more time and we would need to go late. And I was told chiefs agreed to this. It will be fine. So please do not suggest that I am creating artificial barriers when it is something that our chiefs of staff agreed to, a schedule which we are already 2 hours over because I pushed back and said we would need a little bit of flexibility at the end of the day. Colleagues, is anybody else in the queue to discuss the amendment? Yes. Councilor Avalos?
I am amenable to the idea of, instead of taking the 261 from Prosper, to take it from the council budgets, it equals 21,000 per office. Let's make that happen. So I move that amendment.
Second.
We have an amendment on the table.
It's an amendment to the amendment, right?
I would like to accept the friendly amendment.
Oh, it's a
Can I
friendly.
do that right now? Is that appropriate?
Who was your seconder?
Second.
No, Councilor Canal, do you accept this as a friendly amendment?
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Canal is withdrawing his second. Would somebody else like to second
I
that?
second.
Okay, Councilor Murillo, do you accept this friendly amendment?
I love it. I accept it.
Okay,
To be
Councilor,
clear, the friendly amendment is, instead of the 261 whatever, we're going to take it from the council budgets and everything else is going to stay the same.
I am
Correct?
clear on that. Yes, I accept this.
Okay.
which is an amount of just over $21,000 per office. Thank you for doing the math faster than I could with pen and paper. Mr. Jordan.
Hang on. I think there's an overhead problem here. That you're using a gross number, and council offices are overhead funded, so you need to go a little higher.
I apologize, I should have remembered that. So it'd have to be something like 37,000 apiece or something?
Director Levine, is anything that we're giving money to something that can accept overhead?
Owen again, we're out of balance in discretionary primarily. So you need to find $646,000 in discretionary resource to balance the budget and cut about $88,000 in overhead resource to balance the budget.
And
5 minutes or less, could we do the math to figure out if we took the $87,000 in overhead one time that is unbalanced from council budgets and attempted to figure out the rest of the balance that was in the Prosper number, which I believe was $261,000 out of council budgets, how much we would need to cut from council budgets?
yes,
Okay,
give us 5 minutes.
we're going to recess at the dais for 5 minutes so that our budget team can do that math. I'd ask that nobody leave this space. Feel free to mill about here, though. Okay, colleagues, I believe our budget team has numbers for us. I am reaching out to our colleagues who did not stay in close proximity to try to get them back. Director Levine, are we ready?
Are we missing?
Director Levine, are we ready?
Yes.
So if we were to move this amendment as proposed with the change that Prosper is not included and there is a reduction in council budgets, what would the reduction in council budgets need to be, either total or per counselor, your choice, in order to balance?
Sure. So it is $49,799 per office, which equates to $597,588 total for the 12 offices. So that would be the reduction.
$49,799 per office.
Correct.
Thank you.
So moved.
I believe we already have a motion to do this. We were just waiting for the numbers. Is that correct, Keelan? Okay. Because it's friendly, because the seconder changed to Councilor Murillo, and Councilors Green and Murillo accepted your friendly amendment. Councilors, is there any more debate?
Yes.
Councilor Green, are you in the queue for debate? Councilor Smith, are you in the queue for debate?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Smith and then Councilor Canal.
Could you tell me what's on the table?
Yes, this is the amendment from Councilor Green with the change that we are no longer taking money from Prosper Portland, but we are looking at a reduction to council budgets of $49,799 per counselor, per council office.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that. And I'll tell you why. We have equipment coming that we have to pay with our office budget. We have additional summer works interns that we're paying for out of the budget. That's going to be about $50,000. So, I mean, we can't balance the $8.6 billion budget on the backs of a $1.5 billion bureau. And anybody who thinks so, they're more than welcome to pay my part. But for my part, before I do that, I'll go back and vote yes for Prosper. So I'm not playing no games with my stuff. Okay?
Councilor Canal, to the amended amendment.
Yeah, I have a question and then a comment. My question is, if hypothetically there were $99,580 of general fund discretionary available, I know that the ratio doesn't make this perfect. What would that do for our council budgets? If we had found $99,580 of general fund discretionary somewhere in our couch cushions?
You could split that 12 ways.
It's general fund discretionary though, so I know we'd need, it would be a different, it wouldn't be just that divided by 12 that's saved.
You can, in that direction, it does work. You can add discretionary to your budgets because it's unrestricted, whereas the overhead includes restricted funds. So if you found approximately $100,000, like you're saying, you could, and I think you're saying to add to the council budgets?
No, I'm saying to defray the reduction in the council budgets.
To defray.
Does that make sense? Because the ratio, yeah.
It's the same.
Okay.
That you would split it 12 ways, essentially.
So the reduction would become, instead of almost 600,000 total, it would be almost 500,000, which per office is $41,000. $41,549 each, roughly speaking.
Excuse me.
Okay. In that case, I would offer a friendly amendment to transfer $99,580 from the Police Oversight Board subfund to the Citywide Obligation Reserve Fund. This is money that when Avaloso 3 passed on Avaloso 1, I apologize, passed on May 21st, we reduced the amount of money that needed to be in the police oversight board, which is indexed to 5% of the police budget. The police proposed budget was reduced, the 5% was not. The difference is $99,580 of money that does not need to be in that extra fund. Councilor Ryan noted earlier that there's $2.1 million budgeted for the police oversight board. The remainder is sitting in a contingency fund, and that contingency fund has about $100K more than it has to have legally. I had hoped to use this for a different use. We are not going to have time to propose that amendment. I would love to use it here to ensure that at least, whatever that is, $8,000 of our council office budgets are saved to ensure that Portlanders have as little impact on their ability to get a response from us as possible. I'd ask that this be considered friendly.
I will accept it friendly.
Councilor Murillo?
Second.
Okay, so the amendment on the table is now the amendment as originally proposed by Councilor Green, except that it does not pull funds from Prosper. It does pull $99,580 from the fund identified by Councilor Canal and reduces council budgets by $41,501 if my dais math is correct. I don't see any from the budget's office
Sorry,
saying
can
no.
you repeat that?
Council budgets by $41,501 each. I see Director Levine nodding yes. Councilor Avalos, are you in the queue for discussion? Oops. Councilor Smith and Canal, are those legacy hands, or are you back in the queue for discussion? Okay. I want to verify this. This is a new amendment, which, while addressing Green 9, is not a part of Green 9. So if we pass this, we are in balance. And if we do not pass this, we are still out of balance, but Green 9 is not on the table either way. I believe that's how this was made. Mr. Taylor, you are nodding yes. Okay. Councilors, seeing no one else in the queue, we are voting on what I believe is Green 13. Is that correct, Councilor? 14. 14. Thank you. Green 14. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
I hate this. So got to be honest about it. I think I want to note that the money, I had a proposed amendment to use this for, and I'm not going to get a chance to talk about it anywhere else, so I'm going to just mention here that this was going to be used for preparation to determine what we need to do to ensure better firefighting capability on the west side of the river in the case of a fire at the critical energy infrastructure hub. We have industrial firefighting capacity on the east side of the river. One of the reasons that a fire could start is an earthquake that would prevent people from getting across the river. So that was what I wanted to use it for. And so that can be described as a goodie for one of us, but I think it's actually something that a lot of us support, preparing for it, even those of us it's not in our district for. And I really, really resent that. I also really, really want to push back against the narrative that council budgets are an indulgence, right? They are to ensure that you get your councilor in district hosting their own town halls, not just coming to those that other people invite them to, and being a part of our communities, not just sitting here all the time. And I'll have that argument in detail afterwards, I am sure. I vote yes, regretfully.
Ryan?
Yeah, I voted no on this yesterday, and I'm still in that place. I do appreciate Councilor Canal's willingness to figure out how to thread this needle. So I wanted to say that, but I still remain a no vote on this amendment.
Cleameline?
Yes.
Mario?
Thank you, Councilor Canal. I know how much that meant to you. It was very big of you, and I appreciate everyone working together to make this adjustment. I vote aye.
Novick?
I hate this too, but not the cutting council budgets part. Aye.
Clerk.
I don't know about hate, that's a pretty strong word, but it's certainly been agonizing. Agonizing from yesterday when I voted yes for it. But I feel like contributing another $41,501 to the Critical Energy Infrastructure Hub and Portland Center Stage and other things is worth it to me, so I vote aye.
Green.
So we're voting on the amended Green 14.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like this either, guys. I think the thing that I hate the most about it is we now have to cut one of those park service dispatchers who was, I think, pretty grateful to see their job saved from a cut. And we're doing that because we don't want to take a couple $100,000 from Prosper Portland that has $50 million in a strategic investment fund. Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
This is so agonizing, but I'm gonna vote aye.
Dunphy.
I also hate it, aye.
Nope.
Myrtle Guinea.
In order to balance the budget so we can let our staff go home, and for no other reason, I vote aye.
Motion carries with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Director Levine, I'd like to confirm that we have a balanced budget. A 5-minute recess to confirm that, or are you confident?
Sorry, can you give us 2 minutes?
Yes, I'm going to hopefully have a more successful ask this time, colleagues, that we stay here. Do we have a balanced budget? Okay. Counselors, wait a minute, we're not cheering yet, we're not done. Counselors, I said we had 3 things we had to do when we got back. The first was that technical piece. The second was balancing the budget. The third is that we need to actually adopt the attachments. The way that we do things at the city is through a series of attachments to agenda items. If you look at the agenda item for this meeting, adopting the budget, there are attachments B through J. I'm not sure where A went.
There should be an A too.
Okay, there's not an A, but I believe that A is attached to agenda item 5 from yesterday. We're gonna check. We're gonna make sure we have all of, nope, there's no. Are we adopting B through H and no A?
It's attached to the presentation item. It's the script, right, that's attached to the presentation.
I don't see a presentation item.
To B through J, that's fine. Yeah.
We're sure, legally. Okay.
Right.
Hold on, I see a finger up from Mr. Taylor. One that's saying to wait a minute. Mr. Jordan, one that's saying to wait a minute.
Point of order, Madam President. My understanding is that yesterday we actually had to make that motion already to adopt what was then considered A through H, and the vote was not called.
Correct.
So that motion is, as I understand it, currently on the table?
Correct. I just want to make sure we all know what we're voting on, so I'm hoping that we find attachment A, but we will, that motion is open, and we will now vote on all of those attachments.
Okay, I may have another point of order after you clarify the attachment situation. Thanks.
Mr. Taylor, legally, are all of the attachments that we need here?
Yes, and as Councilor Canal pointed out, and you pointed out, yesterday we made the motion to approve the adjustments in A through H. That was moved and seconded. A through H are all of the attachments associated with the budget. I and J were attachments, but those were all the proposed amendments that you discussed. So you do not have to adopt those. You would want to adopt A through H as you moved and seconded yesterday. That would be the vote you would be taking, and that would be essentially adopting and approving the package of amendments that you have discussed and voted on yesterday and today.
Do we know what attachment A is? I'm happy to have us just vote, colleagues, but I'd like to make sure that you all know what we're voting on first.
Yes, attachment A was associated with the first item that you opened yesterday, which was conduct a proposed use hearing. And attachment A is just the script that usually is associated with the budget to help the council and the public follow along. The amendments that you have been adopting yesterday and today have been to B through H.
So what we need to do is adopt attachments B through H right now.
That would be sufficient, yes.
Okay.
Madam President, I made that motion yesterday. May I have the floor to amend that motion?
Please go right ahead.
Withdraw the motion and yield to Councilor Koyama Lane.
Thank you. I motion to move Koyama Lane 3. It will take 90 seconds. To clarify, it is $216,000. That is not a new general fund ask. It's the realignment
Counselor.
of ongoing recreational cannabis tax revenue.
Second.
We all want to vote, and you're not letting us do it. And you. I move to call the question.
Counselor. We were in discussion. You asked to withdraw your motion.
I still have the floor.
I'm not sure that we can recognize it, that you can turn that over to another counselor who I have not recognized.
I did that on May 21st. We have precedent on it.
We sure do. And I was told after the fact that we did it wrong.
Can Councillor Knoll move to all three?
Mr. Taylor?
I think this situation is one that would call for a point of order, and then the president could make a ruling on that point of order. And then if 3 councilors disagree with the president's ruling, it could be appealed by a vote of the council. So if there's a point of order on whether the motion is in order, somebody can raise that point of order. You can make a ruling and decide whether or not that motion is in order or not. And if 3 councilors disagree with your ruling, then it can be subject to a vote by the council.
Okay, point of order. I think we should just move this ahead because it's going to take 90 seconds to pass it because it's literally just a technical adjustment for Vision 0 that needed to happen earlier and was rushed through. Let's just get it done.
I believe that's a different point of order than what we were discussing there, Councilor Murillo.
Point of order, Madam President. I don't think this is the time to recognize a new amendment. I would like a ruling from you on that.
I would agree that we are in the process of adopting the attachments to our budget, and we need to move forward with that process. While the initial motion was withdrawn, I thought so that we could amend it to vote on attachments B through H. I don't believe that the second was withdrawn, and I believe we were in the point on the agenda where we were adopting the attachments, not the point on the agenda where we were voting on amendments.
Point of information. If a motion's withdrawn, then wouldn't the seconder still be able to keep it going?
Perhaps, but I still would suggest that we were at the point of the agenda where we were voting on attachments and not the point of the agenda where we were voting on amendments.
Sure, I'm just clarifying. Thank you. I believe, could you just clarify who was the seconder on that motion?
Point of order is still actually at your level, Madam President, for a determination, and I think we can just hear that. I think it's probably an inevitable voting at this point.
I believe it's an inevitable voting, but I would contend as a ruling who made the amendment and if it was withdrawn aside, that we are at the point in the agenda where we are voting on attachments, not amendments.
Okay, I have my hand up. So it just takes 3 of us to disagree with the president and then we can vote because we're just dragging this out for no reason when it is a perfectly good amendment that will help make our streets safer.
Counselor, editorialization aside, 3 people can overrule that ruling. We vote on whether or not to overrule me, and then we would move to a motion to vote.
Then let's get to it.
Do 2 other members join Councilor Murillo in requesting the appeal?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the question before council now is, shall the ruling of the president stand as the ruling of the council? So a yes vote affirms the president's ruling, and a no vote would reject the president's ruling. A tie vote sustains the president's ruling.
Is this a vote that requires discussion, or do we move straight to the vote?
This this is subject to debate.
Councilor Knoll, are you in the queue for debate?
No, Madam President.
Councilor Koyama Lane, are you in the queue for debate?
I very much did not want to do this. I asked you multiple times. I believe there are times to not be rigid, and this was a choice for it to be like this. I would like to just move this through. Let's do it. This was on the table earlier, and you made me take it off. So let's just do this.
Colleagues, I put myself in the queue for debate because I want to be clear. Multiple of our colleagues asked me if there were time for additional things. Multiple of our colleagues had other things they wanted on the table. One set of people are trying at the last minute to move something through, and nobody else has that opportunity. I try to operate in a way that provides opportunity for each of us. That is why I made this ruling. Councilor Murillo?
This is a huge waste of time. Let's move on to the vote so we can pass it and go home.
Councilor Smith?
Madam President, I do agree with you. I had 4 more things that were on there that will not be heard, and I wanted them to be heard, and that's fine with me because I'm, I want to do the work. I want to make sure that everybody's voices were heard ever since, we put our name into the book. But right now we've gotten to the point that we've been here too long, and we're going to figure out how to do this better next year where we're not, spending 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night to finish this thing. So I agree with you. We need to do the attachments and just be done with it because I'm done with it.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no one else in the queue, a yes vote is to sustain the president's ruling that we need to move forward. We are at the attachment part of the agenda. A no vote is to overrule the president's ruling and allow the motion on the amendment to come forward. Keelan, can you please call the roll?
Canal.
Because this was already proposed, I will vote no.
Ryan.
I just want to thank Council President for her poise, her persistence. It's been quite elegant all day long and into the evening. I vote aye.
Koyamaline.
No.
Mario.
This was already proposed. This isn't new. No.
Novick.
I'm confused about what's new and what's not, but it's a coin flip, but I'm voting no, voting aye.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye. No.
Zimmerman.
So this is twice where gamesmanship has happened the last time, and as Ms. Loretta said, believe them when they show you who they are. There are so many amendments across this entire dais who were put down, did not get heard out of a general courtesy. This is discourteous. I would encourage everybody to agree with the council president in this. I vote aye.
Avalos.
What I found discourteous was Council President asking Koyama Lane to take her amendment down. We were ready to vote. I don't even know why that happened. I'm frustrated by that. We were ready to vote. So I feel annoyed that Councilor Koyama Lane was pressured to take her amendment down, and so I'm voting no.
Dunphy.
No.
Smith.
Aye.
Portogini.
Aye.
The motion fails to carry with 5 yes votes and 7 no votes.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
No. She voted no.
Councilor Clark voted no. It was 5-7. Mr. Taylor, do we return to the motion that was placed on the table, which is the motion on the amendment, or do we return to a blank slate?
It's up to you as the chair to recognize the next action of the council. What would you like to do?
Councilors, I believe that in that case, we don't have anything on the table. We have a blank slate, and I would entertain a motion.
I'd motion to approve all of the attachments to the original ordinance.
No, point of order. The entire point of us rejecting that ruling is that we wanted to vote. How does that mean that she just gets a blank slate? That should mean that we get to vote. That was the whole point of that order.
I also saw Samir's hand up on the floor. You did not have the floor, Councilor
That was the
Zimmerman.
whole point. It was not to be a blank slate, it was to reject that ruling and do what we wanted.
So I believe that puts us at a blank slate since we had not entered.
Council President, I may have erred here. So on the question of whether to sustain the ruling of the chair, that failed?
Correct.
Correct. Sustaining the ruling failed.
Sustaining the ruling failed.
Correct.
And so therefore, the procedure by which Councillor Canal yielded the floor.
So we are at the point without a motion on the floor, but with the yielding to Councillor Koyama-Lane, and Councillor Koyama-Lane has the floor with no motion on the floor.
I motion to.
Is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear, Councillor, what I was saying is we should start with no motion on the floor, which was, I believe, where we had ended. Councillor Koyama-Lane?
I motion to bring forward Koyama-Lane 3, and I move to call the question.
Second. Councillors, we have a motion and a second, and an additional motion to call the question. Councillor, would you like to retain that second motion to call the question, or given that there is nobody in the queue, would you prefer to withdraw that?
I withdraw.
Councillors, we have a motion on TKL 3 and a second on the table. Nobody is in the queue for discussion. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Aye.
Ryan?
No.
Koyama-Lane. A reminder, I've worked with DCAs, bureau directors, and the Vision Zero lead to talk about this transition plan and make sure that this work continues and is enhanced by this move. I know that. Maria?
This is a really important step for Vision Zero and for all of our districts. Thank you, Councillor Koyama-Lane, for working on it. I ecstatically vote aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Thank you, Councillor Koyama-Lane, for fighting for what my constituents care the most about. Aye.
Zimmerman?
No.
Avalos? Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Me.
I'm a big supporter of Vision Zero, and I'm honestly not sure how moving this up to the DCA level makes the program better. I vote no.
Motion carries with 9 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Director Levine, do we have a balanced budget?
Yes.
Okay, colleagues. We no longer have the attachments open that we need open. And I would entertain a motion to open attachments B through H.
So moved.
Second.
Take the first two voices, which were Dunphy and Murillo, and you two can choose who wants the motion and the second.
It's all you, pal.
Okay, motion by Dunphy, seconded by Murillo. Councilors, is there any discussion? Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Just clarifying, this is a vote on the attachments, but the ultimate vote on the budget is next week.
Correct.
This vote approves all of the attachments that have been amended.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama-Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
Motion carries with 12 yes votes.
Colleagues, today is a first reading of our budget. We will second read the budget and pass it on June 18th. I would remind you that if there are any further amendments to the budget on June 18th, it will require a 9-vote majority and an emergency clause added to it. With that, I will move the budget to second reading and close today's council meeting.